This is the May 12th, 2021 Land Use Commission meeting, which is being held using interactive conference technology, linking video conference participants and other interested individuals of the public via the Zoom internet conferencing platform. We're doing so, of course, to comply with state and county official operational directives during this still ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Members of the public are able to view the meeting via the Zoom webinar platform. For all meeting participants, I really need to stress again the importance of everybody speaking slowly, clearly, and directly into your microphone. Before speaking, it is very helpful if you identify yourself for the record. And also, please be aware for all meeting participants that this meeting is being recorded on a digital record. Your continued participation is your implied consent, excuse me. Your continued participation is your implied consent to be part of the public record for this event. If you do not wish to be part of the public record, you should exit the meeting now. This Zoom conferencing technology allows the parties and each participating commissioner individual remote access to the meeting proceedings through our own individual personal digital devices. Because of that, please note that due to matters entirely outside of our own control, occasional disruptions to connectivity may occur from time to time for one or more meeting participants. If these disruptions occur, please let us know, and please be patient as we try to restore audio visual signals so we can effectively conduct business during the pandemic. If matters come up, which on today's agenda includes approval of the minutes that require or provide the opportunity for public testimony, and if public witnesses are accessing this meeting via telephone, know that you can raise your hand using the key sequence *9 and also use the key sequence *6 to ask to be unmuted and *6 to mute again. I will repeat this when the time is appropriate. I will also note for everybody that from time to time, approximately 10 minutes every hour, we will take breaks. My name is Jonathan Lee K.K. Schroyer, and I have the honor and pleasure of serving as the LUC chair at this time. Along with me, Commissioners Edmund Axon, Don Chang, Gary Okuda, Arnold Wong, our Hawaii Island Commissioner, Nancy Cabral, making a guest appearance, our Executive Officer, Dan Oredinker, our Chief Planner, Scott Derrickson, our Chief Clerk, Riley Hakoda, our Deputy Attorney General, Linda Chow, and our Program Specialist, Natasha Quinones, as well as our court reporter, Jean McManus, are all on the island of Oahu. Commissioner Lee Ohigashi is on Maui, and Commissioner Dan Giovanni is on the island of Kauai. We currently have 8 seated commissioners of a possible 9. Regarding attendance for the course of the day, I will note that Commissioner Chang will need to leave the meeting shortly before 10 a.m. and will rejoin at approximately 11 a.m. Commissioner Lee Ohigashi will be absent from approximately 9:30 a.m. to approximately 10:30 a.m. Our first order of business on the agenda is the adoption of the April 14th and 15th, 2021 minutes, as well as the April 28th and 29 minutes. I would like to note that the minutes for April 28th and 29th are not ready. We will only be taking action on the April 14th and 15th minutes. Mr. Derrickson or Mr. Hakoda, has there been any written testimony regarding adoption of the minutes?
Chair, this is Riley. We have no public testimony on the minutes.
Okay. Are there any members of the public who are attending the meeting as an attendee who wish to testify on adoption of the minutes? If so, if you're calling in, you press *9 to raise your hand. If you're accessing the meeting via Zoom software, either on your smartphone, tablet, or laptop or desktop, press the raise hand function, which appears at the bottom of your screen. Is there anybody who wishes to testify on the adoption of the minutes? Seeing none, commissioners, are there any comments or corrections on the minutes? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the minutes for April 14th and 15th, 2021? Commissioner Cabral.
I'll move to adopt the minutes of April 14th and 15th.
Is there a second?
Chair.
Commissioner okay, I see a hand from Commissioner Ohigashi.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Chair-
Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not to butt in, but I plan to abstain from this vote because I believe I recused myself, if I'm not mistaken, on the hearings on those dates.
You recused yourselves from the matter. You did, of course, appear in part of the minutes prior to your recusal. But you may
Well-
recuse if you wish.
Yeah, I think I should just abstain from all of this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. All in favor? Oh, Commissioner Ohigashi? No.
Yeah, I just have a question. We're doing the 14th and 15th minutes, right?
Correct.
I think Commissioner Okuda did
Oh,
do from the 28th. The next.
Okay,
So
I'm sorry. I think Commissioner Ohigashi is correct. Sorry.
okay. So you're going to vote on these matters, Commissioner Okuda?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Given the discussion, Mr. Ordenker, would you please poll the commissioners?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion was to adopt the minutes. Commissioner Cabral,
Yes.
Commissioner Ohigashi,
Aye.
Commissioner Axon.
Okay.
You didn't say it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Commissioner Chang,
Aye.
Commissioner Giovanni,
Aye.
Commissioner Okuda,
Yes.
Commissioner Wong,
Aye.
Chair Scheuer.
Aye. Mr. Ewan, your office is not muted, so we are picking up your discussion. If you could make sure that you're muted. Thank you. Our next item is the tentative meeting schedule. Mr. Ordenker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tomorrow, we will once again be here for the HoKua Place matter, and we will also be having an update on legislative matters that affect the commission. On May 26th, we will be, once again, all these meetings are by Zoom. May 26th, we will be taking up the Oahu IAL matter, as well as the 27th. On June 9th, we will be taking up the Pohakea Maui special permit. And on June 10th, we will be taking up AES West Oahu Solar special permit and HoKua Place if necessary. On June 22nd, we will be having a special meeting to adopt the AES West Oahu Solar order if necessary. On July 14th, we will be taking up the Kula Ridge matter on Maui by Zoom. And on July 15th, we will be taking up HoKua if necessary. We have left the remainder of the calendar in flux as we have a number of petitions that have not solidified yet. And we also are not clear as to how much time the Oahu IAL matter will take.
Okay. Any questions, commissioners, for Mr. Ordenker regarding our schedule? Mr. Ordenker, I'd just ask you to clarify if you didn't. Right now, these are all going to be virtual unless we announce otherwise.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay. Our next agenda item is docket number A11 791. HG Kauai Joint Venture LLC, HoKua Place, Kauai. A petition to amend the land use district boundary of certain lands situated at Kapa'a, Island of Kauai, State of Hawaii, consisting of 97 acres from the agricultural district to the urban district. Tax map key for 4-3-003, a portion of lot 1. I note that the commission last heard docket number DR 11-791 HG Kauai Joint Venture LLC on April 15th, 2021. We will resume our proceedings today. Will the parties please identify yourselves for the record? Hold on, Commissioner Chang. You're muted.
After the introduction of counsel, if I could ask Mr. Ewan to identify the order of his witness, because there is, I will be leaving the meeting briefly this morning, and I just wanted to make sure I have an opportunity to ask one of his witness, Nancy McMahon, questions.
Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Chang. Okay, let's do appearances. Mr. Ewan.
Hello? Yeah, can you hear
Not super well, but okay.
me? No, we're operating off the same audio. William Yuan on behalf of petitioner HD Kauai Joint Venture LLC.
And with you,
This is Ricky Cassidy, the next witness.
and you have Ms.
Anna
Ahu.
Ahu is also appearing by Zoom in a different, from a different location.
Okay. Second chair is always tough, Jenna. You know, don't want you to lose out. Kauai County.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commission. Deputy County Attorney Chris Donahoe on behalf of the County of Kauai. Also present is the Deputy Director of Planning, Jody Higuchi Seagusa. Just a bit of a program note. Our Lee Steinmetz will be our representative for the afternoon session.
Okay. Thank you very much. Office of Planning.
Good morning, Deputy Attorney General Brian Yee on behalf of the Office of Planning. With me is Deputy Attorney General Allison Cato, who will be taking the lead for the majority of this case today, except for the cross-examination of Nancy McMahon. Also with us is Rodney Funakoshi from the Office of Planning.
Thank you, Mr. Yee. Interveners.
Good morning, Bianca Yasaki with Lance Collins here for intervener Aliko Martin.
Is your client here today?
I believe he's having technical difficulties connecting, so
Okay.
we should be able to call in at least.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let me, before we begin, update the record. On April 14th, 2021, the Commission received the County of Kauai statement of no position in regard to the intervener's motion to confirm the deadline. On April 15th, the Commission met via Zoom to consider the amended petition on this docket. I will note for all the parties and for any public who are listening in, on March 10th and 11th, the Commission allowed for oral public testimony on this matter. After all testimony had been heard on March 10th, I, as the chair, made it clear to all parties and members of the public that the public testimony portion of the hearing for the evidentiary portion of the hearing was closed. In order to move forward with the evidentiary portion of the docket, the Commission will continue to accept written public testimony up until a final decision is made. The Commission may allow for oral testimony if and when a proposed decision and order is considered. On April 15th, the Commission established a continuation of the proceeding with petitioner's presentation for today, May 12th. The petitioner will resume their presentation, and I will ask the petitioner, after I'm done going over our procedures, for their order of witnesses. Once the petitioner is completed with their presentation, they will be followed in turn by the County of Kauai, the State Office of Planning, and intervener Aliko Martin. As I announced at the beginning, from time to time, approximately 10 minutes every hour, I will call for short breaks. Are there any questions with our procedures for today? Mr. Ewan?
No questions.
County.
None by the county. Thank you, Chair.
Office of Planning.
No questions. Thank you.
Interveners.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ewan, would you share with us your planned order of witnesses?
Our first witness is Ricky Cassidy, who is, we've finished direct examination. He's subject to cross-examination by all parties, questions by the Commission. Following Mr. Cassidy will be Nancy McMahon, And following her will be Tom Nance, and then our last witness will be Ron Agor.
Ron Agor. Okay. Commissioner Okuda?
Mr. Chair, and I apologize to Mr. Ewan, but I really can't hear him. Is it possible for him to yell at whatever microphone there is so that we can be sure that we are also getting a clear transcript? Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Okay. You may be able to hear me, but not see me, that's all.
Okay.
I know, just point this direction.
Okay. Commissioner Chang, sorry, again, you're going to be absent from what time?
I'm going to be absent from about 9:50 to about 11:15.
Okay. So, Mr. Ewan, is it possible to arrange your witnesses so that Ms. McMahon is available for Commissioner Chang?
We anticipate that Mr. Cassidy will be on for at least an hour and a half.
Okay.
We do have to get Ms. McMahon on today so that if we had scheduled Tom Nance for this afternoon, but I'm not sure we can bring him on and take him off again. That was the reason why we were.
I can't hear you.
We were asked to. Hello?
Yeah, the court reporter is having a hard time hearing you, Mr. Ewan.
Okay, we were asked to not put Ms. McMahon on first this morning. So that's the reason we're putting him on in this order.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions for our procedures, commissioners? Seeing none, I will note that additional written public testimony has been received on this docket on April 12th from D. Austin, on April 12th from Denise Woods, and on May 10th from P.E.K. Matthias, as I announced earlier. Written public testimony is being accepted and is being posted to the website. Were there any other pieces of written public testimony that were received by the LUC, Mr. HoKua or Mr. Jerickson?
No further public testimony. I'd like to check with Mr. Ewan. I believe their office filed something late in regards to interveners' position on exhibits 44 and 45. Unfortunately, I don't think we were able to update our script on that.
Mr. Ewan?
I don't believe we filed anything in response to their objections. We submitted exhibits 44 and 46, but we have not filed anything else.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Check our paperwork. Thank you.
Okay. Did I miss noting a filing from the interveners? No.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. With that, since it's been a while, Mr. Cassidy, even though I already swore you in and technically you're still under oath, I'm going to swear you in again. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. And so we are now on to cross-examination. Your direct had been finished, so we will start with the County of Kauai. Mr. Donahoe.
Thank you, Mr.
Can I check? Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you very much.
Okay, before I start, thank you all for your public service. My stepson, Joey Monahan, sat 8 years on the city council and his okoli got really tired. So I applaud you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Donahoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Cassidy.
Morning.
I was reviewing your resume and I'm just curious, have you ever worked for a governmental housing agency in any capacity?
I've never been directly employed, but I have been received quite a lot of money for consulting fees, one-off. The 2014 Affordable Housing Rental Study was probably my hallmark. It did it for all the counties, DHHL, OHA, IHS, et cetera, et cetera. But again, I've never been in their employ.
Okay. And then you were, in this case, you were retained by the petitioners to perform a study analyzing the market for the proposed HoKua place, correct?
Correct. About 8 years ago, Peter Young, my classmate, came to me. He was the planner then, and together we worked on this. I had been active on Kauai since 2004 with the Harry Weinberg Affordable Housing Lehui Theater.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and so the study that you completed, was that the 41-page study that's Exhibit 30 in this case, that was submitted as part of the exhibits attached to the petitioner's request, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so on page 1 of that study, you state HoKua Place is a development that is, quote, targeting primary housing demand from local and in-migrant families, as well as offshore second home demand for view estate ownership, correct?
Correct.
Great. And so just to clarify, offshore second home demand for view estate ownership, that means large single-family homes with a nice view for home buyers that are off island or from the mainland who are using these as second homes and may live here part-time, correct?
To define it really well, the land has some great view lots that will be priced well above what local people can afford. And I'm not saying that they're gonna be short-term, but I'm saying that they're long-term offshore investors buying quality of life on Kauai.
Okay, because you also state on the same page that that part of the appeal of HoKua Place is appealing to local families looking for, quote, reasonably priced housing.
Yeah, and that's the bulk of the housing, probably 95%.
Okay, and even though the current workforce housing requirement is 20%, I believe it was your testimony that the developer plans to build workforce housing over that amount, such as 30%, or did you even say 40%?
Well, it depends on the moving target, but the history of this project was that there was a 30% requirement back when I started with Peter Young, and it's been changed as well. You know, there was a new change a year ago, and a lot of the dials were twisted such that, yes, currently it's a 20% affordable requirement, mandatory. And then when I did this study and was working with the developer, the direction given to me, which was, to be consistent, how we started is how we're ending, a 30% affordable requirement voluntarily and mandatorily signed off on.
Okay, and so with the workforce housing, will, in order to, as you said in your study, that they will also be more affordably priced, will cheaper materials be used in the construction of the workforce housing as opposed to the market value single-family homes?
Not necessarily. Any builder within reason, and by within reason, I'm excluding the Zuckerberg type housing, Randy Ware or any of those guys who go completely bonkers about what they're building. But on a production build like this, on builder parcels, it's incumbent upon the business of the developer to use the most economical materials within the code. And so that pretty much levels the playing field. I've been involved in any number of things, but $1 million condo will use pretty much the same, could use the same building techniques and materials as a 400,000 one. And the only difference is in the finishes. Same with the single family.
Okay, would you agree that like building smaller unit sizes would be less expensive to build?
Yeah, generally speaking, you shrink the square footage, you shrink the overall cost of production.
And is that a consideration in some of the proposed workforce or affordable housing? That's your understanding of the development?
My understanding is very much so. And again, I started with Gentry Homes. He was the number two builder in the state, and Castle and Cook, and long meetings over cost of production and how to get it down, remove all the frictions and the extra costs. So there's a couple general things, and that is, where can you get the biggest bang for the buck? And if it means shrinking the unit and getting a lower price, again, it depends on your target market. And since this is being developed under affordable housing regime, you've got all these different layers and you've got all these end markets. And because the affordable is usually produced above what you can sell it for, it's there that you look at your cost savings, but you also have to look at your cost savings on the market thing because of the cross subsidy. So you make your money on the market and you subsidize the affordable. That's been ever since 1980.
Okay. But on page 12 of your study, you acknowledge that part of the issue is with the housing on Kauai is the average prices of new housing are much higher than the resale markets. And one of the indicators of that, would you agree that most of the new production is targeted on the high-end buyer and offshore market, which leaves the local residents exposed to a price rise?
Yeah, okay. I'm glad you read that. You stated it correctly. It is the case that if you're a builder on anywhere, you go where the money is, kind of like robbing a bank. And the money really is at the top end. These guys come in and do it. Now, just because they do it that way doesn't form a nexus with the cost of production at the lower end. You have a bunch of contractors on Kauai that are Akamai, build for their family or friends. They build it differently. And so they, with their intelligence and skill, lower the cost of production on it. But most of the production costs are set by, materials prices and to some extent, cost of labor.
Okay, but if local residents are exposed to high prices, and your study points this out, that you would agree that there's a substantial demand for affordable primary housing on this island that has completely gone unmet.
Yeah, exactly. That's a really good statement, and I just repeat it for you, but you don't want to hear me.
Okay, and then so on page 16 of the analysis, you estimated, and it was also in your PowerPoint presentation, that the pent-up demand was over 1,432 households that are in need of housing, correct?
Yeah, that is what I did was I took a model from Dennis Takahashi at HHFTC, and they blessed it, their product, and all I did was match supply, which is new production, and then household formation, which is a population-based statistic. Note, this has nothing to do with jobs. Jobs are probably a better indicator of housing demand. You create a job, 1.7 jobs usually means that the economy, the community needs a new house for those new jobs. So I would say that the number you just gave is conservative.
Okay, so it could be greater.
Yes, likely.
Okay, and does that 1,432, does that include number of households renting who would like to own a home?
Yeah, because the housing production can go either to somebody owner occupant, or it can go to a local investor. Ohana Housing is also the same thing. Put it up over the garage and rent it out and put the kids through school.
Okay. And do you have any indication as to what percentage of those 1,432 households would qualify for the workforce housing that the petitioners are intending to build at HoKua Place?
I would do something on the back of the napkin and opine that a good 60 or 70% of that, maybe more, would be locals looking for houses. And I stopped for a second just to think what the in-migration was from the other 49 in the rest of the world. And I would say 20% of the annual population increase would be somebody moving here from somewhere else.
Okay, so if 60 to 70% of those 1,432 households are in need of housing, can only afford the workforce housing, then wouldn't the end result be a large number of those households competing for a very small number of affordable housing?
That's correct, and you can see it in the other statistics of doubling up, people living in the garage, tents in the backyard, that sort of thing. Ag housing as well.
Okay. Yeah, and then so in your PowerPoint presentation for the 36 10,000 square foot large lots, single family residence, the projected price per resident would be 750 to 1.25 million, correct?
That's right.
Okay, and then the smaller lot, the 7,500 square foot, 7,500 square foot medium lot, the projected price would be $650,000 to $850,000.
A caveat, that was done over a year ago, and the last 6 months, 8 months, I've just seen a tremendous acceleration of single family home prices. So
Okay.
that would be very conservative. Yeah,
Okay, and that would include the 10,000 square foot as well, because the prices have gone up.
definitely, especially.
Okay. Okay, so then the multifamily dwellings, the 452 proposed dwellings, the projected price for that unit would be $350,000 to $425,000, but that may be higher because of the recent trends.
That's right.
Okay. And then that leaves the 231 workforce housing dwellings. The projected price per unit would be $225,000 to $325,000.
Yeah, that would have a ceiling based on affordability requirements. So yeah, that's the one segment that won't rise relative to current trends.
Okay, so out of the 1,432 households, how many could actually afford to purchase one of the 36 10,000 square foot residences?
Okay, so cut it down by 7, just simple math. And then I cut it down again, simple math. Again, if you guys want, I'll sit in front of my computer and run some numbers with actual good input. But again, back of the napkin, for the purposes here of just getting a sense of scale and magnitude, just say half of 7,000 is 3,500. That would be workforce and below, including public housing.
Who out of the 1,432 households, how many of those households is the only thing that they can afford is the workforce housing?
Oh, yeah, again, that's a good question. And you can kind of play with that using census data. If you like, I'll get it down pretty specific, but I'd be surprised if it was under 2,000 to 3,500, which I just mentioned.
Okay. Okay. And then, are you familiar with the 2019 Hawaii Housing Planning Study that was prepared for Hawaii Housing Finance on or about December 2019?
Is that the SMS or the mainland firm?
SMS Research, yes.
Yeah, I looked at it.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I glanced at it.
Okay. So you didn't read it in its entirety?
I glanced at the things that I know really well, and I know what I know really well. I'm pretty unique. SMS is what I used to call, when I worked in Washington, somewhat of a contract researcher. They'll go all over the place. We call them Beltway Bandits back in DC. And they have grown a pretty good practice on skimming gross numbers, census numbers, which by the way, brought you the opportunity zone down in Kauai. So don't ask me what I think of census. Yeah, I looked at it. The best part about it, I thought, see, the problem they have is they do surveys. You get called or you get something in the mail, and the low end of the market doesn't speak English or doesn't have time to work on it. So a lot of the survey data isn't really good, but at least they did it. And that was what then ended up with their part about overcrowding and doubling up. I thought that was useful. The rental stuff, I don't trust. The housing stuff is what it is. You can grab it from county TMK and MLS and all that stuff.
Okay.
So yeah.
Well, this study, this 2019 study, it listed 4 impediments that I wanted to go over with you regarding housing production. And one of those would be geographic limitation, that Hawaii lacks sufficient land near its major population centers. Would you agree with that as an impediment to housing production in Hawaii?
I'd agree, and then I'd add that the problem is we've got a long supply line. We've got to bring materials in. Warehousing is really expensive. Labor is expensive. So geography hurts housing supply in terms of costs. Yes.
Okay. And this study also pointed out, would you agree that a lack of major offsite infrastructure to support new housing developments is an issue of concern?
Yeah, and the solution would be to tax tourists some more, but we have a big social safety net. We have a lot of wear and tear. And so the general budget doesn't allow for infrastructure, and infrastructure has not been a priority in a very long time until this presidency.
Okay. And then you already testified that part of an impediment is construction costs here in Hawaii are high.
Yeah, over and above what you see on the mainland, which you can get labor from south of the border pretty easy, and you can't get that here because it's a long plane ride.
Okay.
And
would you
high housing costs? Where do you put your construction labor costs? Yeah. Sorry.
Correct. Would you also agree that government regulations can be, and the amount of government regulations here in Hawaii, making it is an impediment to housing production?
Yeah, because it's kind of tied to politics, and it's very easy for people to get elected on the affordable housing platform. You see the Maui saying we're going to do more, and we want 75% in affordable. And then again, on top of that, the history of law is that as you go along, you find something wrong, you add a layer of regulation, but it's not one size fits all. So, and then you have overlapping regulatory concerns, but yeah, SNS pulled that right.
Okay. And so in this 2019 Hawaii housing study, it states that the current demand for additional housing on Kauai is actually 4,281 units.
Again, that's a calculation that they made themselves. I didn't get into it.
Okay, so 4,281 units differs from your testimony of that only 1,432 units are needed.
And I'm happy it does.
Okay. So that actually shows, according to that study, it actually shows there's more demand for housing than your figures.
I'm happy with mine because I work for builders. These guys, sit in an office downtown.
Okay. And then would you agree though that the lion's share of needed units should be concentrated on the lowest income households?
My mother often said that if you made me God, she would have made her son perfect. I'm not perfect, but certainly if God made me God right here, I would produce the heck down at the lower ends, because you can see the misery and the social, stress and all of that. Yes.
Okay. Would you agree though that affordability includes other factors other than just the residential units cost?
Yeah, tremendously.
Okay, such as like decreasing transportation costs by putting it near an urban center and having multimodal connections in and out of the development?
You get rid of parking, it's a big deal. You take public transportation, that's a great benefit all the way around. So all of that stuff.
Okay. So that would help decrease perhaps some of the overall housing costs.
Yeah, it would increase the supply of housing.
Okay. And now HoKua Place, it proposes segregated areas for multifamily units and single family units, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is in your assessment of market conditions, would you agree that there's a market for a clustered high-end development or mixed housing types, especially on Kauai?
In my opinion, looking at the overall history of the market, there's a demand at all levels, and that the high end can pay for it usually a little better than the low end. So yes.
Okay. Would you agree that there's a market for development projects that incorporate agriculture and community gardens into residential developments?
Personally, I like it. I like it for our local people. I see a bunch of people moving from the mainland, especially to Kauai, to engage in ag activities. So yes, I'm bullish on any housing supply tied to agricultural activity. I think that's a great idea, great thing.
Okay, okay. And then your, do you have any information or can you make assurances that the petitioners would comply with the minimum requirements of KCC Rule 7A regarding the percentage of workforce housing?
I can't even make assurances that my family won't sue me, and we're in the Supreme Court law books. So I'm not, that's
okay.
the county and the applicant.
Okay. Would you agree or be open as far as reducing costs of production and or housing costs to a phased development that would require the workforce housing be constructed on pace with the higher end units?
Now, what I know of the business, especially producing affordable housing, I was with Castle and Cook and Gentry when the first thing came in. Back then, the market was so strong across all the boards, and the distinction between the affordable and the market, you could have shrunk. As it's gone on, the weight of regulations and the difficulty with which you can qualify affordable households to actually enter it puts in all sorts of barriers. And so if it's your or my money, I'm going to want to make a little money, especially with the infrastructure. I mean, there's a bunch of Waiava is probably the big one, never got started, even though A&B and Gentry owned it because of that upfront cost. So, I mean, if you want to be helpful to everybody, you look at the cash flow and you dial it accordingly. If indeed they can take a ton of money up front with the single family, hip hip hooray, and then, roll on through. So on that, it's an infrastructure exercise, with a spreadsheet. So you at the county, when this comes before you, probably dig into that.
Yeah, because you understand that the county may recommend a master plan to be required prior to any kind of zoning amendment.
I hope so.
Okay, okay. And would you agree that the master plan could possibly increase the cost and the timeline for the project?
Depends what you throw into the master plan, how it's executed. Again, you can't fight economics. You got to have money to make money. And if you suck it all up into the infrastructure and the affordable housing up front and leave the developer with no spare change down the road, if something blows up like the Lehman crisis did, then you're going to take the project back, and it's going to be ugly. Not as ugly as Cocoa Palms, but not pretty.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cassie. Thank you so much for your time. I have no further questions, Chair and Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Donahoe. How long do you plan, Ms. Kato, on cross for Mr. Cassidy?
Very brief. I think I just have one question.
Okay, so let's do you and then we'll take a break.
Okay, can you just clarify for me what you consider market rate relative to the percent AMI?
I'll give you a rule of thumb. It's mine. Usually, any household at 60% or below of AMI requires, will go into rental housing, and that housing requires a public subsidy of some magnitude. The same can be said going up to 80%. At 80%, there might be a balance, but at 80%, you also probably, as a developer, depending on the scale of things, if you're a small developer, there's no profit there. There's just no incentive. You can't get a bank loan. Go up to 100%. It's a little bit of the same flavor, but a little better. 120, then you start to change from needing a subsidy or some sort of public benefit to increase, stimulate that. And you get to the market. So 100 to 120, it's still difficult. 120 is about, okay, we can do market rentals, but again, can I get a loan and is it worth my time? 140, you then morph from rentals to getting close to being able to build something and sell it. But that's going to be really efficient, low cost housing. So that's my rule of thumb.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, around 140 would be comparable to market rate?
So there's two ways of looking at this. One is a developer looking at it with all the risks and the financing. And then the other is the way the market looks at it. And the market is a free market, it goes up and down. But about 120 to 140, it's at what I call market, but not quite, it lags a little bit. It's not quite there as developable market or investable market, if I can explain it that way.
Okay, so you're saying it depends on the perspective.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Kato. So with that, Mr. Cassidy, we're going to take a break. It's 9:49 right now. We're going to resume at 10 a.m. With cross-examination from the interveners and then the commissioners. So, in recess till 10. One minute.
Commissioner, I'll be deferring to Ms. Kato. We'll be keeping the camera off.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yee. Okay, it's 10 a.m. and we are rejoined by all of our commissioners except for Commissioner Chang, who was previously announced will be absent for a portion of the meeting. We will now move on. Ms. Kato, you had completed, correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, so intervener, Mr. Collins or Mizusaki, who will be doing the cross?
It'll be me, Mizusaki.
Okay, so it's 10 a.m. We're back on the record. Please proceed.
Before we begin, actually, intervener Martin has been in the, I guess, attendees room, and he was asking if he could be promoted to be a panelist, just so he could be present with all of us.
Absolutely. I have promoted him. In the words of Zoom, not all would consider it to be a promotion, but I'm really describing it as the software does. Okay, please proceed, Mrs. Saki.
Thank you. And good morning, Mr. Cassidy. I'm going to ask you a series of mostly yes or no questions. So to clarify, this is your third market report, correct? And the second update?
No.
Was this update your, I'm sorry, when I refer to your, this third market report, or when I refer to your report, I'm talking about Petitioner's Exhibit 30, your supplemental housing study. Was this update in the final environmental impact statement?
Let me unpack the question. I took it to mean how many market studies have I done on this project? Is that the question?
I was asking if you submitted 3 different documents concerning this study, concerning this project.
Okay, so no.
No, you did not submit a housing study, which is the EIS Exhibit A, and then an updated housing study, which is an EIS Exhibit A.1, and then this final third study?
Again, I'm not sure. I know what I did, and if I can answer that, I'll tell you what I did.
Did you submit 2 studies that were part of the environmental impact statement?
Well, I didn't. I gave it to the client. I guess that's what they submitted.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn to your PowerPoint, which is, or your presentation, which is the Petitioner's Exhibit 31. And actually, perhaps I'm going to share my screen because that might make it clear what I'm talking about.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, it's not what I wanted to share. Okay. I'm looking at your, okay, I guess it's slide 3, Kauai market housing trends. You recognize this slide, correct?
Correct.
And do the 2 years examined in your Kauai housing market trends reflect trends, like housing trends?
The study I did, the bigger study, showed a longer timeline. And then this slide was a summary. So the study had the trends, and these 2 years, 19 and 20, represented the point in the trend, so to speak.
I see. So, so there's not a trend of rent going up only $10 per year and home sales dropping, correct?
Say that again, please. There's not a trend.
So this slide does not show that there's a trend of rent going up only by $10 a year or home sales dropping from year to year.
No,
correct.
That's not a trend. That's an average.
Got it. I'm also going to look at, this is slide 8, economic benefits to Kauai. You said that in this slide that there will be, considering your multiplier factor of 2.12, there will be over $600 million due to economic and employment benefits on Kauai, correct?
Correct.
Did you assess whether all materials and services would be sourced on Kauai?
No, I didn't.
And to your knowledge, is the developer committing to exclusively community hires and sourcing?
That wasn't in my purview, so no, I don't know.
Okay, got it. Thanks. I'm going to stop sharing because I'm going to move on to your supplemental report, Exhibit 30. And if you want me to pull it up, I can put it on the screen again. But on page 2, you state that national and local studies and data have shown that supply of new housing into an existing marketplace results in a moderating trend in prices, if not an actual decline in prices. Can you name a local study that establishes a new development that causes a drop in the existing housing cost?
I cannot identify a local study that isolates the effect of a project on the market.
Got it. Your Exhibit 30 also includes construction and infrastructural costs. I think they were about $301 million. And you wrote that infrastructure costs were provided by the development team. Can you tell us who was on the development team?
Yeah, Bill Bowe, I think was the major one, and he has a bunch of, I mean, that's a big company, so they have a bunch of subcontractors that look at grading, etc.
I see. And HG's manager, Jacob Bracken, is not on the development team?
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm on the development team if you want to expand it. But if you want to shrink it down to the actual infrastructure costs, you have to go to, somebody who does that professionally. And Towel or one of those.
Thank you. Are you aware of whether the infrastructure cost that was estimated here includes costs of off-site mitigation measures and contributions to county infrastructure or impact fees, that kind of thing?
No, that's determined at the county level.
So this estimate does not include the cost of increasing, say, the capacity of the nearest wastewater treatment plant?
Again, that's at the county level, so I can't know.
Got it. Does your updated market study describe HoKua Place as, or I suppose it does describe it as, quote unquote, targeting primary housing demand from local and in-migrant families, as well as offshore second home demand for view estate ownership? We went over this a little bit with the county. You're familiar with that statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're assuming that the vast majority of buyers will be existing full-time residents in regard to analyzing, quote unquote, public fiscal impacts to the county?
Okay, hold on. I am assuming that most of the buyers will be local and mid to lower income. What was the second half of your question, please?
I'm looking at PDF page 39. So in regard to analyzing public fiscal impacts on the county, are you looking at full-time residents that are already here or in-migrants?
I did both. I segmented it down to who I thought would buy what product and then applied the tax rates accordingly.
Okay.
Thanks to the county of Kauai.
And your study is estimating that 88% are full-time residents and 12% are investors plus non-residents, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and so you're assuming...
That's correct. That was my assumption given my expertise. Yes, sorry. Yes.
Oh, got it. And so that if it's 88% of the project is going to be purchased by Kauai residents, they're buying some of the market rate housing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that one of the reasons why it's mostly going to be Kauai residents is that, at least in part, housing regulations fully dampen, this is quoting you, fully dampen the demand for offshore buyers by dint of anti-flipping rules and owner-occupant priorities. That's correct?
Yes, it's correct that the 88% was determined based on the strength of of how the county will regulate it. So that I projected that out to be, again, pending county regulation. They do change from year to year.
So these county controls and rules that you're referencing, do they apply to the market rate housing, which constitutes 70% of the project?
Of course. There are rules that govern market rate housing as well.
So market rate, so I guess I'm asking about owner-occupant priorities. Like, does that apply to market rate housing?
Yeah, there's a preference given to owner-occupants in both the high-end affordable and the regular market. And that's significant.
Is the preference given by dint of, as you described, anti-flipping rules that the county imposes?
Well, again, when you get into this with the county, they'll want to ask you to do a number of things, and prior counties have instituted those regulations. So yeah, that's why I consider rule of thumb.
And those will apply to the market rate you're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and that will be imposed later at the county level.
That's correct.
Okay. Sorry, 1 second. Are you aware that while statewide the percentage of out-of-state buyers is 25%, it's actually 40% in 2019, according to Eugene Tian, DBED's chief economist, when he was reviewing state data?
Okay, repeat that, please, because it'd be good to have you repeat the data and the source.
Sure.
It's Eugene,
Sure.
and the date was 19 when?
Eugene Tian, Tian, who is DBED's chief economist, and he was reviewing data from 2019.
Oh, okay.
Is this, sorry, are you referring to an exhibit, Counselor?
No.
No, I'm not. I'm asking him if he's familiar with this other review by another economist.
I'm familiar very well with Eugene. He's a good economist. I'm familiar with the data set that he's used to do that with. I find that the data set needs to be interpreted by somebody who understands, you know, the facets of it, one of which is the addresses on the data set. So if say you own a property and you have an address that's a local address, you're going to count that unit as a local unit. But what if your next door neighbor asks you to send his tax bill to your address? That skewers the data a little bit. So when I do the data, I download the whole thing, same as Eugene. And then I go through it fairly line by line, project by project. And then ask myself, you know, is this a local owner that is an owner occupied? Is it a local guy that's an investor? Or is this an offshore guy that is an investor? So that's how I look at data. So I'm familiar with his work. I'm representing it to you. But as far as the percentages, I'm not really, it wouldn't be my data. I wouldn't think, you know, if you repeat it to me, I can give you an opinion, but it would be a qualified one like I just did. So what does he say, 40% are offshore?
He said that, yeah, on neighbor islands, it's 40% as opposed to statewide, which is 25%. So I was asking if you were familiar with that statistic based on Tian's research. He pulled it from HARPTA tax declarations.
Yeah. I'm familiar with him. I'm not familiar with his methodology, and you didn't ask me whether I believe 40% is conservative, liberal, or whatever.
So to clarify, you're saying that you're not familiar with hearing that 40% of non-resident buyers on neighbor islands that's the percentage.
I didn't hear it. It was publicized. I saw it and I thought, well, that's how he came to his. So yeah, that's my best testimony, Miss.
Thank you. So your study said that often Kauai or local home purchasers include a number of income earners into the purchase, both family members and non-family members. And it is this market demand segment that the larger lot and house size units will address. That's a correct statement?
That's correct.
Would these local income earners with larger family and non-family members, would they want to construct ADUs on their single family lots?
If to the extent that they're allowed, they certainly would be incentivized due to the housing shortage to do so.
Okay. And you discuss, this is on page 7 of your study, a significant quote unquote homestay industry on Kauai. Does your study address the economic impact of vacation rentals on Kauai?
No, it did not.
Thank you. Your project, or you say that the project plans to sell to a number of new residents who will significantly, this is your term, I believe, impact the general island economy by spending their discretionary income at stores around the island, correct?
Could you say that again a little slower, please?
The HoKua Place project, in your study, I'm looking at page 35, you said that the general island economy also will benefit from the subject development as its full and part-time residents will spend large amounts of discretionary income in off-site shops. Are you talking about new residents here or people who are already on island?
A combination of both, yes.
If they're already on island, won't they already be spending their discretionary income?
Yes, but if they are benefited by lower housing costs or greater shelter, more bedrooms, that sort of thing, and there's a social impact, which is them kind of breathing a sigh of relief now that they have their own home, that then we translate into higher productivity and then higher consumption, especially in here.
Okay, thank you. So HoKua Place is planning to sell to new residents, but the geographic definition of the market area is limited to Kauai, the county of Kauai, correct?
So you had two statements in there. It's going to sell to new. It's new houses being sold. So if that was a question, then I'd say some would be newly formed households, some would be households that are overcrowded in other places, and some would be households already having housing that would upgrade. Does that help?
I was referring to page 3 of your study, which defines the geographic definition of the market area, and you're just talking about Kauai, correct? Even though you're also talking about a market that's offshore.
Yeah.
Okay. By marketing to new residents, will the project draw people who are not currently utilizing public infrastructure and social services?
By drawing newly formed households?
I'll ask this in several parts. Is this project marketing to new residents, people who do not live on Kauai?
Yes, so it is available on the market rate stuff to people outside of Kauai as well as within Kauai. Yeah.
Right, and those people who are, those are people who are not currently utilizing the public infrastructure and social services on Kauai, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Is your assumption that these new residents will both significantly impact the economy, to say that there's economic benefits, but only impact infrastructural needs to the degree that they contribute to, say, taxes and new revenues?
Okay, so break that down again. What's the first half?
Is your assumption that these new residents are going to significantly impact the economy?
Yes. Yes.
But will their impact on infrastructural needs be only to the degree that they contribute to taxes and new revenues?
No, if you get new people into an economy, they bring their talents, and usually that expands it. And I think in the pandemic, you're seeing a lot of footloose workers. And if they were to come to Honolulu and carry some of their skills and teach it to high school students or stuff like that, or just, you know, in their affinity group, kind of contribute, that would go above and beyond. And I think I'm not answering the question, because you have the infrastructure component. And and my guess is what you're driving at is that, okay, if you get in migration, there's extra wear and tear on the infrastructure. And then if you're an economist, you have to say, well, do the benefits of these people have, their taxes and their social capital and their economic capital? Does that outweigh whatever the infrastructure costs? Of course, you have to throw in the taxes that they pay on property and get and, income and all the good stuff. So did I cover what you're asking me, Miss?
Yes, I think that is what I'm asking you. So is your conclusion that the new residents will not tax public infrastructure to an extent that's more than the cost of their contributions in taxes, discretionary income, and so on?
My testimony would be that the overall pluses outweigh the minus, however they're, as long as they're calculated as a whole. The infrastructure being a minus, economic activity being a plus. So yes, it's a positive.
But you also testified that we don't know the cost of the contribution to the public infrastructure until we get to county levels of decision making, correct? Like for the wastewater treatment plant and so on. Is that correct?
Yeah, my testimony about that is I don't know what the final tally will be on the county's level.
Got it. I'm looking at page 37, in which, and I can pull this up, you describe 15 long-term construction jobs out of a total of 40 direct jobs created post-completion of the project, based on the presumption of about $317,343 in construction costs from maintenance of existing homes that you then multiplied by a factor of 2.12. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How much are these 40 jobs paying, like per year?
I can give you a answer that doesn't have to do with this study. But if you're going to the number, that is a DBED sanctioned economic model number that behind which has probably a couple economists looking at all the different pay levels for all the different maintenance jobs. But driving around Kauai, I got to tell you, there's a lot of trucks that are carrying yard equipment on the road.
And so, are you multiplying that 317,000 number by a factor of 2.12 to get the amount of money available for those 40 direct jobs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but if you do that, you get about 672,000, maybe 673,000, and then you divide it by 40, so you get about $16,800 per year or per job. Is that about in the ballpark of your calculation?
I didn't do those calculations, Miss. Those calculations were given by DBED.
Got it.
And you.
So your presentation, maybe we can just talk about this. Your presentation included a graph of price trends, and also I think it was your study on page 13. Is it your understanding that there's will price levels continue to rise in the next few years and will likely exceed peaks of the last cycle? Is that a correct statement? Actually, I think this was from your study.
Yeah, that's my projection, yes.
Do you have a projection for how far HoKua Place may increase its pricing for its market rate homes?
No, I don't.
Okay. In your sales price projection for single family homes, this is your presentation at this was like your study, I think at page 34. It was you thought that the sales projection for single family homes is about 100,000 to 1.25 million. So HoKua Place, to your understanding, is promising to build out at least 50 or so single-family homes at a price that's much less than the average price, which was in your presentation as $1.2 million for single-family homes.
Yeah, that's right. I looked at the at what they're going to build, and determined that that would be not where the average would be, lower than the average.
Okay. And you said that, but HoKua Place is not agreeing to a condition requiring that all the single-family homes are prices indexed to this below average pricing. Like they're not promising to sell their market houses at below average pricing, correct?
Not the houses.
One more time, sorry.
I'm saying that the houses. I'm repeating you, so yes. And as far as the indexing, that's beyond the scope of work, and that's to be determined at a future level if and when the county and them get into this. But
okay, thank you. And these the prices that you use in your sales price projection, those are based on the HUI developments, correct? For construction and material cost increases?
no, the actual prices were determined by comparable properties within the area, the Wailua Homestead, the Kapa'a Highlands area.
And what year were you looking for these comparable pricing?
When I did the study, which was probably 6-8 months ago, 9 months ago.
Okay. Do you know how many homes right now are for sale in Kauai under $750,000?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. And do you know how many homes or apartments in HoKua will sell for under $750,000, $750,000?
Say that again. Do I know how many homes in HoKua will sell below 750?
750, 100, yeah.
Are we talking condos or single family?
Any houses or apartments.
Well, under 750, quite a large number will be below, of the condos will be below 750. Okay. Easily.
Do you know what the maximum allowed selling price for a 4-bedroom home on Kauai is at 120% of AMI?
I'd have to pull that out of the table given by HHFDC for 2020.
Are you aware of, sorry?
No, I don't, yeah.
Are you aware of how many 4-bedroom homes are going to be sold at affordable pricing in this project?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So you're not, okay. And we've already said the affordable units are going to be segregated. Are you familiar with a county bill number 2774 that passed Kauai Council in October 2020?
I was familiar with some of it, yes, ma'am.
Okay, are you aware of exemptions from workforce or affordable housing for projects with increased housing density when developed on land not designated in a visitor destination area?
I recall that was in discussion when the bill went through, so I agree with the statement if you do.
Okay. If the project has a multifamily unit cluster, as you refer to it, and qualifies for, as they call it, residential 10 zoning, do you know how many affordable units will be required by the county?
Not offhand, and
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll move on. This is a timeline clarification. Your second updated market store, the Exhibit 30 indicates an 8-year total project period. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. I don't know if you're aware, but I believe the EIS indicated a 10-year period just for the infrastructure. But so if the infrastructure is going to take 10 years, does that mean that the housing can be sold prior to the infrastructure being completed?
No, it can't, depending on how the phasing and what's in the phasing. You can start some of the infrastructure that'll service the first phase and still have outstanding the second, third, and fourth phases. So that's something the engineers and the contractors will have to work with salesmen. You know.
Got it. On page 14 of that same study, you said last year one of the largest new homes projects stopped producing because they reached their capacity for getting water from the county. Which development was that?
That was the D.H. Horton one on Grove Farmlands, right by the airport. Duplexes, pretty nice ones.
Okay. And you mentioned you're the trustee of your family's trust. That's the Mary Lucas Trust, for which you're developing 49 units and bringing Coloco Dam into compliance. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's my great-grandmother's trust. My father and the co-trustee got the 49 unit processed by the county back in the 80s. I'm just completing the process. Yeah.
And is that the same trust that developed Wailua Ridge, or is that the Charlotte Cassidy one?
That's a pretty good one. No, Charlotte is my grandmother. My great-grandmother was Mary, and yeah, that's Wailua. So yeah,
Okay.
Kamehameha gave us a nahupua'a of niu, and then my grandmother bought 4,000 acres from a relative in the late 1890s up at Kilauea. Then they sold some of it to put me through school at Punahou, and I thought that was a waste.
Well, thanks for your answer. Are you familiar with for sale housing, or studies showing that for sale housing is not the best way to provide housing to households in the 60 to 100% AMI brackets?
Not familiar with it, but I can see the efficacy, or I can see that somebody would make that a starting point and then develop the argument.
Would rental housing be a reasonable way to ensure families that need housing get and retain housing they need in these AMI brackets?
On the demand side, yes. On the supply side, it remains to be seen whether it's profitable. And to date, Hawaii has a miserable track record of producing large-scale rental housing, market rate rental housing. Most of it is converted military, and now they're going into high rises right around here in downtown. Converting offices.
Thank you. I only have a two-part second question, or last question. Were you aware of that there was an affordable housing problem in Hawaii before there were building standards and government regulations of land use?
That's a lot of brain cells. I'd have to look at when the LUC came in, when the standards came in. But on the assumption that, yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot of data, but it seems reasonable to assume as much.
So in response to the county's question about whether or not the developers using different materials for affordable and market rate, you were also relying on government regulations, specifically building codes, to make sure there's a floor for building materials, correct?
Yeah, to repeat what I was trying to answer the county on, it would be that really the significant cost items, the framing, the roof, plumbing, whatever, that would be pretty standard across all things. And then the finishes would be where the add-on, where the cost would start to pick up. Again, you have a labor component there. The more standardized your construction is, the cheaper overall everything is.
Got it. And the standard is the building codes, correct?
No, well, there's two. One is you got to meet the building codes, but I'm also modular housing. If you do modular housing rather than custom built, stick built, you know, very architecturally detailed stuff, that's going to cost a ton of money. But if you just go to panelization, you can get your costs down pretty well. And they do a good job of it in high rises. And now they're moving into townhomes and single family homes.
But you did mention building codes in terms of whether your question or the answer to your question to the question about whether or not the affordable and market rate will use different materials, correct?
Correct. I did.
Okay, thank you. That's my last question.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Okay. It is 10:36, commissioners. It is our opportunity to ask questions of this witness. Commissioner Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, sir. Looking, I was looking at your housing study. Did your study look into the count of the number of units that have been approved, but hasn't for a development, but hasn't been built yet as part of the tally for your unmet needs?
Thank you. That's a good question. And the context to that will be this. There are county and the state and the counties and the feds look at building permits and they count them up. And I've always been frustrated that the number of permits never resulted in the same number of completions. And so I've given up on permits. I like to look at them as something that kind of gives the gut, but just because you pull a permit doesn't mean that next year you'll start building. And so there's a lag time, and it may be tied into an economic event like the Lehman Brothers or pandemic. So rather than that, what I like to use is completions that come to me through the county TMK office. And it's their job, to issue a certificate of occupancy. Then the tax assessor goes in and hits a number for what it's worth and gives them a tax bill. So that information is the gold standard in terms, for me, of housing production. I hope I'm answering the question.
Yeah, it's just that I'm thinking of, I guess someone was talking about the other state projects down the coast, for example, the Hawaiian homes and all that. And, the assumption, again, is they're going to build it. We didn't say when, but they're going to build it. So I was wondering if that was ever taken into account also. As you said.
Okay, I've taken it into account in a lot of other things. It was in the background of my mind, and I'll give you an example. I mean, you have a ton of entitlements on Oahu, and you have a small production. And part of the problem is all those entitlements sit with the land trust or something like Campbell Estate, and their potential, and they don't get activized until Campbell sells it to Horton, at which point the land goes from a landowner into a builder. And then boom, 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 those entitlements get absorbed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the context that
yeah, it's just that, where your study says for this project, this is how many, affordable will be built, how many will be non-affordable, et cetera. So I was just thinking in the terms of, let's say we say, yes, this project is going to be built, and taking to your assumption that it's only through the TMK that you'll take another study down the road. So let's say HoKua Place has been, approved to be built. So let's say you do something in a couple of years and do another study down the road and says, I'm not going to take HoKua Place because it wasn't built, but I'll take when it's built, when it's in TMK. I mean, there's that, somehow it seems like there's a lag. And so there'll always be a lag of how much housing is really out there. And that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah. Okay. If I understand me and interrupt me, please. if I understand me, rarely understand myself anyway, but the reason why I went to the TMK is, again, that hits a number, and then you can see every year. So going way back, you have a really good number for completed housing projects. Then the overlay to that would be, okay, within a completion, what about an ADU? You know, those are new. Or what about the garage that got converted? That stuff doesn't get captured per se. But then, you know, if you let HoKua go, it's a master plan, and once in the hands of the developer, they borrowed money. It's a race to get the money back. They're going to build it.
Yeah. So in my mind, I using your train of thought, I'm just worried that, you know, let's say not HoKua Place, but another project in the future, we say, yeah, you can go. And then they say, okay. And they don't build, let's say 100 affordable units. So we have 100 affordable units that's supposed to be built for the people, but it would never be built. So I just was wondering, you know, how would that be taken into account, or how we can help the locals, you know, get affordable housing. That's all. So, yeah, but thank you.
Counties. Get good inspectors and get good lawyers.
Right, but thank you, sir. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Wong. Commissioners, questions for Mr. Cassidy? Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cassidy. I was not really planning to ask you very many questions. In fact, I wasn't going to ask any questions. But then the last 3 days, I've been waking up really early to participate in the Urban Land Institute's virtual meeting, which I believe the state has paid $150 for me to attend. And they covered a bunch of stuff, so I'd like to raise it to you. But let me preface my questions by saying this. Okay, number one, as a public school graduate, I do not hold it against you that you went to Punahou. But all joking aside, I'm going to ask you some questions which actually might be more broader and going into the, to some extent, what some people might say is the public policy issues. And I do that because I recognize that your family's roots in Hawaii go back a long way. And if unless my understanding of parts of Hawaiian history is wrong, I believe one of your ancestors was even in the service of Kamehameha I. So I know that in addition to you having extensive knowledge as reflected in your resume, you have the love of these islands. And that's the reason why I'm going to kind of pick your brain a little bit more, if you don't mind. And please do not take my questions to mean I made a decision one way or the other. I'm just trying to ask for your help to help me evaluate the evidence. So is that all okay with you?
Please.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah, Mr. Cassidy, does your study in any way deal with the market for rentals? And I'm not just saying subsidized rentals, but rentals, notwithstanding the fact that you are probably correct that Hawaii, for many and assorted reasons, does not have the best history on putting a rental product in the market. And the reason why I'm asking this is at this last Urban Land Institute seminar, and I don't know if you watched any of it, you know, they seem to be going big on, hey, you know, look at rentals as a market segment. Yeah, do you have any comment on that? And did your study consider that at all?
To the study, what I did do is considered rentals in a narrow construct. And that is because all of these homes are for sale. And the impact of thinking about rentals would be from the point of view of somebody that buys it and then as an investor, rents it out, and then maybe 20 years or 10 years later gives it to their kids or uses the money. So I highlight that because that's a point of departure for market rentals, which you heard in the ULI, which charged me a lot more, even though I'm about the same age as you.
Yeah.
And that's a big thing across the mainland because of the prices. And some of the regulation of rentals have gone in the right way to make it more profitable. But one of the biggest detriments is could be particularly in terms of building condos and selling them, is the 10 years that there's an AOAO that can sue the builder and the developer. So a lot of thought goes into taking care of that contingency, even though it might be unknown. A lot of times you hear of unscrupulous lawyers that go in and sue something in order to make some money. But let me reflect a sec on my family's history. One of the things that we did do in Niu Valley was my great-grandmother died. We had to pay death taxes. And so we contracted with a guy named Joe Powell to build out single-family homes in the 50s and the 60s. And then when she died, we had to sell some of them. And it was very hard to sell leasehold because it was against the law. So Dad went to Dennis O'Connor at the legislature and said, hey, can you change the law so that we can convert lease into fee? And all the other big land developers got mad at him because he was opening up the floodgates, at least on the single family thing. But it was a necessary thing to do and the right thing to do. The problem with Hawaii is we're just too damn desirable. And we got to live with that. We ought to figure out how to shift the benefits a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I think the ULI conference had a number of institutional people talking about rentals, not simply, individuals will buy the single family house, rent it, and then leave it to their kids. But one of the discussions was the great financial opportunity to have like institutional development of rentals. Does your study discuss that at all?
It doesn't discuss it. It crossed my mind. I generally like that model of particularly single family rentals. That's a good deal. It's a little bit easier on the mainland with all their land and cheap labor.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why I raised this question is the commission had an order to show cause and a potential reversion issue on a pretty big parcel below Kaanapali Airport. There was a lot of community outcry, and part of the resolution where it seemed like everybody who was outcrying against the project, the whole big room at the MAC, the Maui Arts and Cultural Center, ended up supporting the developer because the developer turned around and designed a rental project. So, my only question is whether or not your study covered these type of institutional type rentals, my description, not yours or anyone else's, the type that was just discussed in the last few days at the ULI conference. And that's all it was. Let me ask you this. Is that the missing part of the market for locals in Hawaii? This type of, I don't want to call it mass market rental, but, developments focus on rentals, whether it's single family, multifamily, condominium type of buildings, or a combination of both. I mean, from a public policy standpoint, and maybe I'm talking a little bit broader than just this project, but is that something that government agencies need to look at and possibly encourage, because that will help put local people into housing?
Okay, this is personal opinion, but I'm very much for locals having housing. I want locals to own housing and get the housing appreciation that's going to come in the future, be able to support a family, send the kids off, that sort of thing. So whatever does that. Now, rental housing may reduce their living costs so that they can get a nest egg and invest in a house. I'm all for that. There's been a lot of discussion about leasehold being an idea, but whatever you do, whether it's affordable regulations, leasehold conditions, or even market rate, you gotta let the people make some money. And if there's a way to benefit the locals, give them first dibs. When Dad zoned Princeville, he was part of AMFACT, and they had this deal where first dibs were given to the resort next to the community. Then it went from Honolulu to Kilauea. And on an island like Kauai, I mean, I've seen them do variations of this, and I fully applaud them. Got to watch out for fair housing laws, though.
Yeah, and I agree with that. You know, the law is the law, and Hawaii is part of the United States, and we have to respect everyone's rights as a citizen. And, you know, I'm not suggesting that we do anything unconstitutional or illegal, not at all. And you're absolutely correct. Can I ask you this? Because this not only comes out of the ULI, but from, you know, the American Planning Association or APA seminars, which when I go to them, I actually sit there and try to learn stuff. Because, you know, us lawyers, we're basically not that smart regarding planning. You know, it seems to be being drilled into our head not to stick a development away from places of employment or retail, or where the development pretty reasonably can be predicted to throw traffic on the road. Do you think what is being preached at the ULI and the APA along those lines, do you think that's is that now the standard of practice or the standard of care, or do you think that some of the people presenting that are trying to push their ideological bias? Because I do notice sometimes at the APA or the ULI, there seems to be some people with an ideological bias.
I will say this, you're correct about the trend. You're correct about the ideology. It's looking at what is and then coming at it with what should be. It's not an economical argument. Usually that translates into legal regulation, and that has, Paul Brubaker is the funniest about this. He's a pure economist, and he'll just tell you what costs more. I will say this, though, I understand the planning, the thought process. However, the pandemic, I think, has changed it radically. So all you got to do is look to where a bunch of people have to drive to then support the old thought of putting housing next to them, which is why you wanted hotel housing right next door to them. But farm worker housing, you can disperse the heck out of it. And then you'll have footloose workers. One of the solutions to this rail thing has to be condos on the rail that are inexpensive, maybe rent them, but you can take a flood of offshore workers. They would catch the elevator and go to work. I mean, that's trying to make it work from a economic and a social perspective.
Yeah, and along that line, if I can ask you this, and this is more a policy question.
Commissioner, sorry,
yes.
if I may, we're at 10:55. How much longer do you think you have?
Can I have 3 minutes, Mr. Chair? And I'll probably stretch to 5.
Okay.
Okay, real quickly, Mr. Cassidy, you know, based on our discussion, does this suggest that a development the size of HoKua Place, all things being equal, probably should be located nearer to Lihui and not nearer to Kauai.
On the old ideology and living on Kauai, you see who goes up and down and where they go. Lihui and Puhi have the industrial, so you got to travel there if you're in a factory or have to be with a group of people, one government maybe. So that bridge presents a huge problem for you in terms of that. So that's, as Eddie Aikau used to, that was then, now's now. And then he'd hit me with his right fist because I took a wave. But again, I'm looking towards, I see it, I see people going out to work on other people's houses and going north from Kapa'a. And I don't see a heck of a lot of traffic there. You've got the whole Wailua thing. You've got Bobby Faria, you got Willie Sanchez and the slaughterhouse. But the big wave is working at home. And that is what I see on that.
You know, in your preparation for this hearing, did you see anything in the record which indicated where the prospective or projected owners or residents of HoKua Place would be traveling for work or not traveling for work? Is there anything in the record that shows that, to your recollection? Because I kind of didn't see it.
No, I don't think there was. I did something in Lihui for a piece of land between Walmart and the hospital that tried to look at some of that. And so, yeah, that wasn't asked and it wasn't answered.
Okay, my final question is this, and again, I have not made a final decision, but I hate what's called trial by ambush. So I want to lay my cards out on the table, and maybe you can help me with my thought process here. Okay, right now, and I'm not saying this is going to be, you know, the final evaluation, but the record of this case indicates some major issues which suggest that this project cannot be approved. For example, the environmental impact statement had no mention of the wetlands. There was no discussion of the wetlands. Mr. Bao talked about the fact that he couldn't stamp or approve the prior engineer's report, but that wasn't included in the EIS. There's questions raised about adequacy of sewage disposal and whether there's going to be issues of climate change and sea level rise effect there. There was, I don't know if you're listening, but one of the witnesses testified that his greenhouse report didn't comply with the administrative rules. Another witness seemed to give really equivocal answers about availability of water. There's traffic issues. Can you give me 2 or 3 reasons which you think would convince me that, notwithstanding all of these issues, including the questions whether or not this project is even going to get developed, because the evidence is the owner does not have, you know, the owner entity does not have you know, money in the bank or real assets, and nobody so far has said they're going to personally guarantee the building of the infrastructure. Can you give me 2 or 3 reasons why I should discount all of these things and still vote to approve the boundary amendment request, especially since the burden of proof, the burden coming forward with the evidence is on the petitioner?
I cannot deal with all those issues on your level. And I will quote Peter Young 5 years ago by saying, this is in the urban boundary, it should be built. For my own heart, and recognize that I love my neighbors and my community, and I see housing prices giving them despair. That's I can't go any further than that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cassidy. I not only appreciate your testimony, your expertise, but the fact that your family has committed itself to Hawaii for generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. It is 11:01 a.m. We have been going for an hour and 1 minute. We're going to take a 10-minute break to exactly 11:11 a.m. and we'll resume with the cross-examination by the commission. It is 11:12. We are back on the record. Commissioners, further questions for Mr. Cassidy? Commissioner Giovanni.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cassidy, for your testimony 2 weeks ago and for being here today for cross-examination. And thanks to the other parties of this docket for their questions. That will narrow mine considerably. And so thank you for taking the time for your own cross-examination. I think I see, Chair Sawyer, I think I see that we have Commissioner Chang and Ohigashi back.
That is correct.
So I wanted to recognize them. So Mr. Cassidy, my first questions have to do, I'm a little confused by the timing of your work. So can you state in clear terms the specific exhibit number 30? What is the date of that study?
I have to see the study. So exhibit. So it's Commissioner, if you have a copy of it,
I have a copy of it, and it has a date in the footer that says February 21, which was 2 months ago, but I don't think that's accurate based on your testimony to date.
And what part is inaccurate, please?
Did you do it in February 21? Is that when you performed the study?
The study was performed on an ongoing basis, and it was finalized in February 21.
So let me approach it a little differently then for you. The data that was used in the study, what was in this updated version that was put on the record by your counsel on February 21?
Yeah.
What was the period of relevance for the data that was used for your analyses?
There's several databases being used there. Some is MLS, some is TMK, some is census, some's economic. It would be, it depends on what the series is for the data that's being used. And in most of the tables and charts, it would call out the time period for the data point. And so the finalization was in February of this year, but a lot of times there's a lag period in data, particularly TMK, because it has to go through the Bureau of Conveyances and they're slammed. So that would be a lag time. And then on top of that, the MLS would be, a lag time. And my guess is, and that's why I was asking for the particular table or chart, my guess is it was performed using the most current data I had at that point. And then as we went along and did the study, I'd update this part or that part, work on the other part. So I hope that helps.
So the report doesn't explicitly say in the narrative that I could find what period of the data that you were able to use for different parts of for different charts that you prepared and different conclusions and tables that you offered. So I tried to interpolate from the charts themselves what was the most recent data that you were able to obtain, because I understand and appreciate the lag time that's involved in what you're trying to do. So I'm not arguing with that at all. But it appears from interpolating the charts in your report that the most recent data was probably second quarter of 2020. Would you agree with that?
I would certainly, without it in front of me, agree that. No, I think and I'm again, I'm at a loss. I'm thinking I grabbed a bunch of data and worked on Kauai pretty hard in June, July of 2020, because I was really curious to see what happened. I don't know to what extent I incorporated that in, but February was one data point, and then the pandemic hit, and then so yeah, I can't say when it is. I do have further data updates since the study was completed, if that helps.
It doesn't help a whole lot what you just said. So I'm forced to interpret what's in the record, and unless you or your counsel could provide us a more specific update of what data you used, I have to conclude that the data that you've drawn your conclusions from and your recommendations from for the analysis that was put before this commission is basically, at best, data from the first quarter of the pandemic, which is the second quarter of 2020. So I encourage you and your counsel, if you want to change my perception, provide more clarification on exactly what data that you did use. Otherwise, I'll just go from there. Is that fair?
I'd be happy to do that, and thank you for the opportunity to answer specifically to your question about the time of the data.
So assuming it's the relevant period of time was second quarter of 2020 or the first quarter of the pandemic that had a significant impact on Kauai, as well as the rest of the state, as well as the rest of the United States, as well as the world. And it had a dramatic impact on the real estate market here in Kauai, as well as other places. Would you agree with that?
I would.
And I presume you're a lot more familiar with those impacts than I am. So can I ask you to summarize and be brief, what were the major impacts to the real estate market on Kauai as a result of the pandemic?
There'd be two stages to that answer. The first was pandemic hit, everything ground to a halt. We all looked around. And then after around the third quarter, but before then, you saw people seeping into the island to buy homes from outside. And that seepage turned into a wave, and now it's engulfing the island. It's gone from the high end down to the lower price segments. When I did when I projected the prices of the condos, I looked very carefully at the existing condos in February. I'm sorry, yeah, in February of this year. And what I found was it's starting to increase, and I heard from people that there's no more listings. So I'm led to believe that most of these numbers are conservative and undershoot the market.
Can you speak specifically again? Let's talk about the wave portion of that analysis, what it did to drive prices, both in terms of the market supply and demand driving prices, but also how commodity prices have just escalated and are also driving prices. Can you offer your personal perspective on that?
Yeah, my thought is this, that it went across the nation. A bunch of people left the city, took their kids, and the first movers got someplace where, the market was kind of in status. But as they filled in, the market supply went down. There's hardly any listings, and the average prices are going crazy. And the behavior, they don't even come and look. You have Zoom, inspections, and that's a function of the whole world stopping, changing their point of view, and those that can moving to a desirable place. And Kauai is very desirable. So yeah, it's gone up, and I don't see why it shouldn't go up. But then the second component, which now is taking effect, is the expense on building supplies. Lumber's gone through the roof, and also interest rates will start to creep up. So to some extent, there'll be a brakes on that going forward, in my opinion. The longer time period, though, I mean, you're still going to see demand going up and supply being held back, especially if prices of commodities go up. Sorry.
So hold that thought for a moment. I'd like to talk a little bit and ask you about the households that comprise the different segments of the buying market. So in terms of the wave that you were just describing, a lot of off-island investors, a lot of people moving here to become first-time residents. How would you categorize, describe the wherewithal of those potential and residents or home buyers in terms of their economic condition?
This is an assumption, but the stock market went crazy. A bunch of these guys cashed out. It's a classic. Steve Case did it with Grow Farm, got out of AOL and went to hard assets. That's on the financial thing. On the quality of living, that's been a constant. The ability to work from home. You see guys at Starbucks on Kauai all the time, talking business, and that's how I characterize it. It's
so what I take away from what you just said is that the entities that are driving these prices, this wave that you referred to, these are not the low income people that are struggling to find their first home, are they?
No, although there's a wave effect. The wave started at the top, and my guess is when it's easy for you to come down from the mainland and look at something, then it'll begin to affect the lower portions of the price spectrum. And that's a guess.
At best, that's a guess, is what you're saying?
Yeah, that's a guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I would guess differently, but that's my guess. But nonetheless, let's talk about the lower income entities that are searching for their first residence and might be bound up in multiple families living in the same residence. This is really the people that are striving and trying to find their first home, and that's what this low income affordable housing regulatory stuff is all about. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what has been the impact, in your view, of the pandemic and the slowdown in the economy to that portion of the population, as opposed to the Steve Case population that you just described for us?
And this is just me looking around Kauai. A lot of people are out of work. I think the Harley Davidson store ran out of bikes because people were buying bikes and then for their kids. The other thing, surfing, the thing of the stimulus money, that was a big deal. And the other thing I thought happened on Kauai was pretty cool was that people were sharing resources. The barter economy always has been there, but this is the giving economy. So to my mind, those families, second, third, fourth generation, they did they did what they did in every disaster. They all banded together. The stimulus money coming from the outside helped them survive. The guys that didn't have that either had to belong to an affinity group that would support them, like up on the North Shore, several you know of, and then the ones that didn't have that grouping, they left the islands. So
one of the words that you just used in your explanation was survive. Would you describe it overall as just a form of survival during a tough time?
I like survive, although I might dial it back a little bit because it wasn't like there wasn't any food, and it wasn't like the mortgage didn't need to be paid, the landlord didn't need to be paid, the status. So it wasn't a life and death survival, but it was an impressive, it was a mental condition that turned out pretty good at the end of the day. So far, so good, touch wood.
And the outlook for these folks is it's not going to end anytime soon. In some, even though things are turning in a better direction now.
Yeah.
So is it fair to say that people that are in that environment, economic environment, are not, would you be surprised if they were out looking to buy a new home?
Yeah, I mean, those that depend on a tourist job, that's nuts. And those that depend on a tourist jobs are looking for places to stay. So construction trailers, tents, all manner of shelter. Yeah, I'm hopeful for tourism, but the traffic's bad, but not everything's open. There's a big hurt out there at this level. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to take a while, I think, is what you're saying. So in your testimony earlier this morning, you used the expression qualification for buyers of low-income housing. I presume that meant for the financing qualifications. Is that correct?
That is a big subject, and it mainly deals on qualifying them. And what you see in the big affordable housing towers here is how hard it is to get people to get all their records together and then have it processed. So that's a process, functional, procedural type thing. And then the government can do the dials on the incomes and extra programs and subsidies here and that sort of thing.
So in other matters before this commission, we've heard from other experts or qualified folks that are in the same line of business that you are, offering their consulting services in a similar way. And we've heard, and I'm going to tell you what I've heard and ask you if you agree with this or not, that despite the demand overall for housing in Hawaii that's driving prices up, just as you described, it's the lower end or the people that are looking for the affordable housing that are kind of shut out because of their difficulty in qualifying and because of their preoccupation with quote unquote survival in this environment until things get back to where we hope they go. Would you agree or disagree with that appraisal in general terms?
I would wholly subscribe to it.
Okay, thank you. Are you familiar with financing of major projects like this that gets financing supported or partially by the federal Department of Housing and Urban Development?
I am.
So I am not as familiar with those fair housing requirements as you might be. So let me ask you to share your expertise or familiarity there. But if the developer of this HoKua Place project secured some federal financing from HUD, would that open up the market, or would that open up the market to low-income buyers from outside of Kauai?
The short answer is the county can put in a 1-year residency so that they can't parachute in and take it away. That's one of the things, and that's the kind of the things that, you know, in a discussion with the county attorney or the housing agency, you talk about. Kauai's, again, probably the most flexible of all the counties. When I mentioned Dad, who worked for AmFact in the 80s, zoning that thing, that was enlightened, but again, a different time. So today, that enlightenment, if you can spread it out to other forms of housing, ADUs, I mean, you guys are faced with, oh, it's got to be super small because we're afraid it's going to get rented out short term. No, let them have a big place, because you want a big, that's a big family. That's Kauai. Kauai is a single family market, and you know, that's their druthers. They'd much rather. And so to your question, if they got low income tax credits, then that supplements their, reduces the cost of production, and they then would rent out under regulation a bunch of units to the 60 and the 80% AMI guys. But that's a decision that this developer would take down the road, and probably at the county level, and go back and forth and say, okay, we're tweaking this, and we're doing it because we want more rentals. We think rentals are a good deal. We think it's appropriate for here. The state has some funds. The county has some funds. The Affordable Housing Fund got raided after the Lehman Brothers things, and it could happen again this time. But there's a ton of money at the Bureau of Conveyance coming through, and I think now we're a community that's a bit more cohesive and clear vision on what we should do and how we should do it. That's a long answer. Sorry about that.
Yeah, let me say that you have more than adequately confused me, so thank you for that.
You sound like my wife.
But let me tell you my takeaway from what you said, and then you tell me if I'm adequately confused you or if I'm correct.
Good, thank you.
And let me acknowledge that the developer hasn't clarified what kind of financing he's going to do for this project, so we don't know. But it seems to be that if under certain forms of financing from government entities to the aid of the developer, it would open up the market for low-income products in the development to residents from outside Kauai. And to mitigate that, it would require the county or to implement specific measures and regulations to help assure that the locals buy it. Is that what you actually said to me?
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay. All right, we can go on.
Okay.
Again, on timing, this is nominally a 10-year project, assuming that it starts pretty soon. And I think you said that from a cash flow perspective, your understanding is you need to generate the profit from the high income housing so that you can afford to build the low income housing.
That's right.
Doesn't that mean you build the high income stuff first?
Yep, absolutely.
And I think you referred to the high market stuff, the high profit stuff as the single family homes that will be put on the position on the property that grants them a nice ocean view.
The bluff, yes.
The bluff, yeah. Would that also apply to, we've heard an incredible amount of testimony in this docket about the amount or volume or cost of infrastructure that would be needed to accommodate this project. And I understand your comment, your testimony about all this stuff is going to be phased by the construction people. But as a resident of Kauai, I can offer to you that that area of our community is already heavily taxed and in need of infrastructure to support the flow of just to pick one, traffic. So would it be fair or unfair to assume, for me to assume that at best, the real low-income housing here is going to come at the tail end of this phasing, or maybe even the infrastructure will come at the tail end. But it's really about building the profitable stuff first, even though we're trying to push this project as an affordable housing project. That's not going to occur for years.
You could layer them, and that's the exercise, which is my way of saying, yeah, you got to make money to put into the infrastructure and get the bank to lend you stuff. And if you throw the low income stuff up front, they're going to go, well, what's in your checkbook or what's in your pocket? I mean, they'll want to cross subsidize with another successful project somewhere else, which is why a lot of developers, Castle and HoKua I work for, you know, they were able to do stuff because they had cash reserves and land reserves. A and B, the same thing. Plus, yeah, you're right.
So what drives up the pricing and the profitability for the higher end homes are things like the view, is that correct?
View and privacy and security, yeah.
Conversely, a very nice home with a view that's in the nest egg of an area that's has chronic traffic problems, would that be a negative?
No, they don't like traffic and they don't like noise.
They don't like traffic, they don't like noise. So you're asking them to buy, if the infrastructure is not done first, because we got to get the profit out first so we can build out the infrastructure. Wouldn't it be a disincentive for these high-end buyers to actually buy at full market potential based on the view? Because I have to deal with these traffic and noise issues. I got to balance that, is what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah, you got the balance, but the only thing I'd try and add to this is the infrastructure goes in first. The sewage and the fresh water and the electricity, the roads, the conduit, all of that got to be done. As a high-end buyer, I ain't going to buy anything that you know is a year or two. I want to drive up there, you know, fit my house in it, move it back from the bluff, et cetera, et cetera. The view is so good, and you know, I live in Kauai, and boy, do I hear a bunch of noise. So
I hear you.
Yeah.
So the infrastructure that has to be done first to make the home buyer happy is actually the on-property infrastructure. Is that correct?
On and off, because yeah, where does the sewage go? You can't do a cesspool anymore. A lot of pipes, a lot of infrastructure, you know.
So, so the supporting infrastructure, I'll call it, which is really the responsibility of the county and the state for the most part, even though the developer said that he would be willing to entertain discussions about cost sharing in that. Those are really capital investment improvement projects of the county and the state that have to be done first. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's a meeting of the mind. This is what I need. This is what you can give. If you're BWS, you know, you guys engineer it, we'll comply. So yeah, that's the upfront.
And all of that affects the sequencing and the layering and the phasing of the project, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
So at best, this is not a project that's going to be off and running, building houses anytime soon. My statement.
No, I'd say 2 years of infrastructure plus whatever it takes to get through the county. But yeah, so maybe 3 years.
We can debate that later, how many years, but I will not accept your 2 to 3 years. I live on Kauai also.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
When it comes to regulations, can you describe to me what you referred to as, or has been referred to by others in this docket as an anti-flipping regulation for low-income housing?
Yeah, basically, and it's the same for the market. You have to be, they give first choice back to helping locals buy. First choice goes to local, got to be here. You know, I'd like 5 years, but anyway, mom hasn't made me God yet. Then anti-flipping, you got to hold on to it for a period. And since the average family lasts about 7 years, it moves every 7 years, and divorces come about every 8 years. You know, keep them locked up, you know, reasonably in that sense.
How let's say it's 7 years. How does that work? Can you explain it to me? So I qualify as a low income purchaser of one of the units in a multifamily. And I sign this thing that says I won't flip it for 7 years. Can I sell it at market rate after 7 years?
Yeah, that whatever the time period, yeah, it goes to market. Some exactions, you know, make you share something. There ought to be a little social flexibility if you have more kids or you guys split up, maybe move to a similar one so that, yeah, what you're trying to do is stop them from flipping. And for me, 3, 4, 5 years, it is what it is. See, I don't want to dampen, you know, the individual household's ability to plan and, you know, take their investment and move it around like a stock portfolio. But
so let's say, yeah, I know you like 7 years. My familiarity is with these types of projects, developers are seeking 5 years. But in any event, for HoKua Place, let's say it had a 5-year anti-flipping regulation. Isn't it a reasonable assumption that within 10 years, the whole place would be at market?
Well, the units that are produced under the regulation of the state, the county, and the feds for 80% and 100%, and then whatever the county wants, you could probably tweak it and say, okay, shared appreciation, meaning, okay, if you sell before 7 years or the magic number, we get 10%, you get 90% of the appreciation.
That's not my question. My question is, you've got provisions built in for the 5 years, just like you described. But after 10 years of these of resales, haven't we effectively created a project that is virtually near 100% at market rate?
Let's go with that assumption. I'm, you know, I get down in the weeds. Who's gonna?
I mean, there might be an individual unit that doesn't sell, but in general, and I think we're agreeing on that.
But here's the thought: if you had 90% of those guys locals, and in 10 years their unit traded at market, then those locals could sell and move up on the assumption that they're doing well and they saved and, you know, the economy moved in the right direction. So part of my calculation has always been, how do you help locals get a leg up? Because again, back to families experience leasehold, that was a bummer.
Yeah, I'm looking at it a little different. I would agree with you that the family that was able to qualify for a low income unit and then 5 years later was able to flip it, might very well be able to move into a higher price property and move up. My concern, however, is what they left behind is the elimination of a low-income property for a different family to move into. And thereby it didn't solve, over time, it doesn't solve our affordable housing crisis.
That's a box. That's a conundrum.
Okay, so I want to refer, and finally, I want to go to a line of questioning that Commissioner Okuda started on rental versus purchase. You mentioned that on the demand side, that there was an absolute demand for low income, I mean, for affordable rentals. Could you expand on that perspective?
Yeah, you look at the demographics, the number of households making 30 or 50 or 60% of AMI is huge. And you compare that with the existing inventory of affordable housing units serving those targets, and the disparity is unbelievable. So yeah.
So those families that are in that category, is that what constitutes a high demand for rental units at prices they can afford?
Yeah, that would fund they would rent as many as you could produce.
And it's fair to say that most of those families don't have a nest egg for a down payment. Is that to purchase it, right?
Yeah, that's true.
But you also said that looking at the supply side of that equation, the developers struggled to provide that type of housing and make money doing it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So they don't build it, is what you're saying.
No, they don't build it.
And Mr. Okuda referred to a project that this commission had under review on Maui, where it was about the same size, but the developer expressed that he could make it work to us. And in fact, that project's moving forward to our understanding. So it's not an absolute in my mind, and I don't know if it's an absolute in your mind, that low income rentals as a development are not possible on Kauai.
Oh, no, it's possible. It's hard to do. You have to get a developer that is financially stable and smart about building costs. But on other islands, I've seen it done. Big Island. But there's a cross subsidization. The Big Island project I'm familiar with, the guy built a shopping center. So he was able to give Mayor Kim 30 or 60 workforce housing rentals with no subsidy and no regulation, simply because he knew how to do it.
Are you familiar with the low-income projects down in Kaua on Kauai?
Yeah, I went to the groundbreaking, not the groundbreaking, but Craig Watasi built them. He's a good guy, and had a celebration.
And that was kind of the model you were just describing for Mayor Kim, if I'm not mistaken.
No, Craig got the land from the county, who got it from A&B. And I do a lot of these studies for low income tax credit. I did the study on that. I did the one in Brentsville, blah, blah, blah. That is a subsidized project.
Yeah, I think our county has expressed that if they can make the land available, then these projects are feasible under a rental scenario for a developer. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd like it to be for sale as well, because I really think that's what Kauai people want.
The other aspect of that agreement that we were talking about on Maui, the one with the low-income rentals, it actually had, and I'm going to describe for you, an anti-flipping policy that basically said that for 30 years, if the renter moves out and a new renter moves in, the new renter moving in would enjoy the same low-income provisions. Do you see any reason why that wouldn't work in Kauai, something of that sort?
There's two levels to that. It would work, yes, but one of the levels has to be what it does to the homeowner. And actually, I can pretty much stop there. The other level, though, has to do with the balance of the county's contribution, the state, county, fed, what they contribute to enabling this thing. The more of that that's in there, the greater, to my mind, the restrictions on the individual should be. Because, you know, all of us gave to that one guy to have shelter. It's a way of showing your gratitude. But gratitude might have another description to it, you know, servitude, I don't know. But that's just my philosophy.
I'm going to stop there. So thank you very much, Mr. Cassidy. I have no further questions, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Giovanni. Commissioners, Commissioner Chang.
Thank you. And I greatly appreciate your testimony, Mr. Cassidy. You have been extremely candid, which I've appreciated that. I'm going to just ask you just a few questions regarding your comment that the developer has to make money. So they're going to sell, they want to sell the homes that are on the bluff because there's a nice view. There's a spectacular view. It's private. And so they would, that's probably where the developer would build first. Can you confirm, are those ag lots?
Don't hold me to it, but I'm pretty sure they'd be regular R10. They're not ag lots. I think I'll take it from somebody else. I think right now it's ag zoning, but it'll be changed.
Okay, so assume that they are ag zoning. And I'm not too sure if you're aware that the Land Use Commission recently came down with a decision regarding the definition of farm dwelling. That on ag lots, it is LUC's position that that farm dwelling, the residential dwelling, it has, in compliance with the rules, it has to be used in connection with the farm or where the activities provide income to the family occupying the dwelling. Now, I suspect that the people that you thought would be buying these properties and paying high-end market to live on the bluff wouldn't be doing this kind of ag activity where the majority of their income is being generated by the agricultural activities. Would you agree with that?
I would agree in form, but in substance, and here's my distinction, that it wouldn't be sold with these restrictions because it wouldn't be an ag lot. However, you can correct me whether that's the ultimate, whether that's going to happen or not.
Well, I would assume that if they're going to take it out of ag and put it into a residential zoning, then they'd have to do a boundary amendment for that.
Okay.
So if they're going to keep it in ag, that would be the restriction.
I agree with you. Yeah.
Okay. So if these lots, if this is the developer, you know, as you've just indicated, this is where they'd make their money. But if this regulation is enforced, that they have to do ag activities and the farm dwelling has to be connected to the farming activities, do you think they would pay those kinds of prices, $1 million for a farm dwelling that has to be connected with a farm activity?
In general, the higher the level of restrictions and mandates for the activities taking place within the boundaries are, the harder it is for somebody to parachute in and create their thing. But having said that, and having witnessed the North Shore of Kauai for many years and other areas, all I can say is human ingenuity, when they want to do something, usually comes up with something.
And
Yeah,
you're probably,
It falls to the county to enforce it, and, God
nope,
bless them.
you're right. But I will tell you, this is a whole different land use commission. So we're being, we are really, when those issues come up, and they have come up before land use commission, what's a permissible use on ag zone lands? I mean, we are saying, and we have said, it has to be, like the rules say, in connection with a farming activity where they are generating their revenue. So it appears that one of your assumptions, again, assuming that enforcement of that regulation is made, and they do enforce, so that we avoid, because I suspect the developer thought a lot like what you thought. We turn these into gentleman estates. I mean, that's essentially what you're saying. These are ag lots. This is where they're going to get the most money because it's on the bluff. People will pay, but they're not going to do any ag. So I think the developer was probably thinking like what you were thinking, that those would be those would be sold. He would make his money on those developments because he could probably sell them for a higher value. So I guess, my point is that your assumption that the developer, he has to make money, and he would sell these lots. If those regulations are enforced, the potential buyers that you may be thinking of and the developer may be thinking of may not be able to do what they're may have intended to do.
I can comment on that if you like.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I follow what you're saying about the rules and regulation on ag parcel, but when I looked at this, I did not conceive of it that way because the lot sizes are small. I could go down the farm worker thing completely. My assumption, and I think any developer who, again, looks after their pennies would be darn sure that he wasn't going to have to do this for those rim lots, that they would be R10, R15, whatever it is. They would be cookie cutter. They'd be, within the zoning R10, whatever the deal is. And that's what it was. So what I'm saying is the revenues that I've assumed were based on that concept. The zoning is in your hands, and I've watched that process. And I know how many cows can dance on the head of a needle, or whether a horse can go all around every place. I mean, that's a Princeville Ranch deal, blah, blah, blah.
And I think, I appreciate your comment. But I do believe that if it's zoned ag, then those restrictions apply. If you want to do a purely high-end residential lot and no ag, then you change the zoning. But, so that, that is what it is. But could the developer do a phased approach on the infrastructure? And let's take your assumption. They're just, he's got to build the hard market, the ones on the bluff. Could he just do a phased infrastructure so that he's only providing the infrastructure just to those lots and not to the entire project site?
Let me qualify it a little bit, and this comes from Dennis Suzaki, who's with Wayne Water. They're really good on Kauai. He's looked at it. He said the infrastructure has to be brought Mauka to Makai, which makes sense. That's downhill, and that's at the school. So it has to go at the back to the front, with the rim lots being the last. There is a road that would go up. My assumption, and again, I haven't seen the developer's final land plan, but when you talk to Izaki, guys like that just look at the land and say, this is what's got to be done. So the base infrastructure for water and sewer has to be all put in or put down the spine, the center of the project first. So that's your big deal. And then you could do quadrants or fifths or halves or whatever. My guess is quadrants. But in order to be good about your cash flow, you want to have the infrastructure, the stuff that can service everybody that has to be done. You pay for that up front and don't phase it. But then the actual finishing of the lots, you try and phase that and keep it close to what your sales rate will be. So you don't spend a lot of money and are out a lot of money, if that helps.
Yeah, no, that helps me a lot. That makes a lot of sense. We've heard from different witnesses that the potential infrastructure cost is $83 million. Do you think that this developer is going to put up $83 million before he builds these market homes?
I'll answer it a different way without using I think this developer will not sell a single high-end home unless they're convinced that he's good enough to complete to the county and the states and the federal regulations, complies, gets it done, signs it off. I wouldn't give the guy a dime until that, and I'm the same. So, yeah. And the more they try and fiddle that, the smaller the price I'll pay them.
Okay, I appreciate your candor on that. And if, oh, I just lost my train of thought. Okay, because the developer has commented during his testimony that it is his intent. He's going to do the best he can to keep it affordable. Okay, but what I'm also hearing you say is that in order to do this development the right way, one, he's got to put in the infrastructure, approximately 83 million, and then probably do the market homes so that he can get some return. And then the affordables are going to be way at the back end. Is that fair enough?
That's fair. The only kind of thing I'd throw on that is that you have 3 classes of affordable, and there's one that loses a ton of money and one that's probably neutral. So it's a little bit nuanced, but you got it. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cassidy. I really appreciate your candid testimony. That's been very helpful. I have no further questions.
Thank you. I recognize Commissioner Giovanni has his hand up. I've recognized Commissioner Cabral has had her physical hand up for a while. I also have some questions, and we are at lunchtime. So can I get a sense from Commissioners Giovanni and Cabral of the length of your questioning?
I got one question.
Okay, Commissioner Cabral, you're muted, so.
Oh, okay, new toys here. Yes, I think I'm short. Can I?
And Commissioner Okuda?
One question, if it's not covered by prior commissioners.
And I probably have about 10 minutes or so. Is anybody burning to go before lunch? Otherwise, I think we need to take a break and go to lunch and return to Mr. Cassidy after lunch. Any commissioners want to ask your question right now?
Yes.
Commissioner Giovanni.
I want to ask it only because it was triggered by Commissioner Chang's questioning, and it's a follow-on.
Please.
So, Mr. Cassidy, Commissioner Chang referred to infrastructure costs, and there's been a wide range of what those costs could possibly end up costing net to the developer, from I think a low of 83 million to as much higher number. I'm not even going to speculate. My question is, in your experience for a project of this type, if a developer had to make a very significant investment in infrastructure, does he recover those costs through the sale price of the property through the monthly maintenance fee of the on the properties that are in a condo association, or some combination of the two?
Good question. The bulk of it has to come from sale prices. If it's rental, then it's rental income that's factored over time. And the same thing can be said over AOAO fees. But usually on a for sale project, that becomes the ownership of the owner. That becomes theirs. So the developer doesn't usually make money off of AOAO fees. They've got it, and the bank will depend on it too. They'll say, sales price. What's your sales price? And how fast is it done? Those are the two parameters. That's
Okay.
why people hire me.
So it's basically uncertain, and it depends, but one way or another, they're going to recover the cost.
Yeah. All things equal, good economy, et cetera, et cetera. No,
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Then with that, it is 12:07. I'm going to suggest we reconvene at 1 o'clock. Commissioners, parties, is that acceptable? Mr. Ewan,
Yes.
County,
Yes, sure. Thank you.
OP,
Yes.
intervener.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Folks, we will be back for more fun and games at 1 o'clock. There we go. Okay, it is 1 o'clock on the nose. We will reconvene. There's been a request from Commissioner Wong to ask about how far we have to go today. We have 3 more witnesses. After Mr. Cassidy, we have Mr. Nance, Mr. Agor, and Ms. McMahon. It would be great if we could possibly make it through all our witnesses today. What are folks' constraints among the commissioners? Any constraints, folks?
No, Chair, I have no constraints. Let's go. Yeah.
Great. It would be great to not go beyond 4:30 too, but if we can make it through in the next 3.5 hours. I'm going to note for the record the counties, or I'll let the county note for the record the substitution of representative that they have.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. We have also present is Lee Steinmetz.
Okay, great. Thank you. With that, when we left off, we were still doing the cross-examination by the commissioners of Mr. Cassidy. There was an additional question from Commissioner Okuda, but actually first bite of this apple goes to Commissioner Cabral, who's waited patiently, then Commissioner Okuda. Any other questions from the commissioners, and then I'll ask my questions. Commissioner Cabral.
Thank you, Chair. I got a couple of questions, and my questions came up because during all of the prior questions and answers, I got confused. In looking at your report of February 10, 2021, it appears, although I right now cannot find it, that your prices and your market projection for absorption and those things are probably based on those houses being sold, if not actually, but with the understanding from the buyer that they are going to be a rural or a residential type zoning. I don't know what Kauai zoning is for that because I'm from the Big Island, as opposed to an ag zoning. Would you say that your market analysis is based on those being houses, not farm dwellings?
Yes, that's correct. It's that they're houses, not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, is it somewhat based on, and it appears, and I think this is also because of the petitioner is looking at selling all of these and not having, it does not appear from a lot of the data you reference rentals, but it does appear that they're looking at selling all of the properties, not on them continuing to have ownership of properties and keeping them as rentals. Is that correct?
It's correct that the developer is not contemplating rentals, and my study didn't touch upon that. So correct.
Okay. Although individual buyers potentially could make them a rental if not otherwise restricted by government regulations. Okay. And then on page 33 of your of that analysis, you're showing that absorption of the closing projection is called, would start in 2025 and go till 2032. And then somewhere else you're saying even potentially 2034 for absorption. So there's a lot of discussion about whether they would build expensive homes and make all the money first, or the affordable or whatever. But your projection, am I correct? Although all that conversation took place, it looks like every year they would, I'm assuming they're not going to build them and not sell them until this. So every year during those years, they would be selling a percentage of every single one of the types of properties. Is that what your analysis is based on?
Yeah, and that table is based on closings. The year above can change, of course.
Yeah.
But the progression, yes, it does show every one of the 4 products having closings and then flowing out. And in fact, when I did this table, I had the affordables going slow, a little bit slower. Somebody could come to me and say, hey, the demand is so big that's when, and I can actually say, yeah, the demand's big, and you can increase the number of homes in that thing. And let me footnote something after saying that, because I'm good at sowing confusion. But
yes.
10 more days.
I took a look and I had to think over lunch, and Commissioner Giovanni and I got into this a little bit, and I ended up with him, and then over lunch was thinking, and then I looked at this table, and here's what my realization was, and that is that most of these places are condos, and condos are easy to build. There's not going to be a lot of product differentiation in terms of the development. There'll be some finishes that are different, but in terms of building something, and in terms of the layout, which is a bunch of multifamily, you can mix the affordable in with the market very easily. And so I'm not seeing, I'm going to crawl back a little from any thought that there might be that the developer would hold off on the affordables and say instead, he doesn't really need to do that because, again, the backbone cost of the infrastructure is what it is. And then every other increment, is additional. And in an additional multifamily increment, there can be a nice mix of affordable and market. To be sure, as a developer, I would weight the market a little bit heavier than the affordable in order to get, recoup my investment costs and pay down my bank loan. Now, does that confuse you?
No, I totally agree with you, because you've got this projection on that table says potentially 452 multifamily market units and then 231 multifamily affordable. So clearly nothing's cheap. The most affordable thing to build will be, even if it's in multiple different buildings, will be the multifamily market units, because you've got a whole lot of them. And if you make them in multiple buildings, but the sewer line only has to go that far, as opposed to when you get up to the 36 large lots, you got to go miles to get to the end of 36 of them. So I can appreciate that. And that was my last question, was the probability that they're going to do infrastructure to a certain point. Now that infrastructure, that sewer pipe or whatever, or the water supply, because I'm assuming you're probably do whatever septics or what have you. Anyway, no, they talked about sewer problems, but water supply lines, all of those, they start out big, right? Because they got to supply a whole large area. So there's still cost-wise, the first building out or the first thing's going to be larger because it's preparing for everything beyond it, or depending on the layout. Okay, I think, and then the other thing is, even after these 769 units, which is based on this chart, I know some other documents had potentially more units built, but even after those are built, do you see a huge demand still in the need to meet the demands of housing on Kauai?
God, yeah. And I think it'd be wise when this comes to the county, that the county talks about and incentivizes the affordable housing component in a way that makes it logical for the developer to go ahead. They can do density bonuses and whatever else. So yes, I think housing demand, and again, it's the pandemic. It's drawing people in and displacing locals to some extent, and the locals don't want to move.
Yeah, I think at one point, I think I saw something like the need was 1,400 houses, and that was probably from last year's analysis. So let's assume that's even increased, one, because more people are coming, and two, any prior inventory has been bought up and sold out. So if, you know, even Hilo is sold out, so, okay. Okay, thank you very much. You've clarified my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cabral. Commissioner Okuda.
Mr. Cassidy, I just have a clarification question, just so that we're clear where on the subject property or adjoining property you were giving testimony with respect to questions asked by Commissioner Chang. Can you, or maybe your attorney can bring up Mr. William Bao's PowerPoint, which is Exhibit 28, and I ask you to go to page 10 of 12, which is Mr. Bao's figure 4. It's a map, color-coded map of the subject property, or the property which is subject to the petition, and also the adjoining HoKua ag lots. So if you can bring up that or look at that document, if you can just look at that document, which is figure 4, which is page 10 of Exhibit 28, which is Mr. Bao's PowerPoint. Do you see figure 4 in front of you?
I can take a stab at it without looking.
Okay. Now, you know, the lots you were discussing, which were in agricultural zone or district, and it was also described as lots on the bluff. Were you referring to the area on figure 4 that is labeled HoKua ag lots?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. What portion of figure 4 were you referring to?
What I was referring to is in the docket in front of you. It's the non-ag lands before you. The ag lands are apart and distinct from this. That we are, my understanding and my scope of work didn't encompass them. It only encompassed the rest of it.
Well, okay, now I'm getting a little bit confused, and maybe the confusion is just because of me. Were you basically testifying that the sale of these ag lots were going to be used to fund payment of infrastructure and other things in this development?
No, I was not. There are ag lots, but my scope of work didn't include them. They're on a parcel entirely separate, so that try and be consistent as opposed to confusing. The rim lots that I'm talking about are in the bigger parcel. The ag lots are down over by where they put in solar panels, and not under consideration today or in this petition. And I can let Attorney Ewan clarify that if that would help.
Yeah, no, we all know what's subject to this petition. Can you then explain your testimony of what were you trying to say with reference to testimony about ag lots then? Because I was listening carefully and, I mean, the transcript will say what the transcript says, but are you trying to change your testimony or now? Because I'm kind of confused now. I mean, what was the purpose of this discussion with Commissioner Chang then, or even this last answer to Commissioner Cabral?
What it probably was, this is how it looked from my point of view. Commissioner Cabral was really good about the concept of farm lots, ag lots, and I was happy to discuss that as a general issue, separate and apart from the petition. And that's because I've lived with this for a long time. What's an ag lot? What are the restrictions? I think I threw out something dumb like how many horses or cows dance on the head of a needle, which is what you need to have in order to see. What you have to do is you can buy the lot, but before the county will let you go in and pull a permit, you have to give them an approved ag plan on a farm worker or an ag lot or any of that.
If I may, at this point, for the purposes of the efficiency of our proceedings, on the figure 4 of Mr. Bao's presentation that Mr. Okuda, Commissioner Okuda has referred to, were you referring in your discussions with Commissioner Chang to any of the color-coded areas in that figure?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a very efficient way of asking my question.
Okay, just to be up and fair, I'm calling up William Bao's PowerPoint because
in fact, I will share screen.
Perfect.
I'm hoping that people are now seeing that.
Good.
Can somebody confirm?
I can see it.
Okay. So this is figure 4 from Mr. Bao's PowerPoint exhibit, petitioner's exhibits 28, I believe. When you were discussing the sale of agricultural lots, Mr. Cassidy, are you referring to any of the areas in the petition area here, the agricultural and also referred to as the rim lots?
Okay, then let me answer it this way. Everything in the color is before you. Everything white is not. And in the upper left-hand corner, oh, well, you have the school. The school's in the, yeah, got the school. Then go to the left of that and you read ag lots. That's the ag lots. Yeah. And I didn't do any work on that for purposes of this study.
Chair, this is Commissioner Okuda. May I ask the witness just answer your question directly? Please answer the chair's question. And maybe the chair can repeat the question so that it's very clear on the record.
To summarize what I understood from Commissioner Chang's cross-examination of you, Mr. Cassidy, without going back to the transcript, she was asking you questions about how the sale of certain lots would then finance the development. And in that discussion, you referred to lots, sometimes I believe as agricultural lots, and sometimes I believe as rim lots. Are any of those lots you are referring to on this map in the color-coded areas? And if so, which color-coded areas?
Thank you. No, none of them are there.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Sorry, he's your witness, Commissioner Okuda. I didn't mean to.
No, Mr. Chair, thank you very much, because that was a very succinct way of asking the question directly. Let me say this, just so that there is no question, at least of my personal position regarding this. Okay, the rule of law means something, and because there seems to be this commentary that took place, I would like to just take 1 minute to read again the ruling of the Land Use Commission in DR 83-8 at page 3. This was an order signed by Mr. Yuen himself when he was the chair of the Land Use Commission. And what it says is this, and I quote, "Based on the above, the Land Use Commission rules that a single family dwelling can be defined as a farm dwelling only if the dwelling is used in connection with a farm where agricultural activity provides income to the family occupying the dwelling, and that a single family dwelling which use is accessory to an agricultural activity for personal consumption and use only is not permissible within the land use agricultural district. This ruling is applicable to all lands located within the state land use agricultural district." In other words, it is not sufficient for people to put in false statements with county officials and state, knowing that they're not going to engage in the required agricultural activity, to simply try to skirt the rule of law. And I can't emphasize enough that false statements made to government officials, it's a crime. And that's HRS section 710-1063. The crime is called unsworn falsification to authorities. And there's a specific definition there about county officials being one of the authorities protected by this statute, which prohibits false statements. So I can't emphasize enough that, yes, it's true that maybe that was, people believed it was an acceptable practice to make these statements, to put their mansions on agricultural land. It's not acceptable, it's illegal. And in my view, it cannot be tolerated if we believe in the rule of law. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioners, are there further questions for Mr. Cassidy? Commissioner Chang?
Thank you. Just one follow-up question, Mr. Cassidy. So the assumptions that you made, and we discussed those about, the ag lots, were those based upon instructions by the developer, the lawyer, or you made those assumptions?
The assumptions I made were mine based on my understanding of the materials that were provided to me from the developer and the lawyer.
So as I understand, it was based upon your understanding, based upon the materials provided.
Yep.
So your understanding was that in writing? Was that orally? How did you get these understandings?
Over the course of 5 years that I've studied this, I've been given a number of different land plans, one of which the whole thing was an ag lot, and then everything else, or put it another way, one of which had a bunch of divisions into ag lots. And they told me this is what it is right now. So right now, what's possible is, 14, whatever the number is. I'd have to pull out the study, ag lots. But I wasn't studying that. I was studying what was to come. And so in seeing the land plan that was given me, and I saw the way that these were carved up by the planner, that these were, small lot residential homes. And indeed, the square footage of the lot confirms that.
Okay. But, and I do not intend to confuse us all again, but you made certain assumptions that while what's before us is a district boundary amendment for those parcels that you saw colored. However, you made an assumption based upon your understanding that the financing of this development would hinge upon the sale of those ag lot parcels.
Oh, no. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm mistaken?
Yeah, no, I didn't, no. You're mistaken. I couldn't opine on what the possible revenue would come out of something that wasn't within the colors.
Okay, so
Yeah.
when you reference the homes on the bluff with the view,
Yeah,
you were not referring to the ag lots.
no, I was not the ag lots.
You were,
Yeah,
okay, I'm sorry, go ahead and answer.
no, and looking at the map closely now, there might be some of the bluff existing over as the whole thing is a curve and the ag lot thing is on the Lehui east side. There might be a bluff there, but I wasn't considering that. I had the map in front of me, the land planner's map. And the main bluff is on the southernmost, easternmost, Mackay-most part of the property. And then as it bends around to the north and looks over the wetland, that's also my reference to the rim lots. That's the rim.
Okay, okay. I think you've answered my question. Thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners? Is there anything further before I ask my questions? I'm going to start off, I guess, just where Commissioner Chang left off. And I'll just say, Mr. Cassidy, what I think you've just said is the opposite of what you said in answer to my question. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's quite
when
possible.
I was, okay.
But my
Okay.
last question is standing. If
Okay.
that's a question.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. So my questions are, just so you know where I'm coming from, and I'm very grateful to the amount of time that you're spending with us. My questions are really coming from the point of our duties as volunteers in implementing the land use law. And particularly, I'm looking at Chapter 205, Section 17, the section on Land Use Commission decision-making criteria. And particularly, I'm interested in Part 3F, which is that we're mandated to look at the provision of housing opportunities for all income groups, particularly the low, moderate, and gap groups, as well as Part 7 of Section 17, which is, or Part 6, excuse me, the representations and commitments made by the petitioner in securing a boundary change. So, so that's what's informing my questions. Now, my first set of questions have to do with COVID and the pandemic, which you've touched on in some of your testimony. And, for better or worse, sometimes as commissioners, we're affected by issues that come up in other dockets. And at our last meeting, we approved a modification of conditions to allow for an extension of time for an affordable housing project built by Alexander and Baldwin on Maui and Kihei. And that project, which really was multifamily, all geared towards local buyers. If I recall correctly, in the end, about 60% of the purchasers were local and 40% they couldn't sell to locals, so they sold to non-Hawaii resident buyers. And these, various ranges of between 80 and 140% of area median income. They asked for an extension, and they asked for an extension because while certain aspects of our economy are recovering from the pandemic, the wages of the people who would actually be living in these units and purchasing these units have not recovered and are on a very uncertain path to recovery. So have you done any analysis that looks at that relationship between the currently depressed incomes of the people who we want to see living in these properties, and the timeline that the developer's representative has told us that they will be able to not only begin backbone infrastructure within 10 years, but actually start to sell some of these units. Is there anything in the record that you've provided to us that gives us analysis of the current pandemic conditions we're on and the potentials for economic recovery?
Okay, yeah, those were part of the assumptions I made. That's kind of what I tried to go from the scope of work in the abstract up to issues and thoughts, motivations that you guys would have in looking at this. I didn't know the regulation per se, but I do know that you have to exercise decision-making. The pandemic is huge, and it's particularly huge in affordable housing, and it's particularly huge on Oahu affordable housing because all that old stuff, they are cramped together, they can't get away from one another, and they're getting sick. And here's a sidebar. The guys that run your public agencies, HPHA has canceled so many units at a time when they should have let these units proceed and have modern design, and Oahu would be a heck of a lot better. Now that's a paid political announcement. And it
I'll allow you that given the great time you've given to us. But if you could answer the question, is there anything in your analysis explicitly that examines how the pandemic may or may not affect the developer's ability to meet the deadlines they're committing to?
So then, and this is outside of the study, but I did 8 affordable housing studies in the latest round of grant of low-income housing tax things. And I've looked at vacancies and turnover. And to some small portion, there has been an effect as described by the A and B representatives on Maui. Maui being particularly, might be a more difficult regime than other islands, but having said that, to answer your questions, yeah, sure. The incomes are down and the amount of incomes are down. And the job growth, while it's repeated, and it's to be hoped that it's going to come back, roaring back, you know, to replace those guys. But even then, I mean, especially down at the low end, the demand is still pretty strong. Now, again, remember the low end is where you lose money. So A and B, again, might want to cross-subsidize to some extent. I don't know what the project is, whether it's a standalone or it's mixed market affordable. Does that help?
If I understood your answer correctly, you were aware of the potential effects on COVID with the sale of these units and your projections, but they weren't explicitly included in your analysis.
Correct.
Okay. You alluded to in your answer to a second question I have regarding the pandemic. And I just, this is really for you to respond to. There's been an assertion in certain circles, at least in the media and other places, that multifamily is going to be increasingly undesirable as people who've experienced, you know, more crowded conditions due to the pandemic and the desire to be apart from them. Yet most of these units are multifamily. Is there anything that you could share with us as part of your official testimony that would indicate whether or not multifamily will actually be a desirable kind of product for these income ranges going forward?
Okay, I in general, I agree with the statement, particularly as it relates to the eastern coast of the United States and other cold weather things. I mean, New York City is nothing but a bunch of caves, okay? And as I get a little claustrophobic these days walking down long corridors to an elevator. However, we're not New York City, we're in Hawaii. We can open everything up. We can get plenty of ventilation. The wind on Kauai is great. You know, I can't say enough about that. So in terms of, and this is, you know, townhomes, 2 stories. maybe an additional story. With, you can walk up the stairs if you use the elevator, if there is one for your stuff. I don't see there's a particular problem. I would not.
Okay.
I have a
Thank you.
condo on Kauai and it's open at both ends of the corridor.
Okay, thank you. I had a bunch of questions about which regulations you were referring to regarding restrictions on flipping, and Commissioner Giovanni ably asked you those questions. So my last question really goes to that portion of your career, which is in your resume and which you referenced in your testimony, working for both Gentry and Castle and Cook. And you specifically said, if I heard you correctly, that because of their extensive land holdings and deep pockets in Hawaii, they were able to sort of finance and provide for these large, mostly affordable and market rate developments. Now this developer, by their own testimony, has done one very small project in Hawaii and has no experience in Hawaii. So one of the things that we're required to sort of weigh is how reliable are the representations that this developer makes. Given your really lengthy and great service to Hawaii in the real estate industry, can you comment on generally first on the success of non-local based developers in delivering on large projects?
Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, this requires some thinking because there's a bunch of different developers and how they do things that I've seen over the course of my career. Have seen really some successful guys coming in from the outside and bringing their expertise here. What's weird is at the high end, you'd think that would be the easiest part, and to some extent it is. It's not easy doing affordable and low market, but a lot of them don't understand the thing of their market. They come in and let me get to the point, okay? Howard Hughes came in and they did everything. They brought over a ton of experience. And then whether this guy is a Howard Hughes, no, he's not. Okay, but he's done his stuff in Utah. And there's no reason why he can't do this. This is what, basically one product, it's condos. The single family isn't rocket science. I did have something really big to say and it went out of mind. So,
okay.
Oh, it's this. Remember, or put it this way, you're not just passing on a developer, you're rendering a decision that has an impact on the value of the land, okay? So keep in mind the value of the land when we go through this, and the reason why I say that is because we've just seen Stanford Car get kicked out because of the Chinese guy up at the top of Makaha. But Stanford and Micah Kane had that for a number of years, and they cleaned up a whole bunch of problems. So I hear it's going to go to auction. They added value. So I'm not sitting where you guys do, but I want you to think that if you add value to this land going forward, it may not be the same developer, it may be a better developer. And the county can get in there and do things. And at the end of the day, maybe it gets sold or they get a partner or something like that. And again, I'm going to shrink back into my scope, which is I do market research. I see people hurting without housing, and I have basically an easy testimony, even if I am confusing.
I really appreciate your testimony. I wanted to go into that part of your resume where you worked on Monty Python marketing issues, because I think those would strangely be very applicable to certain proceedings we have in front of this commission. But I'm not going to. I want to thank you for your time and testimony. Commissioner Chang, I guess I will allow one more, but I'd like to have the chance for the petitioner to do any redirect. You're muted, so.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, this is a quick follow-up to Mr. Cassidy's response. You said that what's before us, that this petition added value. And you are absolutely correct that that's exactly what this petition does. It adds value to this property with no guarantees that it will be done the way that it's presented to us. $83 million in infrastructure costs, affordable housing. There is no guarantee. But he could then sell the land at an extremely valuable increase, because of the new zoning. And then somebody else is going to come in and say, and I apologize, I'm making much more of a comment than I am a question.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Okay, I'm going to move on and ask Mr. Ewan whether there's any redirect.
No redirect.
Okay. Sorry. Anyone, interveners, last on a previous witness, you asked for I'm forgetting the name. Did you?
No, Your Honor, we just.
I'm going to object, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Objecting to Mr. Ewan.
I'm objecting to the intervener asking any questions. If we have redirect, then he's entitled to recross. But if we don't redirect, he's finished.
In any case, I think Mr. Collins was indicating he had no questions. So you can object to my bad chairmanship, and I will gladly grant you that objection. If there's nothing further, Mr. Cassidy, thank you for your 2 appearances, very lengthy, and for everything you do. We appreciate it. Mr. Ewan, why don't we call your next witness?
Is Nancy Cabral in the audience?
Nancy Cabral is a commissioner.
Nancy McMahon.
Okay. I'm going to object to that, Mr.
Well spoke.
Is Ms. McMahon being admitted, or do I need to admit her? I see her.
Stop.
Saw her.
But no, leave it. You want it? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Cassidy. Oh, I see her. Okay, I am promoting Ms. McMahon to be a panelist. And when you come on, if you can enable your audio and video.
Gotcha. Hello.
Aloha. I can hear you and see you. I'm going to swear you in and then hand you over to Mr. Ewan. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ewan, is it you or Ms. Ahu?
Mr. Ewan's gonna do the direct, but Mr. Chair, can I share my screen, please?
Yes, please, Ms. Ahu. I appreciate it. And thanks for checking.
Yeah. Talk to you later. Stay now. Whoops. Okay, Ms. McMahon, first, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. My name is Nancy McMahon. I live in Lehui, Kauai, Hawaii.
What is your profession and your business affiliation?
I have been a professional archaeologist for 40 years, mostly in the state of Hawaii. And so I consider myself a principal investigator of an archaeological firm.
Can you please describe your professional background in archaeology and Native Hawaiian cultural practices?
So I started
Sorry, briefly, so you know, Ms. Ahu, we're seeing your presenter view, not the slide view.
Thank you.
Give me 1 second.
I make this mistake constantly on Zoom. It is driving me batty. So.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Not sure how to fix that.
Are you using a separate display?
Yeah, but
Are you using two displays? Sometimes if you put the presentation on your main display, it solves the problem.
Okay. Let's try that.
Sorry, Ms. McMahon, to interrupt you.
Problem. Thanks for straightening that.
There we go. Good. You're good to go.
Good?
Okay.
Great.
I will mute myself again.
And I will mute myself. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, please describe your professional background in archaeology and Native Hawaiian cultural practices.
So I started out doing archaeology when I was 8 years old. I then went on to college at the University of Hawaii and continued doing that. I started doing and graduated in 1981 with my bachelor's in anthropology. Field work was in Hawaii then. I went on to go back and do further master's degrees. And I have actually worked doing professional archaeology since that BA, but then worked for the state of Hawaii starting for like 23 years I was designated as the Kauai archaeologist and then eventually as the branch chief for archaeology for the division for the Department of Land and Natural Resources. After I left the department in 2010, I opened up my own consulting firm, and I have done consulting archaeology off and on, depending on projects and what I have since then.
Please describe the methodology you followed in conducting an archaeological assessment of the HoKua Place project site.
So when I go out to do archaeological surveys, and in particular this one, this was done, started around end of 2011 to 2012. I kind of get a background of what's in the area, so I sort of have a predictability of what I would expect. I had actually previously asked for inventory in this area when I was the state kind of branch chief archaeologist. And because prior parcel right up above this off of Olahena and Hoiki had had a survey done and had found a lot of historic sites, mostly related to the plantation. So I actually surveyed the 97 acres in this parcel. In the meantime, while I went out to go do the field work, I also started to try to contact people that knew of the parcel at that time. Mostly concerned to give them a background of what I should expect to find in there while I'm walking through. At that time, you end up doing a survey on the ground at first. And the solar panel farm was already up. The high school is built and had a fence around it. And there is a goat farmer. And the Sanchez's had cattle in that area when I walked through the parcel the first time. They were building a house, or I guess the utility building for the solar farm was happening then. So I walked through the parcel. I actually had an old aerial from 2005. I found a lot of the remnant roads from the canes when they were doing the fields. This is field 35. I got that from Mr. Fukushima, one of the informants. I turned in that archaeological assessment, and then Teresa Don was the branch chief, had taken my role over, and Susan Lebo was doing some of the Kauai reviews and suggested that we do backhoe trenches, that I put 3 random backhoe trenches in. So actually these backhoe trenches are really in the petition area that the owner has. And I initially thought I was doing this for the subdivision process. So I'm not mindful of what the developer really wants to do. I'm just out there to give you a basic assessment of what you have in your property and let you know what you had. So I was resent back to the field with the backhoe, and I tried to put them in locations I thought possibly we might find something. And it basically, the soil profile showed that we still have these lihui pu'i clay soils pretty churned up. You've got a topsoil layer that is really the guinea grass, halikoa, Java plum out there. I did also verify with the biologist some of the plants that I had seen, but not a whole lot of great stuff. So anyway, that was sort of my inventory. I wrote up a report, a second report that included the backhoe trenches. And in, I think, 2014, the State Historic Preservation Division approved that assessment report. So an archaeological, it starts as really an inventory survey. If you find negative results, then it turns into an archaeological assessment.
Can you please describe the conclusions of your archaeological assessment?
Well, pretty much summary. I did contact Stanley Vasconcelos. He actually was my horseshoer also at that time. He worked, and so did his father, for Lehui Plantation. He actually worked on this field. He told me he actually was the one doing a lot of the clay was pretty thick in there, and to get things to grow, they actually chain and ball drug the land, and pretty deeply, he said, in there, which makes sense because the soils were pretty consistent with that. So, yep, it really was former sugarcane land. And when I walked the parcel at that time, again, you had cattle in there, and you had goats and the solar farm, and up above in separate parcels, there is a single family resident, and there is the middle school. And I walked directly behind all of those. I did not find any archaeological features or historic sites. And I never found any maps of any kind, nor when I was out there, any burials. That assessment was accepted by SHPD. I also had contacted a lot of other folks. So as part of this, I was also asked to do the cultural impact research. So I'll let you move on.
Please describe the methodology you followed in conducting the cultural assessment of the HoKua Place project site.
Well, again, you try to kind of get the predictability of what you have out there. And what I saw after doing an archaeological survey, and Albert Fukushima, who'd worked on that piece, is, like he said, he told me it's field 35. He drew a map actually for me. Stanley. Then there was also Mr. Sanchez, he's the one that had the cattle, and he was mowing the guinea grass there. So it wasn't that tall as it is today in some of those locations, but it kind of put more of a buffer against where the bypass road goes through the property now, or goes next to the property. And then I also talked to the Martins. I was friends with Janine, and her brother has the goats. They have some other parcels, and we had talked about those. And then Les Milnes, because again, I'm still concerned about what's out there. And he also gave me some information about the ditch systems and what he thought and how this system was irrigated over here. But no remnants could be found of that. I also then contacted Cheryl Lovell, who I got an email from. We talked about it. She actually sent me an email. I still have it to this day. I don't believe right at that point she was on the Barrow Council. She was with the sort of ad hoc, they weren't official yet, Moku, and she was on the watershed. And she sent me an email from Rain Ragouche and Nani Rogers. And at that time, their concerns were traffic, water, and I think there was some runoff, something like that. It was a few concerns, typically what people have concerns about when a development happens. And then Kaliko Santos was worked for OHA, but she was also on the Burial Council at that point in time. I contacted Barbara Say, who was also on the Burial Council, not from this area, but she, I was trying to get a hold of, somebody mentioned this too, Kekua, and she was actually had her work in Japan at that point. So she never contacted me back, but I have later found out she was from Anahola. She works in Waipouli, but didn't probably have any information here either. And the only person that at that moment in time, back then in 2012, I also tried to reach out. Barbara was really close to Nathan Kalama, and he is from this area, but he was supposed to get back with me if he knew anything. And I never got anything back from him on this parcel, and never any input about anything there. So I felt I reached out to quite a number of people to try to contact them about relevant information, to see if we trying to do my feasibility and my due diligence to see if anybody is in there to do what we would call traditional and customary rights to the land. And they were doing them for subsistence, cultural, religious purposes to be in there. And nobody gave me any information because Willie had the cattle in there a lot and the goats. Nobody told me anybody was really accessing the property. And then during that survey bit, I did work with the, I actually took the biologist team out there. There was 2 of them, and I asked them what this was because I thought it was an indigenous plant, and it was the uhaloa. But it would look like a weed, and it was really scrubby, and it was right where the cattle were about to go eat. So and they go randomly. It doesn't have to be cultivated. And we also looked at the moa, and there was a Polynesian introduction was the kukui tree. But those were the things then that possibly cultural practitioners might want to have access to. I think moa and uhaloa can grow on their own other places. And I don't know if they're still even there because, like I said, the cattle were heading that way to eat that area. So whether that was that, but nobody claimed anything and nobody came forward. Just to kind of give you that background of what else I kind of did in there. I also looked part of my cultural, and I try to identify things too. I go back and almost every cultural assessment or Kauai analysis I've ever done, I try to go back and look at all the chants, the Vahipana information I can find. I try to look at place names. I'm kind of really big on this, and I usually hold a big section on my place names in reports because I think you can glean information from that. And then, trying to figure out where you can find some of that information at, which is maybe back to the Kuleana information in those things. And I kind of put that in the report and kind of ask for people. And just when I started doing these, in the past as a state reviewer, and we didn't have authority to review these, but we did look them over, the cultural assessments. One of the things a lot of people told them, don't come forward and tell you stuff. And so I asked a lot of people why. Some people don't want to support a project, so they won't tell you anything. Some people don't even like their name listed, even if you tried to contact them. And again, I went to all these people and asked them to write some testimony. So that I did get 3. The others did not submit anything to me. So, and it's maybe because they don't know anything and they don't want to submit something like that, or they just don't want to say anything. So that's, so after looking at all that, that's pretty much how I did my methodology. I wrote that up in the cultural assessment, and that was done in 2012.
So you did receive written statements from Mr. Fukushima, Mr. Sanchez, and Mr. Vasquez, is that correct?
That's correct. And Mr. Fukushima also provided a map of the area, which gave me like the field number for which I didn't know what the McKee field number was for that parcel.
Let the record reflect that these statements are admitted into evidence as petitioner's exhibits 39, 40, and 41. Next, just to clarify then, your cultural assessment concluded that there was no known use of the property for traditional gathering of native plants or for any other cultural practices. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Did you hear the public testimony of Joseph Kauai and Rhoda Libre regarding use of the HoKua Place property for pig hunting and gathering and the remains of a heiau?
Yes, I did.
First, how does one establish a traditional practice, or what do you consider to be a traditional practice? Is there a duration of time involved?
Mr. Yuan, I'm gonna mark that I will want to take a break sometime soon. So give me some indication on your flow of your direct when you might want to take a break.
It's up to you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few more questions, so it's going to take more than 5 minutes, I think.
Okay, well, if folks will be patient, let's continue with the, see if we can do all the direct. Thank you.
Okay.
So, yeah, so you asked me for the time frame of traditional and cultural practices. Well, the Constitution gives you the 1778 date, and the Pash Kohana Ike case, which sort of follows this, actually came up with November 25th, I think, what is it, 1892? I'm trying to look at my notes here. Yeah, 1892 as when you could at least have that. You have to be able to document you've had that, you've been doing that activity for that time frame, or around that time frame, up to that time frame. So you've kind of got two really old dates to look at there. I think both are relevant. So if anything close, you know, so those are the kind of things that I would use to document that, that you have been doing and using your rights in an area.
So a use that is less than 10 or 20 years old, would that qualify as a traditional cultural practice?
No, it would not.
In your experience, is pig hunting a traditional and customary practice or form of gathering by Native Hawaiians?
So I sort of believe the subsistence hunting of feral ungulates does not count as a traditional customary right, and it's really not protected by the state constitution or any of the Hawaii revised statutes. There's no evidence that I have seen, and I've talked to a lot of other people, including many Hawaiians, that pigs were hunted in ancient times. The Hawaiian diet isn't dependent on pigs. Pigs were used for ceremonial purposes and offerings to gods. Also, I have done a lot of work in other Pacific islands, Micronesia, and some of the Polynesian outliers in Micronesia. And I've gone to some other islands in Polynesia, and unfortunately, we don't have a lot of documents, but I really wish maybe I should look at doing this, documenting that Hawaiians were really good at domestications and breeding of animals. Their dogs and their pigs were bred, and I don't know how much inbreed, I don't think so. They're a little smaller in size. So the wild pigs we have today are mixed with the boar that came from America and Europe. And the hunting with the guns and knives, all were sort of the European cultural people, the higher people that would go out to do these huntings with dogs and stuff. So that has kind of gotten mixed with that. But when I went to all those other places, you still are in villages, and we still find this in archaeological sites, these enclosures. They're small, and I'm pretty sure they were pig pens or to raise and feed these animals. So I didn't find any remnants of pig pens out on this parcel either. But if that answers your question.
You testified that you performed 100% pedestrian survey in preparing your archaeological assessment. Does this mean that you walked pretty much the entire site?
Yeah, like I said, I had an aerial from 2005 that I used, and I walked. There's access from this solar farm. There's access going around the middle school from up above. There was access by that private property, and on the bypass, there are 2 gates that I also went through. I went around all of them, so I reached all of them. The thicker part, like I said, that had a little taller guinea grass. It's kind of tall today, more than when I was out there, which had HoKua. Java plum was also in there, and thick guinea grass. I walked through a lot of that. And then when we went to do the backhoe surveys, I actually rode through some of that to make sure we didn't see anything but I walked like every inch, and there actually is more remnant roads that used to be in there from the plantation. I think they had planting areas in there for the cane. Maybe that's how they were trying to irrigate that area, probably by metal flumes is what I'm guessing, and transporting the water there to get them started. So yes, so I did walk and tried to survey it. I would say it was at the 100% level.
Did you see anything resembling the remains of a heiau on the HoKua Place site?
I saw nothing like that. No.
Is it likely that a heiau would have been located near a stream?
So I know that Rhoda said she saw boulders, rocks coming out of the stream. That probably is unlikely because that would be a low point in the land. And most of our heiaus are religious places, and I'm thinking bigger size, or have on the bluff, they overlook things. They overlook vantage points. The highest point, if we look at this whole parcel in general, is about where the parking lot is for the middle school, and off of Olahana Road up there. And if you would put something there, you probably did have a vantage point of looking to the west, and you could have almost looked over to the opposite side where Mala Road is at, and look down on the wetlands of Kapaa and Kapaa Town, where the Kapaa Town is today, village is today. So you'd have a better vantage point of there. That I know of. When they built the school, they didn't find anything there either.
Did you contact, I'm sorry, did you find any bone fragments or other remains of a burial site?
No, and I thought in talking to the Burial Council people that were on the Burial Council from Barbara Say and Cheryl and then Kaliko, that if they knew of anything, they would have told me about anything. I believe Nani Rogers testified she saw something on a map. I have looked at all the maps in this area, and some are in both of my reports, different ones. And sometimes on a USGS map, there'll be a cross or something that might be, but sometimes it says that, a grave site. I didn't see any of that marked. More or less, I've been finding when you find that on a USGS map or a topo map, it's more like a headstone and it's maybe a historic grave site, but there was nothing of that in this area either.
Did you contact Rhoda Libre to verify her claim of a heiau and a burial site?
So when I heard her testimony, I did text her, and she responded to me, not quite right away. And she said, oh, I really don't know much about that area. We got to go with Noe and Nani. But it's raining right now. Let's wait till it stops raining. And then I followed up like 3 times with her. Finally, on the third time, I guess it was really, I responded the 4th. She asked me, oh, you're working for the developer, huh? Something like that. And then I told her I had done the reports, and then she's never got back. I asked her, let me know when it's a good time to go out, and they have not gotten back to me.
In summary, for purposes of the Supreme Court's decision in the Kapa'akai Oka'aina versus Land Use Commission case, would development of HoKua Place have any adverse impact on any historic site, burial site, or Native Hawaiian cultural practice?
No, it does not.
No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for stopping the screen sharing. It is 2:06. Let's take a 10-minute break. We will resume at 2:16 and proceed with cross-examination by the parties in the commission. Sorry, just excuse me for not recalling this immediately. Ms. Ahu or Ms. Yuan or Ms. McMahon, did I swear you in when you started your testimony? I did.
Yes, you did, sir.
Okay, thank you. We will proceed with cross-examination by the County of Kauai.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
Donahoe.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. McMahon.
Hi.
I just have a couple of follow-up questions. A lot of some of my questions were already covered on direct. Just to clarify what was testified previously by one of petitioner's witnesses, Jacob Bracken, can you explain what procedures SHPD has in place with regard to burials or the discovery of burials during development or construction?
Okay, during development and construction, the assumption is there's been no inventory survey. And if they haven't been identified prior, there's a different process. So during construction, there's monitoring that may be required by SHPD. And so a monitor is out there while construction is going on with every piece of equipment that's digging up dirt and doing subsurface work. And then if they find a burial at that point, work in that area immediately stops. SHPD could be the doe care enforcement officers, the police are all called to, and the archaeologist out there doing that work has to make a determination of, is those bones over 50 years old? Are they a murder victim? Or the context of them, the nature of the discovery, one bone already hit, perhaps still in situ, which means intact. And so that all information is then filled out in a form that's provided to SHPD and their cultural and history branch, burial specialist, and the branch chief. Usually one burial respondent is supposed to be immediately within 24 hours, but if there's multiple burials, they can respond in 48 hours. And they decide the disposition of what's going to happen.
Okay, so there's that procedure's in place, whether it's inadvertent, that's for an inadvertent discovery.
Correct.
Okay. Now you testified that you had reached out to various persons regarding traditional customary cultural practices, people with knowledge of cultural resources in the area, plants, animals, archaeology. Is that mostly by word of mouth, or are there other methods that you use to try to reach out?
In this case, it was by word of mouth. You can try to do, I've done them with emails. I've also tried to write letters to people. In this case, it was by word of mouth. And I think email with Cheryl Lovell and I had been corresponding. When I tried to reach people we talked about, that was by phone call. And sometimes, if this is before the pandemic, I would actually even bring people out to a site, you know, and have them show me stuff if they knew something. But nobody could give me every information that was going on on that parcel.
Okay. Have you tried to like post on any websites, or do you post out any information, write mass mailing letters? Did you do that in this case?
No, I did not. And yeah, you could post a notice in the paper about it. Peter Young, just so you know, was handling, I get in the environmental assessment, and sort of, I was giving him a lot of information because they were writing the package, Peter Young and Jennifer Barra. And he actually then met with a lot of people. I specifically asked him months ago when I first was told I was going to retestify, and I didn't know what, I never saw minutes of those meetings that he did meet with people. It was basically people that had concerns. So when I saw the concern that Cheryl sent me, I sent that to the developer and to Peter about Rain Ragush's and Nani's concerns. And then he met in groups with people, and he met individually with people. And he actually said, no one brought up any archaeological or traditional cultural issues.
Did you reach out to the Kauai Ahamoku Council?
At that time, they weren't really formed. They were ad hoc, still under DLNR, and Cheryl Lovell was on that committee. So yes, and then now Kaliko Santos is on it. And so she was already on the Burial Council, so yes.
Okay. So regarding, you heard the testimony of Ms. Libre regarding the possibility of if there was a hayao on the site. If one is discovered at any time during construction of the development, are those same procedures that you described regarding the inadvertent discovery of burials, or is that the same procedure that SHPD would follow?
Yeah, there's a different set of HARs for that, but there are rules that you are to stop work in that area again. You are to make a determination of what it is you have out there. So any kind of site, so it was a house site, could it be, monument marker or something like that? And then the archaeological staff would be more involved than the burial staff in this decision. And you do a mitigation of what you're going to do at this point in time. And generally, a heiau would give more preservation merits to wider buffers, and you start to work with how you're going to preserve it, or if it's like, just say we found, a monument marker from a survey team dumped there or something like that, that might not merit much preservation and might mean relocation of something like that if it was not an official marker anymore. If it's a cultural site, like I said, a heiau, that would be probably preserve what we've got if we can, and then start looking at what we can redo buffers. While they're doing that, the architecture and engineering firms probably redesigning something in there.
Okay, and the two field inspections that you made, that was back in 2012. You made two.
Yes, correct.
Okay, no site visits since then in preparation for this hearing.
No, I was going to take Rhoda out there and have her show me what she was concerned about. She mentioned those rocks in the stream, but the stream's not in the project area. And the only thing I could think of was by the bypass road where there's a culvert. But if you even look at Mr. Fukushima's map, and also I think it's both in my cultural and archaeology, there's an old survey map from the 1800s in there. There's a railroad line that went through there where the bypass is currently today. It is highly likely, if you saw boulders, and this is not in the project area, that those rocks are probably have historically been used for the railroad, and maybe and then also there's culverts there, so to strengthen a road, you might have some of those around that area since the road goes by there. So that's what I was thinking she might mean. That culvert is by the Ha'anui stream that's in there. So that's what I think if she said anything, but that is not the project area. So
but as you testified, you weren't able to verify that with her.
Correct.
Okay. And then you testified the petition area was formerly cultivated for sugar cane, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you verified that through interviews. You said Albert Fukushima, Stanley Vasquez,
right?
Several other people. Did you verify that with anything else? Looking at old
maps, you can see that on old maps. Like I said, I got the field number. So McKee, a lot of the plantations have really good maps, so I did look at those to verify. I still couldn't find any flumes. I doubt this Ha'anui stream was used to pump water or anything because it's perennial, and it would be hard to pump it uphill. But using something from the ditch system, that's why I touched base with Les Milnes, because he maintains the east and west Waika watershed, and to know if they pumped water down to them. So that's basically what my information was based on.
Okay, so does that history, the fact that it was previously cultivated for sugarcane, does that affect the depth of your survey or inspections regarding whether there's archaeological or artifacts or cultural resources there in any way?
So does that affect the depth of this? We did backhoe testing to well, usually you go down to when you start seeing changes in soil, but it was still completely that lihui puhi clay all the way down. I think I went 6 feet in the little place there or something, like I can't remember that part of my trenching, but yes, it was pretty consistent. And we'd get a good idea. I couldn't get, obviously with a backhoe, get to bedrock or something like that and verify that, but that's what you would try to do if you could. Do that, but that surely shows that the land was pretty much disturbed by the cane. And there isn't a lot, so the cane in bigger pastures and bigger plots that I know of, even my own pastures that I've had, sometimes valleys and gullies don't get touched, but I actually took the backhoe into one of the gullies, which I think on their maps now shows open space. I didn't know that at the time they were going to have that, but typically you might find remnant sites in there because the cane equipment never gets in there. But in this case, they actually had been in there too. So, and there was a fallow taro in one of the little gullies I walked.
And then you, in the FEIS, with regard to the historic properties, your assessment, you determined there were no trail systems identified in the proposed project area? Okay.
That is correct.
Were you able to determine that by just walking through, or how did you verify that?
So by walking through, I looked, and what I was seeing through my aerials was the old cane system maps. But I have a lot of state attorneys on this Zoom. But we used to get a lot of quiet titles. So it also taught me a lot about how to look at land commission awards and reading their documentation and the transcripts of them, because a lot of times if they mention trails, and when people did quiet titles, we were supposed to tell the state AG about that. And none of those, nothing's on the parcel. There's no land commission awards on this parcel. There is one that's really close to it, Kaeos, I believe it is, and the Honouli's is the other one. And they actually meant Kula lands, which that's pasture lands. They mentioned the name, which I'm glad Milton finally said Ha'anui Stream, because that is the correct name for that stream based on the Land Commission Awards, because they had mentioned that it's adjacent to their kuleanas. So I read those kind of things to tell me if that they still exist.
Okay, but a lot of the land, my understanding, a lot of the petition area is covered with guinea grass.
Correct. It is. It is now. It's overgrown than it was before. It had cattle in there and the goats. And actually, I think I have photos in there of quite a lot. If you look at them, you'll see a lot of eroded. The grass is at that time was eroded down to the dirt in some places just because overgrazing maybe.
Okay, so it was easy. So it was easier to tell if there was trails or not. Okay,
yeah.
Is that the same assessment regarding it? Like if there's a plantation ditch system?
Correct.
Okay.
And that should have come from the top of the property, right? You got gravity flow. So I did walk the solar panel all the way from the back of the middle school to see if we'd see any remnant footings for those, because sometimes they might have basalt rock footings and that kind of thing to keep the flumes coming down. I would have probably crossed either Hawiki or Olahena Road to get in here, but I did not see that. So, and I didn't find the metal, and it's very possibly clear, just based on my prior experience of having horses and cattle in pastures, a lot of people that have pastures take those things out because they cut up the legs of the animals and they can't also mow. So Mr. Sanchez was actually mowing the grass in here for his cattle. So. Okay.
And then you mentioned the Kapa'akao kind of test or the requirement, the analysis.
Yes.
Given that you testified that certain members of the public contacted you or you heard their testimony, and then they came forward and explained that they weren't consulted, and then they had their testimony regarding possible cultural practices and possible. Do you still agree that the conclusions that you've testified do satisfy that requirement?
Yes, because the people that I heard testify, well, there are some that were Native Hawaiians. They aren't really from that area and didn't know. Specifically, Rhoda is not Hawaiian, but she didn't really have real great knowledge of it. And I did have a phone call with her too. She was there. She wanted other people there with her to go show her stuff too, and everybody go together. And Joe Kauai, his son lives up there, but he was actually from the west side. I know him from also Paniolo stuff, and I talked to him quite frequently. He probably, when he was doing this, was still working on the west side at CGM's Country Stables. And his hunting is really recently in there with the pig hunting with his sons. So, and then I think a couple other people mentioned they were collecting stuff there, but they never said any of the plants that I knew had been there, if they're still there.
Okay, thanks. And I just have one last question. So given the procedures that you described that SHPD has in place,
yes,
would you support a recommendation that should any permits be allowed, any construction be allowed for HoKua Place, that a condition be attached that states, should any archaeological or historical resource be discovered during ground disturbing or construction work, that work in the area, the archaeological or historical findings immediately cease, and the developer then has to contact SHPD and the planning department?
I don't have any problems doing that. The letter that the SHPD wrote to approve the AA was March 31st, 2014, and doesn't have any of those recommendations in there. If the owner, and usually what they go by this, they may not require it. I don't think anybody's opposed to it, but what has happened, and I've been helping a lot of people out, sometimes this goes amok when you do this. I have one going on right now. I'm trying to help with it. It's called precautionary monitoring. There's no condition to be there. And so for some reason, the landowner thinks there might be something and they just want to have archaeologists out there. So SHPD always likes to have conditions attached to permits. So if we do, and then they typically will, if that happens, then they typically ask for a archaeological monitoring plan. But if you just go to ask the developer to do this, then it's really called precautionary monitoring. It's just still the same thing. It still will follow the same HA processes, and you're still required under the rules to document your findings and turn them in as that kind of report, a precautionary monitoring report, if you have a no findings report. And then if you find something, like I said, it sort of triggers a bunch of other steps.
Okay. So there's no real negative in having a condition.
No, no.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you, Ms. McMahon. I've nothing further. Thank you, Commission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Donahoe. Office of Planning, Mr. Yee.
Thank you. I just want to first clarify the pedestrian survey that you conducted. A part of your testimony, you said you walked through a lot of the guinea grass, and then you later said you went what you thought was 100%. Did you physically inspect 100% of the petition area?
Yes, I did. And you broke up for a minute there, but I think I said yes. Did I inspect 100% of the petition area? Yes, and beyond that, correct.
You mentioned some of the witnesses, some of the public witnesses. One was Rhoda Libre. Did you go back onto the site to look for a heiau, even if she was not there with you?
No, I have not gone back there because she mentioned the stream, and the stream wasn't in the project area. And like I said, if there was ever, and there are like 10 or 11 heiau that are not known, we don't know the location of, and it's in my reports. Everybody was quoting that before. I think Peter actually put it in the summary statement of the EIS. We don't know those locations very well, but based on my experience in Hawaii, if I were to put a heiau someplace, it is actually where the middle school is at. It's at the top of the ridge. You do have a great view. Right now, the buildings of the school block that, but you would have a commanding view of the Ha'anui stream, what people call it a swamp, but it actually has a name, a Hawaiian name to it, and all of the village of Kapa'a. So you would have a great view. And then there was another heiau opposite ridge, which is very typical by the Kauai High School today, or where that high school and elementary school was. We don't know where that was at, but it's talked about in lots of literature pieces. So the two could relate to each other, and it has that commanding view. So if I did walk around to get to the pasture and to get to this parcel. I walked around the sides of the school, but the parking lot's paved. You can't see much there. So, and it's fenced. So.
My recollection of her testimony was that she said it was located somewhere in the back of the middle school. Can you explain why you did not feel it necessary to go back to look for the heiau, even if she was not present?
That area up there at the time when I was there was very clear. There's a photo in one of my reports that show that that's where the goats were at. And there was I walked through the goat pasture. There's nothing there. So I didn't go back there because I didn't feel like anything just showed up all of a sudden when I know I walked. The area that had been was at that time currently farmed or in pasture that had cattle and goats, and the solar farm was pretty wide open, and they were mowing a lot of the guinea grass. Like I said, the only overgrown pieces were right adjacent to the bypass road, and it wasn't that much. And so I could tell you that there was dirt up there. There was nothing that showed there's anything up there that and sorry I missed that if I missed her saying that. That's why I was asking her to at least tell me directions or something too when I text her and talked to her on the phone, but I didn't get that from her.
You look at, let me just move on. Did you also speak to Mr. Kamai?
I have not spoken to Mr. Kamai, no, since that testimony.
My recollection is he testified that there were burials, that his nephews hunted pigs there, and that he gathered medicinal plants from the petition area. Taking these in order, with respect to burials, what is the basis by which you've concluded that you have done your due diligence to determine whether or not there are burials in the petition area.
So there are no known burials on that property that have been previously recorded or identified during my survey. There would be maybe indications, if anything, we're in the plantation pasture, you might find a plantation burial. The Kuleana that's here is not, that would be in that flood area, and I don't, that lowy areas, and I don't think they would bury there. And I felt my walkthrough survey was very accurate. And
what about, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, typically we do have burials in Kauai, but it's been, most of them have been in the, and I can't think of any upper ones in the upper uplands, but are all in the Kauai village area down below in the sand burials. And we do have a lot of those. So that there is where there are burials. There is no sand deposits in this parcel, which if I had that, I might think there would be, but I don't have that up here.
And let me go to that issue. Did you look at the geology of the area?
Yes, I did.
And what was your determination of, you talked about sand and you talked about the clay soils. So why is that relevant?
So it's kind of relevant because, you know, when you see the clay soils, you know what can be dug in there and not. During the traditional time frames, Hawaiians didn't have backhoes to dig deeply or ball chains to drag that deep and disturb the land that deeply. So if anything, most things in the that kind of soils don't have deep deposits like we might have a cultural, like in the sand deposits, let's say it that way, where we might have in Kauai, and I can give you the exact example of this from my experience, personal, is Kauai, right in the middle of town. Okay, you have a historic deposit. You have below that a sort of a little lens of clean sand, and then you have a prehistoric deposit. So we actually have two deposits in there, and the burials are coming out of most of the prehistoric deposit in the context down there. So that kind of soil information is kind of important to know. I actually believe in the well, I attached it to SHPD. We actually attached the soil report to that to show the puhi soils and that it's Lehui puhi soils.
So because of the clay soils, it's less likely to find burials than you would if you had sandy soils. Is that right?
Yes, and you might find more above surface structures at that point, like a crypt or something.
What about fissures in the lava? Is that something that was an issue for this particular petition area?
No, I never saw any fissures. That's probably more of we have that on the Big Island a lot. And yes, you do have burials in some of those, correct? The flows are a lot different. If this was a Kaua site, we would probably a lot closer to seeing those flows and maybe typical burials or in lava tubes, but we don't have any of that in this area.
He also talked about hunting pigs, and I know you spoke as to whether pig hunting is or isn't a cultural practice, but let me just ask about the whether it does exist or doesn't exist in the petition area. Did you speak to anyone as to whether there was hunting in the petition area? Again,
Old information, but when I talked to Willie and Stanley, they didn't know anybody that was hunting pigs. On the adjacent parcel is Beth Midler's piece. I do know pigs do run wild. Pigs don't care about which property you're on. I do know they're there. Joe mentioned they do it with a knife, right, and dogs. And so, but at the time I found no remnants of anything that suggested there actually had been even pigs in there due to the cattle and the goats. And I talked to the Martins. Sometimes, so I will let you know this, it's a pretty known fact with those farmers, pigs go after baby goats. They eat their livers and stuff. The pigs, farmers, and where I have horses in Kauai at one time were having a hard issue with bringing in pig hunters to kill a lot of the pigs because, and the connoisseurs will tell you this, they were eating, and they weren't really totally killing, they're eating obviously some deficiency in their diet. And so maybe the Martins also, he never said that to me, Janine's brother, but I don't know, maybe I would think he would be protecting his goats. I don't think the cattle ranchers care. So that cattle in there don't have that. But I saw nobody in there, and at that time I knew Joe, and he never mentioned anything about anything being there, because at that time his son, they were all in the west side. I think his son only the last few years has moved up into that area.
For the record, Joe is Joseph Kauai, is that right?
Correct. That's correct.
And Willie is?
Willie Sanchez.
So from your testimony, what I hear you say is you would not provided information as to pig hunting in the area, but it sounded like it could exist because of the neighboring property as well as the existence of food for pigs through the goat farm. Is that right?
Yeah, there's a possibility that some people are going in there and doing that. Yes.
Okay. Did you see any hunting trails?
No, I saw cattle trails, and I have a photo in one of my reports about that, where the cattle were walking. They typically, like horses, follow the same path.
Mr. Kauai also testified that he gathered medicinal plants. In your walkthrough, did you look for things like native Hawaiian plants of cultural importance?
I did. In fact, then I brought the biologist team out there when they did their report, and I did find, we talked about, there's a kukui tree. There's Java plum out there too. There's one kukui tree, which is a Polynesian introduction, which nobody mentioned anything, even the testimony you had about using kukui nut oil or any of that. There's uhaloa, and that's the one plant I didn't sure I was right about it. I brought my friend over to look at it, and it was straggling at that time. So whether the cattle were eating it or it was just in a bad spot, or it was a hot day or whatever, and didn't get enough shade, whatever. And moa he found, and all those can be used for medicinal. And then the how, there's lots of how. The how is by the stream. It runs along the stream. It's been a cause. There's things you can use with it. Native Hawaiians do use things for it, but it's thought of as a pest sometimes. And so it was clogging. I know it's been clogging up that flow underneath the bypass. And of course it backs up and has made the wetlands much bigger back there. So.
When you went to do your analysis for the CIA cultural impact assessment, how did you select the number of people you would contact?
Just going through the people I was contacting verbally, and they would tell me about other people and giving me, maybe you should contact them, or maybe you should contact them. And then people I knew that were what I remembered could be from that area. So I knew Nathan Kalama was. Barbara Say wasn't, but she was also on the Barrow Council, and she knew contacts. So I would, then they would say, yeah, you should probably go talk to them, or don't know, or, oh, that person's not from there. They kind of told me that too, like, oh, that person, they may transport through there. They're probably not doing anything in there, but their family background was such and such. So it was kind of trying to find out who had more information about that area, basically through those contacts. And so once I couldn't find any more people to contact, that was the limitation I had. And a lot of the people that came on today, I don't even know, I didn't know them at that time. They're for, I don't even know if they were around. Maybe they were, but didn't know them and didn't know how to contact them, but I don't think they were involved in this then, or were living here at that time.
A number of people from the public testified that they were never contacted, although you apparently did not know of them, as they didn't contact you either. So I don't think it was deliberate, but is the practice that you've described common?
So I do know, like I told you, Peter Young and Jennifer Barra did go out and meet with a lot of people, some of those people, and they were, one of the questions I know they asked was about traditional cultural stuff, because they asked me about it, and they had their meetings to discuss whatever else. I wasn't, like I said, I never saw notes on this. I never saw minutes. To prep for this at the beginning of the year, I did call Peter because I didn't even know why he was taken off the whole project. So I didn't follow that. And he said, no, we had a lot of meetings about this project. Nothing public, nothing was publicized. They just met with individual people. And so he told me then that they talked to people about this and he didn't have any leads to give me either.
Let me ask maybe a more fundamental question. Is there a common practice for determining who and how many people to contact for a cultural impact assessment?
The OEQC guidelines, you try to make your best effort forward to try to contact as many groups or organizations or individuals as you possibly can. There is no like a list of this is who we have to contact, because I think so 2012 to 2021, we have a lot different organizations out there and a lot of different people we possibly could contact. And different people move in and out or come back home that may have not been here when this project started and know about it then. So I think you're trying to do your best effort. You're trying to put your best foot forward to try to get as many people as you think you can get to contact you. And like I said, I heard you guys all, you appreciated everybody's testimony. It's true. It's really hard to get folks to come forward to talk about a project area. They either feel they're sometimes support it and they don't really want to, or they don't want to feel like they don't know nothing. So there's and they don't want their name sometimes out there. So it's a sensitive issue of how you handle these people.
The Olohana site that you referenced briefly in your testimony, is that somewhere near the petition area?
You're talking about the Heiau? Is that what you're talking about? Or no, the road, Olohana Road.
You referred to an archaeological inventory.
So there was a prior archaeological study done. Yeah, it's not in this project area. It's above this project area, so Marmalka, and actually I think it's to the north of this area that cultural surveys did that found a number of historic sites, mostly plantation. In fact, they have found no Hawaiian sites. It was all plantation stuff.
It's in the general region, but not in the petition area.
Right.
Was there a cultural impact assessment for that?
I don't think so. I think it was a subdivision application at the county level.
With respect to the cultural impact assessments, what original source material, if any, did you review, or would you normally review to determine whether there would be a cultural impact assessment? I will say, I think I heard you mention our Land Commission Award.
Right. So I'm looking at the Land Commission Awards. I'm looking at documents that might even reference archaeology. I do look at the archaeological background, even for the cultural traditional stuff, because there might be some gleams of information, or perhaps they've reached out to somebody too that I might try to get a hold of. I also look at a lot of chants, the Vahipana, I think I mentioned to you. You try to look at any documentation that anybody has come forward with that. You look at some of the lore, the folklore that might be with there, the myths, the mythology. I look at somebody mentioned that today, winds. I try to look at even the wind chants, because there are place names for that. And they might even mention this area. Maybe this project has a particular place name that might be still important to keep. So I am trying to look for that. And I try to bring on almost all the cultural impacts, more than the archaeology. And I've done a lot of what here is we've been doing called the Pa'akai analysis, where I try to really find that information out and try to get, some of them don't have Western definitions, and I don't like to, I try to find references to that if I can't find it. And there's some I just put, I don't know, we find a name, we just don't know how it is. And there's spellings that vary because of probably written documentation that would change that. So all that background will be condensed to what's appropriate for this area. And sometimes it's a wider, because I can't find something to this parcel, it becomes wider to the whole HoKua. So.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
let me briefly turn to your opinion on pig hunting. And you mentioned the date of the activity. I assume what you mean is the type of activity should date back to a longer time ago, not the specific individuals, right?
So, excuse me, sorry, I missed what you said there again. You're talking about what?
Okay, so you had referenced, I don't remember the dates now, but like 17 something and 8.
I referenced the Constitution and the ruling it was 1770, whatever it is, I forgot now, 1778. And then I referenced to you the specifics that came out of the Pash Kohana Ike date, which gave you that you're trying to document traditional cultural property rights back to. So I'm kind of using those two as my guideline. So if anybody can get to anything, they're both they're historic dates, right? To document that they've had access and rights since then. That's usually where I put the guideline at to try to reference. If they have prior before that, that's great. They can reference themselves to the Kuleanas out there or something like that. And there are claimants. I know one of the Kuleana families. And so I did touch base with them too, but they're not really part of this parcel and they didn't give me any information either. So something like that would give me even a prior older right than that because they are really tied to the land. They probably got that land from somebody else way before there was a Great Mahili.
But this is a reference, my question was, this was a reference to a type of activity, not to a particular family's activity.
Oh, yeah, I think, sorry, Brian, I think you were I was trying to give I got asked the question. Let me think what it was now. What do you consider the start of traditional cultural practices? And I tried to reference those as my start date. That's, I think, how the question was asked to me. And so I gave you, well, the Constitution says 1778, but the Pash Kohana Ike case actually gave everybody a specific date, November 25th. So that's where.
But you're not saying some particular individual needs to show a family practice dating back to that date, correct?
That's pretty general. I just use that in general terms. So if somebody told me I've only been here for 6 years, I kind of go, okay, well, I don't think you can go back that far then. And then I know that family history is actually not from here anyway, that they really go back and their Kauais and their whatever, wherever, or their Malamas and their wherever, I go back to where that family comes from. So that's where I'm saying, if somebody tells me they've only been hunting and in here for 6 years, or I only came back a few years ago, and here's where you have to watch that. But if somebody told me they were actually gathering medicinal plants, and this is all hypothetical, but and I just moved back here because I've been away, but my family's from here, I might really look at that a lot better, because did somebody keep carrying on that tradition for the family, and then they've now come back to join the family in that tradition. So salt makers would be a good example. There's a lot of salt makers. That has been a tradition on this island to come back, and there's a lot of people that are related to everybody and come and go, but come back to those family ties to that help you out.
So let me ask this hypothetical and see if it can help clarify for me. There's an individual from the Big Island who has a long history of engaging in the hula traditions.
Mm-hmm.
She moves to Kauai and decides to live there.
Mm-hmm.
And while on Kauai, she then gathers plants for her hula ceremony. Would that practice on Kauai be considered a cultural practice to you?
I would say it's a cultural practice, but is it a traditional one for her and her family, or her? If it's just her, you're actually an individual. It's a cultural practice, yes, for that halau. Is it a traditional one? I think those are the gray areas of all the laws of there's I guess some questions even in the framework of some of these things. I would be something that I would put in a report. I don't think there's an answer that if I saw that, I would still probably put it in my report. I don't know if it has any conclusion to it. That somebody's out. Yeah. So
would it be a native Hawaiian practice, even if it is not traditional to that person? Do you understand the question?
Yeah, I'm trying to give you think of how I not just on my own thoughts. I think it's a cultural practice to that person, correct?
And I wasn't prepared for this particular line of questioning, so I don't have, but I am told that there is a fern that is used for hula, whose native, or the indigenous species is very, very difficult to find now, but there's an introduced species.
Lawae.
Thank you, which is much more common.
Correct.
And
Okay.
so would the collection of that introduced species be a cultural practice too?
I would think so, yes. But
Given
I don't know that it wasn't identified when I was out there. And like you said, it could be an introduced or replanted out there. I don't know if that happened.
And I guess my question then is, if the collection of this introduced fern is a relatively new cultural practice, Native Hawaiian cultural practice, would pig hunting also be considered a cultural practice, even if it is not traditional, dating back pre-contact?
It could be a subsistence. I would probably clarify that that's maybe their subsistence practice. I try to look, so here's where cultural and Western law disagree. If I'm trying to follow the frameworks that are there, and there are gray areas in that based on law, it gets cloudy because it's kind of unclear. Like there's unresolved, does traditional cultural practices apply to non-Hawaiians even? Because what if I went through something and actually became a kumahula and I'm out there doing that and I'm on that property collecting that? I'm practicing a culture and that's the only spot it grows on. I think for the Land Use Commission, based on the Kauai case, you're going to make sure we've done a feasible action to protect those rights if they exist. And I think opinions of Nancy McMahon, and not no legal opinion, is I think the two can coexist. Those issues just have to be worked out. And I think that, perhaps providing better access if there's those kind of plants that they need is a workable thing. And just experience with that, with even burials who we've had put parking lots for people and things like that. So maybe that kind of action is feasible. And then it's better access for those people.
Would the loss of, let me backtrack. I think you testified that there are certain plants within the petition area that, would have some, or could be used for some medicinal purpose. What impact would the loss of those particular plants have if this petition area is developed?
So when I went with, and this is more of a biologist question, I believe when they went out there and I asked, like I said, this Gregale uholoa, which I actually have used it myself for a sore throat. Is that the only place to get it? Was there enough of it? What was I don't know if he did that. I'd have to go back and read his report. It was a long time ago, but I was actually out in the field because I was trying to show him the petition area. And I think he had to get through the cattle gate or something. Anyway, so we were talking about, I said, hey, is this what this is? And so I think the one kukui tree or we have other kukui trees. You have to look at,
If I may briefly,
sure.
Who is the he you were referring to, Ms. McMahon?
He did the biology report and just slips my mind right now. Sorry. It'll catch me if I can remember it. I'll think about it as we go along here. It'll probably pop up right after we finish this questioning. Anyway, he had a partner with him, Melissa, I think. But anyway, he did his survey for the EIS, EA, I guess at the time, and EIS eventually. But I was out there and and then he said, yeah. And then he says, yeah, it doesn't need to be cultivated. It can grow on its own. And it was like, could it disappear? There are other places it grows. I think you have to look at, is there a better source someplace else and easy and access for people? If they're going to say, yeah, there's another source, but we can't even hardly get there. And that's why it's maybe abundant more because there's no access to it or very limited, then that may be something that needs to be looked at. I'm not the one to make that judge on that, I don't think. But that would be something that, you know, I think talking to that specialist in that field to verify that now these grow all over and are accessible anywhere or can be replanted anywhere. Maybe that's another spot of relocation too.
So if I understand you correctly, you've identified the plants that would be there, but have not given an opinion as to what the loss of those plants in this petition area would have on Native Hawaiian cultural practices writ large. Is that right?
Yeah, because nobody was using these at the time. Nobody was accessing that I knew when I did that CIA at that point in time, correct?
Well, would the fact that no one was currently utilizing those plants for those purposes mean that there would be no cultural impact from the loss?
The cultural impact from the loss, and that was the only one, that would be a big cultural impact if they were the only ones, correct? I don't feel I got that from the biologist out there then. I know kukui trees grow all over the place, so I don't think we're going to lose abundance of that tree. Moa and then the how, there's a lot of that. And I think that will still continue to grow down there. Because that's most of it is not, well, there's still a bit in the petition area, but it's outside too. I don't know because we're limited to the boundaries of the property. If he walked over and found moa on the Beth Midler piece, or he found more uhaloa over there. We don't know that. So that's adjacent property. So I think that, you know, could be looked at. I'm not denying it can't be looked at because the loss of it, if that's the only ones, is a big loss.
So what I hear your testimony today then is the loss of a kukui tree or how bushes does not give you any warning signs or red flags about problems, but you are reserving your opinion with respect to moa and uhaloa.
Correct, but I mean, yeah, that's correct.
And your suggestion we should ask the flora fauna expert or the flora expert about the availability of those plants elsewhere.
Correct. I think they would be able to answer that better than I. Yes.
Those are all the questions that I have. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. It's 3:06. We've been going for 50 minutes. Perhaps we take a 10-minute break, go to 3:16, and then I suspect we won't get beyond Ms. McMahon today, unfortunately, once we do cross from the intervener and the commissioners. But let's shoot for that. We'll plow through to around 4:30 after our break till 3:16. 3:16. Back on the record. And we will, Ms. Isaki, will it be you again?
Yes, it will. Thank you.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you for being here, Ms. McMahon. I have a bunch of questions. They might be a little out of order. I was taking notes as we were speaking. So in response to the Office of Planning, you said that one of the original, or the first thing you mentioned as original source materials that you look at in your studies, you said you look at Land Commission awards, correct?
It is one of the sources I look at, yes.
But this is Crown land, so there were no Land Commission awards, correct?
Correct, but there are adjacent kuleanas.
And so if there's no Land Commission award, does not the Crown retain the land?
The Crown has this land, but I do use the the information from the Kuleana records to see what was going on around the parcel at the time. I also looked at the survey map to try to get some information. Sometimes place names get put on there. So I did see the old survey map out there for the Crown lands, and I know that Spalding had the land, right? It was Crown lands, and he acquired it from a key company. But I do use the initial stuff. I do try to look at is some of the Kuleana documentation.
Did you examine? Sorry, please. Okay. Did you look at any clan conveyance documents that established the Crown lands moved into private hands?
I have read some of those, yes. I not read this one fully because it doesn't really, when I was looking for the archaeological information, it doesn't tell me exactly that what kind of sites I might find. I have read some of it. Again, I look at the boundary information that it has in it. And so I do look at that, yes. But
so your testimony is that you did see a document at the Bureau of Conveyances or another area or another institution.
I got sent a PDF on it, and so I started looking at some of that information on the PDF. So, and I have been to the Bureau. I have not, for this project, I did not walk over the Bureau for this particular project and look at the Bureau. I have done in the past sometimes when access was easier. And
so you looked at a PDF. Where did you get the PDF from?
I can't remember if I got it from Peter Young at the time, and might have sent me some information too. When I asked for it, they were sending me back and forth information. So
the PDF was authored by Peter Young?
No, he just PDF some kind of file on it that has like the boundary use and some of the documentation. I don't know if the title report was with that. That's what was all attached. I think that's what it was. So.
Peter Young gave you.
Yeah.
Sorry, please.
Sorry.
Yeah, please answer.
Sorry. Yeah.
Peter Young gave you some kind of file that you think is a title report. It wasn't a, do you remember if it was a title report or the status report that was filed in this case?
No, I don't recall that. I mean, it was probably 2011, 2012, so I don't recall that information. I remember looking at the title report, and attached to that was the survey map of the boundaries of the grant. And then I believe it had other documentation in the grant, so I probably perused it fairly briefly. So looking at it, but it usually doesn't have, it doesn't document everything that was going on at the time the grant was given to them. So, like I said, I try to use the Land Commission awards to give me an idea what the commoners were doing out there in that area.
In your, I believe it's your CIA and your archaeological assessment, I can refresh your memory if you want to look at the document. You said that in the, oh, do you want to see your document?
No, go ahead and refresh my memory there. So, sorry.
Okay, I'll read the quote, and if you want to look at the document, let me know. In the early 1900s, to help with a burgeoning plantation population, government lands were auctioned off as town lots in Kauai. Do you remember writing that?
Yes, I do.
So, did the title report show that this parcel was part of that government auction?
No, that's probably some general information I had on the area prior knowledge I had. So.
Can you, and your prior information, where would that have come from?
A lot of research. We were, when I worked for DLNR, we actually looked at a lot of documents and stuff like that. So, and we were all supposed to have research projects where we were looking at different ahupua'as on your island and trying to figure out settlement patterns and things like that.
Was the DLNR document a document from the Bureau of Conveyance or no?
I don't recall, sorry.
Okay. Would you be surprised to learn that the history sheet shows only a 1952 conveyance to the Kauai plantation and does not have any information in the 1900s?
Yeah, as I said, I don't recall anything in there. Usually they don't have a lot. That's why I said they don't usually have a lot of information, so not much help.
Okay, but an unspecified DLNR document showed you that in the early 1900s, this parcel was part of a government.
No, that wasn't a DLNR document. Like I said, we were asked to do years ago when I worked for DLNR to do do our research, have some time doing research. And part of that time was when I actually worked over in Honolulu. So I probably was able to go through documents at the Bureau then, but I don't know if that's what I did then specifically. That would be even prior to this. So that is a summary statement that I put in there, basically.
Okay, and so it's just your summary statement. There was no other documentation to back up your statement in your report. Correct. Okay. And you just mentioned Peter Young again, that he gave you some information. When was Peter Young taken off the project and why?
So I don't know why he was taken off the project, but when I started the project, it was a different developer, a different entity, and they had asked me to do the survey. And then Peter contacted me following that because he was working on all the documentation and I believe permits for it is what I believe. And then he later said this is going to probably an EA, there's a subdivision application, and then they had to do the land use boundary change. So that's what he was to do. And I think he was putting the environmental assessment turned EIS together. So he was sort of, Jennifer and him, I talked to a lot about this project. Ronna Gore was also involved later on, and I don't know, I don't follow projects all the way through. We do what we asked to do. We get the approvals, which we did from SHPD. And then I think when the EIS was at the Land Use Commission a couple of years ago or so, somewhere Peter got taken off and Ron was put back in. The owners changed a little bit. So, and my correspondent, I think Ron got a hold of me because there was a comment or a question on the EIS and he asked me to answer it. So I answered the general questions that they had and sent it off, and I don't know what happened. And so I think it's for the environmental documentation. So that's really my limited knowledge. I did not follow this anymore. Hold on here just a second, sorry. Okay, sorry about that. A parrot is going to go wild there for me. Sorry.
Just for so we can get a timeline together, about when were you asked to do the survey or respond to the comments? Was that by Peter Young?
No, that was by Ronna Gore, and that was when this was up at the Land Use Commission last time, so 2015. 16, okay. I guess, yeah, something like that.
Okay. And sorry, but you said they asked you to do the survey. That was in 2015-16, or?
No, the survey, the archaeological survey and the CIA was all like, I think I was asked to do the survey and CIA around 2011 and didn't start it until around there. Started around into that time period, and then 2012 was when I finished the first reports like that. So
got it. Okay, and then you said that you were you asked when you were with SHPD, you asked for an AIS because the parcel Malka of this found a lot of historic sites. Was that the Kulana subdivision?
No, that could be. You could be right. Yes, correct. Right.
Okay.
Thanks for clarifying my name to that. I couldn't remember, but yes, that sounds correct.
Okay. And just to clarify, I think that OPS do this. You didn't investigate the hillside where the school is to look for large stones or on the slope or other remnants.
He asked if I went after the hearing or I heard about that. I did. I heard her. She said, I didn't hear about the hillside, but I know I walked that area really well because there were goats right there. There actually was a goat shed right behind the school. There's a lot of dirt around there. The school has a fence around it. So I did not go back there because I felt I surveyed that. I didn't really hear her say that. I heard her say, and I watched it live. There was boulders by the stream. That's what I heard more. Maybe she later said something that it was up on the hill. I missed that, so sorry. But I really felt I really did survey that area.
And you said that, I think I heard you say that you didn't find any maps of any kind of burials, and then you mentioned USGS maps.
I looked up a lot of old maps, yeah, so.
Are there burials on other old maps or just USGS ones?
No, there could be burials on other maps too. Not to say that. You had state surveyors out there, Wall. You've got a lot of different surveyors that did a lot of parcels. You have the surveyor for the state that did the Crown lands. So I looked at that map. I actually did look at that one. Showed the railroad in there, down below where I believe the bypass is today. That was not on the property here. So I do look at those things. I have just found if anybody marks a burial on it, it's on a USGS map, and I actually know where some of those, where I've seen those. I also have been in those areas on those maps, and sometimes they're not quite right, or there's nothing there. There's no marker. Most of them have been historic burials, like with a headstone or something like that.
Okay, and I'm trying to make my questions like yes or no. I mean,
okay,
save a little, yeah,
okay,
clear in time.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I'll try to stay that out.
Stop.
Nope,
Both of
no,
you,
up to
please.
you.
Please stop. Both of you need to let each person finish asking a question or an answer before the next person starts to speak. Otherwise, I cannot get it. And I want a good, clean record for this, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. So were historic maps, other than the, well, I guess you had a USGS map, were historic maps and drawings located for the project site, and were they included in your archaeological assessment report?
Yes, they were. Some of them are in the CIA and some of them are in the archaeological assessment. The ones I thought were relevant might show something, or things around there or place names are in there. Not every single map is in there.
By historic map, can you point or like describe one map that you used?
So there is one of the survey maps that is in there, is one of the, I think it's Kittredge does one. He does the, that's a really generic one, but he shows Kaua. He shows, there's a railroad. I can't remember the other one's name that I saw in there that I have. It's a USGS map from 1910. I think that section is in there in the report. So yeah, I go through a lot of the map collection that's available. I used to have a lot of access to stuff, and I use the ones that are online too, to look at old maps from the map collection at the University of Hawaii. Sometimes the Historical Society has stuff. So I usually will put a request in to look for things for an area, and they will tell me if they can find something or not.
And these maps, were they were used to determine the placement of your trench excavations for your AIS?
Correct. Well, and I talked with Shipty about where we should go. And these are, like I said, the trenches were in the petition area because a lot of the land was already under farming and ranching sort of, and or the solar farm was there. So this is in the petition area. So I went to places that I thought we might find stuff. So that's where I put the locations for those trenches.
Your use of those maps, was it documented in your description of methods?
Yes, it was.
Are you talking about your CIA, or I'm sorry, in your AIS?
So the CIA has nothing to do with the trenches.
Sorry.
Yeah, so that would be the archaeological survey.
Again, try not to interrupt each other, please. A witness will try not to.
Yes, sorry. So in your methods section, so it's your testimony that in your methods section, you describe the use of the maps in your, I guess, the Kittredge map to locate the trench. That's your testimony.
I use that in my own field judgment when we were out there. So when I looked out there, I used a lot of I think I used one of the aerial photos from the area for helping me with the survey work, the actual walking through, because I knew there was remnant cane pasture roads in there. And so I was trying to go, you can see they parallel sometimes each other. So I went through some of those and then I wouldn't want to put a trench in a road. So I made sure we weren't in a road. I put it on a high location. I put it down low. I tried to be in different orientations of the trench. And that is based on my field experience.
In which gully did you find the fallow taro?
It was one of the, where they have open space in that little area. It's like it would be the adjacent to the bypass, and there's, I think on their plans now, I did not have these then, but it shows that there's open space, and that is sort of this, so you got to understand, it's not like deep gully, it's just a little rivet up, and in there, it goes down, and then there's another one. So they have two of those, I think, on their development map. Is it the, yeah, and I don't have the exhibits, so I don't know what they are. I'm sorry about that, but.
And was one of your trenches placed in that open space or gully area?
I hit part of one and part of the upper space on one of them. So I caught part of the gully. I actually went in the gully with the backhoe, and then I went up above to catch the gully and that. And I think it was like I said, the first one. I went walking through the other one. I didn't see anything. It's a little wider actually, and so that's right directly above the bypass road there. And then I went to actually almost closer to, and I found their map now, and I don't know which one it is, but it looks like where kind of in the location where the parking lot and school is. I didn't have this with me then because this was not done then, but if I were to try to tell you, it hits the open space in F12. I think that's the lot. That's where one of the trenches were. Another one was actually kind of right by the school, but not in the, I guess it's like the single lots that are up there. I guess they're multifamily, so these would be single lots that are in that area. So that's kind of some random, and then I went further down to place another one that is closer towards the Kahanui stream, and there's a Cane Hall old road thing right there too. So I kind of went down in there just to see if there's anything in there.
Okay, can I share my screen briefly?
Sure.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So do you recognize this map? It's from one of the geotechnical appendices from your archaeological assessment.
Yep, I do. It's, yeah, kind of blurred, sorry. Yeah.
Is the, where the fallow terra was found, is it, I guess this is trench 1 towards the bottom left?
Hold on here. Oh, sorry. Sorry, just a minute here. My screen is refocusing here. Hold on here just a second. Sorry about that. Sorry, slowness. It keeps circling around your map, so hold on here. My computer's tired.
Mizusaki, what's your intended reference to the?
Yeah, do you have a page number on that?
Yes.
If
well,
I may
yeah.
finish my sentence, the witness. Where are you trying to go, Mizusaki, on this? I'm trying to make sure our proceedings are efficient.
Thank you. Where we're going is, well, some of the interveners' witnesses and intervener want to testify to historic E terraces towards the Kapa'a bypass area, and if she's describing fallow terra in that area, that would buttress that their testimony. So I wanted to see if the area she's talking about where the fallow terra is in trench 1.
Okay.
But if she can't locate it, we can move on.
I believe, what page of the EIS are you referring to?
This is, well, in our exhibit, exhibit 2, it's the PDF page 451. It's page 53 of her archaeological assessment.
Okay, is the witness able to pull that up?
I don't have that. I'm just sorry about that, but I have my archaeological survey report. And I have, that does not look like where I put my trenches at. That looks like the geotechnical report, just to let you know, not my archaeological survey. So there you go, why that is, because you were asking me about different trenches. So I have a USGS map.
Can you tell me what page that your, so that trenching was just for the geotechnical work, and then your map is, can you tell me which page number?
Well, I don't know what it is. Sorry, I don't want to talk about everything. So referencing it to my archaeological report, it is a figure 9, page 24. And that's on a USGS map.
That's petitioner's exhibit what?
Thank you.
Ms. Ahu or Mr. Ewan?
Petitioner's exhibit 4 is the final EIS.
Okay.
Can I share my screen one more time? This will be brief.
Yep.
Okay. So, so this is page figure 9, page 24 of your report. So this is your map of the trenches.
Can you go up to one more figure? Because that's not my figuring, but anyway, maybe it got changed in the EIS. Yeah, so you,
okay.
There's another USGS map.
I guess if you have it on paper, it might be, is this it?
No, there's another one too. Sorry, it doesn't look like it's coming through. Would you like me to share my screen?
I'm not sure if that's...
If you can try.
Let's see if I can do it. Share. Okay, can you see this on here now?
Yes. And this is, again, could somebody give me a specific page reference to an exhibit?
Petitioner's exhibit 4, I'm not sure what the page reference is.
Is there a figure title, Ms. McMahon?
Yes, sir. There is. It's figure 9, and it shows up as my looks like 27. But
okay.
But I don't think this came from the EIS document. This was what was turned into SHPE for approval.
So it's not necessarily the petitioner's exhibit?
I don't know. I don't know what they turned in. I cannot speak to that.
So you might be familiar, Ms. McMahon. We have to reference things that are actually in the record.
So the inventory survey should have been in there.
Mr. Ewan, it's your witness. Help us out.
I have to go find my exhibit. I'm not sure. It's easier to find a hard copy. Perhaps you could move on to a different area while I go hunt for the exhibit.
If the intervener could move on, if you, Ms. McMahon can stop screen sharing, and if the intervener could move on to a different question.
Yes, will do. And sorry, I'm trying to be mindful of the time. Okay, this is again in your archaeological report. You said the majority of the study areas are located within urban Kauai along the shoreline and away from the mountain areas. Is that, do you remember writing that?
Yes.
Is it possible that the location of previously studied areas reflects modern land use study more so than pre-contact land use?
Correct.
Since the project area has not been previously surveyed, is it possible that undiscovered sites exist? And that, yes, is that possible?
It has now been surveyed.
Okay, I'll move on to your survey questions. How many people worked on conducting your 2-day survey?
Myself, myself, and I had an assistant with me, Wendy Tollison. Yeah, so I did the field surveys and the walkthroughs. So, and she's authored on that report.
And how many hours did you spend walking for each day?
It was pretty much all day, probably beyond the 8 hours walking through there. It's pretty easy on the first part. It's just walking through some of the taller grass, but it wasn't like waist high at that point in time. So it wasn't as bad as I thought. So I gave myself a few days because of existing conditions there.
Can you estimate the amount of area that you cleared to establish where there were surface artifacts or not?
Most of the parcel was low cut grass and nothing had to be cleared there. It was only where I had to clear to get the trenching work in. And there was no surface artifacts found there.
So, and the grass was like, sorry, actually, different question. And you did not use any LiDAR to scan for underground features, correct?
Yes, yes, correct.
Okay. Did you utilize, sorry, in your, on your PowerPoint, this is your 7th slide, you say no Native Hawaiian customary traditional practices on project site, and that the HoKua Place project would have no adverse impact on historic sites, burial sites, or Native Hawaiian cultural practices.
Based on, yes, correct.
Okay, and did you consider impacts to streams and nearshore waters?
That is not my field of expertise.
Could adversely impacting streams and nearshore waters impact gathering practices?
Could impacts to the streams impact gathering practices? Is that kind of
yes, fishing.
The stream isn't part of the project area, so I think it's accessible from other parcels.
I believe the question that was asked is, can impacts from the site affect practices off-site?
Gotcha. I don't feel I'm qualified. So personally, there's opinion, but I'm not a qualified expert in that. I mean, as far as if there was fishing rights in there, hypothetically, yes, and there are impacts to that, yes, that could affect those rights.
Fishing is a cultural practice, correct?
Yes, it is.
Are you familiar with the concept of a manu as a traditional flood control feature?
Yes, I am.
Can you describe what it is and where you would look for it on the parcel?
You would look for it in the stream areas around there, probably higher up maybe, or where it can contain water and you have banks to do that. Again, not in this area, and I did not look for that because the stream wasn't part of the project area.
So it's your testimony that there's no signs of a stream on the project area?
Correct.
Okay. You said that OHA gave you a list of possible individuals with extensive knowledge of traditional cultural practices, but none knew of any for this project area, correct?
Correct.
Was Milton Shing on that list?
At that time, no. He worked for DoCare then.
So he was not listed as someone with extensive knowledge?
Correct.
Who were the individuals?
At that time, it was Nathan Kalama is the only one I got, but I am the one that asked Milton to join this. And I asked him to, because since then, at that time, he was a claimant for Kealia and some other locations. And I'm the one, he was supporting this project before when it was at the EIS level. And we talked about that. And then I asked him that perhaps he should provide testimony to this.
But you did not ask him that before you prepared your CIA, correct?
At that time, I did not know he had extensive knowledge of this area, and we're pretty good friends. So.
Okay. So you're familiar with, I would assume, with the SHPD letter that requested recordation of former irrigation ditches and such in the from this parcel and the request to do an AIS, correct?
Yes.
And you were also part of, or your study was part of the EIS, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that the study by HoKua LLC, Peter Young's LLC, also said relied on statements from Shifty in a sustainability plan talking about which talked about, and I'm talking about the EIS Appendix B sustainability plan at page 17. It's in our exhibit IO2, or sorry, exhibit 2. It's also in our exhibit 3 at PDF page 422 because the Appendix B is illegible in the final EIS. But just to mark where I'm talking about, the sustainability plan talked about recording locations of remaining former irrigation ditches and recording information, and also recovering rocks from rock walls that are found on the property. Are rock walls viewed, can they have potential significant historic, can they be potentially historic properties?
Yes, they can, because modern walls sometimes have used, including railroads, used local rocks to build modern things. And so they could be from a previous site that wasn't there anymore, yes. So I do think they're significant, and I have, I guess, quote, listen to the stones sometimes, they speak. So yes, I do feel they're significant.
So were any rock walls encountered?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Yet are you aware the sustainability plan includes reuse of rock walls?
I did not read it. I know that I'm trying to be short. I did work, Peter and Jennifer and I went back and forth of what they wanted to extract from my reports to put in their documentation. And so, but I don't, he might have added that in. I don't recall that with him or them. So sorry.
Okay. Moving on to heiau, your archaeological assessment lists like 14 heiau. This is exhibit 2, appendix L, page 9, or PDF page 429. Okay. And have you read archaeology or any part of Archaeology of Kauai by Wendell Clark Bennett?
Yes.
Or Marika Venepakui's Place Names of Hawaii?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the mentioning of Mahivalu heiau on Olohena Ridge?
I have seen, actually, I believe that might be more, so they say Olahena Ridge, but I believe that's actually where the Kapa'a High School is at today. Not the middle school there that's there. It's on the opposite ridge. Yes, I have read their works. There's actually a street, there's actually a street over there with that name on it.
Did you list that heiau in your archaeological assessment?
It's listed with the 14 heiau, but that is probably not the closest heiau that I think could be near this parcel. And I did not, because I looked for stuff and I did not see it. There is another name that is actually much closer. It is a missing name of a heiau, but it's also, it shows up on a plantation map as a camp.
Did you use a different name for the heiau?
No, there's a Pueo camp. Pueo camp was probably down where the Martin family lives by the roundabout somewhere over there. So if there's any heiau that might have been there, it's not there now. That camp has taken that name. And
sorry, that's not my question.
Oh, okay, sorry.
My question was, is Mahivalu heiau listed on in your archaeological assessment of nearby heiau?
That report of nearby heiau, I can't remember. I don't have, yeah, I didn't read that one. Okay. It's probably on the list of heiau that I have. You did, like we said, 14 of them in there.
Right, and okay, I did not see it. I guess that's just a comment. You testified earlier that heiau are not typically located by streams, correct?
I haven't found one by a stream in this island. I found them in more prominent points or lays on the land on the coast. So if we're talking about a very large size heiau, that would be really on a prominent location, middle size heiau. And
right. So I was going to ask you if you heard of Kaula heiau and Lahaina? You can just say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay, and that one is located by Kaua Stream, by the headwaters, correct?
Correct. But it's at the
Haleopapa.
Yeah.
Haleopapa and Halava, is that located by a stream?
Yeah, yes. I mean, I have been to that site, so I know where it is.
That's why. Thank you. Is Wailua Complex just south of this area located by a stream?
They're high up on the promontory again. They're not right by the stream bed.
Okay. Can boulders have been moved over the centuries or by the plantation workers before you got there to look, or before, I guess, if any people today have gotten to the stream to look for them?
So I do believe plantations, and before even the informants I talked to, probably did move boulders out of the fields. Yes, they scarred them up and relocated them. Most of the time, they piled them in piles someplace. I did not see a pile of boulders anywhere. Maybe they individually took them and got reused if they were here. None of the folks that worked on the plantation said that had happened.
Did I misunderstand? I thought you just said that the, well, maybe you said Mahevalu Heiau might have been where the high school is, but you also said earlier to Office of Planning that the middle school is where a heiau would have been. Is that correct?
There's two, yeah, so as I said, if there was a heiau on this property, I think he asked, I'll clarify, if he asked if there was a heiau anywhere, I thought that's the most prominent place to have a heiau. And actually it's in the parking lot closer to Olahana Road. That's actually, if you look at the elevation, and I stood there and looked, there's glimpses of view. So that's where I would put one if I was to put one.
Okay. And so did you review the archaeological documents for Kapa'a Middle School?
I don't believe there was any done. Yes, yeah.
Okay. In your direct, you said in 2010 you opened up your own archaeology firm.
Yeah, yes, I had one before years ago. So I had just reused it, and back in 2000, I forgot what it was. I'm sorry, 19. I was laid off from the state, so I opened up a firm then, way back years ago. So I just had it, used it. So 2010, correct. Started doing.
And to the degree it's possible to answer these questions sort of directly, it would greatly facilitate our proceedings.
And you said that in 2011 you started work on the Kapa'a Highlands project, or what it was called before, correct?
Yeah, he asked me about doing it around then. So by the time we finished up writing the reports, it's 2012, correct?
Okay. And did you get an advisory opinion from the Ethics Commission prior to carrying out the work SHPD recommended for this project?
I got an opinion because the letter was written a long time ago by me to do the inventory survey, and I was already off of the state for 1 year.
Okay, but that and that has not been put into any records.
Nobody asked me to do that.
While you were at SHPD, did you review, well, you did review the HoKua Place project. Did you have access to non-public information concerning SHPD's review of Kapa'a Highlands project?
I talked to Susan Lebo, Teresa Dunham, and the staff. But did I have access to that? No, I did not.
Okay. You said that your cultural impact assessment, you had at least 3 individuals write in testimony. Are those 3 individuals Native Hawaiian cultural practitioners or traditional customary practitioners?
No, they are not. Of those 3, the 3, you asked me about 3, there was more, but yes, 3, the 3 I think you're asking, clarification?
Yes, I'm asking about the 3 that you said wrote in testimony on this.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So those 3, no, they are not traditional cultural practitioners.
Okay. Did you know Rupert Rowe at the time you wrote the CIA?
Yes, I did.
Did you know Noelani Jocelyn?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you know Alan Kikoa Hoffman?
No, I did not.
Did you know Liko Martin?
I remember Liko because he played music and I met him a few times on Kauai, yes.
You referenced difficulties with getting people to talk to you. So after you left SHPD in September 2010, did you apply to the Kauai Historic Preservation Committee in 2011?
Somebody asked me to put my nomination in, yes.
And the council did not confirm in light of copious public testimony, including from many Kanaka Maoli. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it possible that the same public testifiers from the 2011 County Council meeting would not have responded to your solicitations for Native Hawaiian informants?
That I don't know. I have gotten since other projects, people do respond, some do again, but I won't go bigger. I'll be short.
Okay, I only have one more set of questions. During your tenure with SHPD, did the Federal National Park Service conduct a site review in regard to compliance with the National Historic Preservation Act?
Of the office, yes, before I actually started, before I became an archaeologist. While I was there, but I was a Kauai archaeologist then and became branch chief, and that they were already being audited by the National Park Service.
And did that result in a March 2010 report designating SHPD a high-risk grantee?
Correct.
Is it true that at the time of their site visit, that the National Park Service found Kauai SHPD office closed and its furniture, equipment, files, and other items at your residence?
Yes, because it was always at my residence. There was no Kauai office. We never had a Kauai office that was mine. Even when I was relocated here to do Kauai work, I worked out of my house.
Is it true that some of the items moved from SHPD's office included, did it include sets of human remains?
No, they were in the Burial Council had a container in the base yard.
Is it true that the National Park Service concluded the situation was undesirable, particularly to Hawaiian community members who advocate for the quick reinternment of human remains?
That was to the whole office in general because the inventory for Kauai was very limited. The other islands had bigger inventories.
Is it true that the SHPD report, and if you would like me to, I'll call it up to refresh your memory, described at your residence a set of human remains?
Excuse me, repeat that, please.
I'm reading from the report, and may I share my screen? This is not being offered into evidence, though.
Okay.
If you're not offering it into evidence, I'm not sure why you're sharing your screen.
This is just impeachment evidence, or impeachment as a demonstrative aid.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Commissioner Okuda, are you trying to?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just
Yes.
I understand the rules of evidence don't strictly apply, but I think council can just read the portion, and I would suggest there's no need to put a document up which is not being offered into evidence. Thank you.
If she's going to read from it, I'd like to have it put into evidence. Otherwise, I don't think it ought to be read from.
Oh, Mr. Chair, okay, if Mr. Ewan wants it in evidence, then I withdraw my comment.
Mr. Yee.
We have an objection. One, the document, I believe, is not put aside, admitted to evidence. I don't know, is it listed in the evidence list?
No, it's not.
The exhibit list?
It's not evidence.
Well, so if it's not listed in the exhibit list, our concern is I've had no opportunity to review it. It's being used apparently for impeachment, but not with respect to anything she particularly said, but apparently with respect to the witness generally. So I assume this is evidence they knew, or an exhibit they knew they might be using. So I think I'd object to the use of the document in this proceeding.
Ms. Isaki.
I just want to clarify that this is in direct refutation of her statement that she had not been keeping human remains at her residence. It's not being offered into evidence. This is just impeachment. And I think this goes directly to her statements that it was okay to conclude that there was no cultural practices because nobody came forward and said anything to her.
I will call on Commissioner Okuda in a moment, but I have to say that Ms. Isaki, you lost me in the connection that you're trying to draw between the witness's statement that she saw no evidence of traditional customary practices and this allegation around human remains.
The Shifty report says that that Nancy McMahon had human remains at her house, and that this was I'm not sure the word was it's undesirable for Native Hawaiian community.
The point you're trying to make is that if I understand, the point you're trying to buttress is that there may be informants who do not want to talk with her. Is that correct?
Correct.
Which is actually a point that I will note the witness acknowledged in her direct testimony already. I believe in her direct testimony under Mr. Ewan, she acknowledged that there will be people who do not wish to speak with her. She didn't specify a reason, but she has acknowledged that. Mr. Okuda.
Mr. Chair, you once again have taken the words out of my mouth. And so I agree with you to the extent my input is even relevant. I also agree with Mr. Yee. I think this is also becoming cumulative, and point has been made. And I'm not even sure whether this starts bordering on a character type of presentation, not necessarily specific to credibility. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It would be, I can rule on it, or I was already nervous, Ms. Isaki, in your previous questioning today, where you started to reference things that were not listed in evidence. We had extensive discussions earlier in these proceedings about what was going to be allowed into evidence, when people would have a chance to respond to things being in evidence. So can you proceed without this line of questioning?
Question then. I'm going to object to her trying to read from this report.
So just to be clear, Mr. Ewan, in case you're not understanding what I'm asking, the intervener is her to cease this line of questioning.
Okay.
Yes, we can move on.
Does Mr. Ewan, I want to be abundantly clear that I'm responding to you. Does this satisfy your objection?
That's fine.
Mr. Yee?
We're good, thank you.
Commissioner Okuda, your hand is still up. Is that left over or is that new?
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, it was left over. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Ms. Isaki, please continue.
I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Okay. It's 4:06. I said we would go to 4:30. I have no doubt that some of our commissioners would have extensive questioning for this witness. I believe we're all kind of tired. Do we want to go on a little bit, or do we want to pause and start up again tomorrow morning? Mr. Ewan, your witnesses will all be available tomorrow morning?
Ms. McMahon will not be available tomorrow morning, so
When will she be available?
the next time we have a Wednesday.
Okay. Sorry, and I didn't give OP a chance. Well, no, OP did have a chance. OP already went before the intervener. Next time there's a Wednesday?
She has other commitments on Thursdays.
Commissioner Okuda.
Mr. Chair, I would ask that we continue with this witness, and I would ask that the witness reappear tomorrow. Okay, we are all putting in time to handle this docket because this is a very important matter for all parties. And so everyone should give it the same respect and importance that we're all providing it. So I would ask that we go as long as we can today with deference to the court reporter, because we have to be aware of, you know, the stress of the court reporter, because she is actually the most stressed out person. You, Mr. Chair, might be the second person, but if necessary to reconvene tomorrow, then the witness should be here tomorrow.
Can I check with, thank you. Can I check with all the parties and our court reporter? Can we continue to 5:15 if we take a 10-minute break now? Anybody
Chair,
cannot?
Chair, this is Jean.
Yes.
I will go to 5:15, but I'm really tired.
Yeah.
So, you know, just
Okay.
saying.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Ohigashi.
I was counting on 4:30 because I have these pressing matters that I have to attend to regarding my work to get out some matters.
Yeah. I understand that we all have other commitments. Is it possible, however, because I'm afraid that we will further delay these matters if we don't try to conclude our questioning of Ms. McMahon today.
I understand, but you won't lose if I leave. I can review whatever was.
Okay, and then I'll give you first bite at the apple before when we come back. So listen, it's 4:09. We're going to take 6 minutes break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to plow through to 5:15.
Hey, Nancy.
Okay.
Yours
Now
not
it's
muted.
blue.
Oh, there it is. Now it's working.
Okay, see, I'm gonna do it.
Given there are 8 commissioners committed to be here tomorrow and a number of other parties, is there not any flexibility with your witness?
I'll let Ms. McMahon answer that.
I cannot, I have a commitment to the mayor, so I cannot go tomorrow in there, and I've taken off.
Between 9 and 5 tomorrow.
Yeah, I cannot do anything between 9 and 5. I mean, if I get back early, maybe can be done with by 2 o'clock. That's maybe the earliest I've seen me get done, but early morning, I'm in a bunch of meetings and with the governor and everybody else. So if I could, I can text Mr. Yuan and let him know if I can get back.
Let's see how far we get. This is an impact on our staff as well. It's quite burdensome, to be frank. We're back on the record. It's 4:15. I will encourage my fellow commissioners to be as succinct as possible and the witness to be as succinct as possible in your responses.
Thank you.
Just offering for the record, Commissioner Ohigashi, who has to leave at 4:30, do you have any questions for this witness?
No questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Nancy. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you, Dawn.
I should disclose, I've known Nancy for a long time when I was over at the AG's office and Nancy was there. So thank you for being here. I will tell you, I had a lot of questions, but I am going to try to be, as the chair said, much more succinct and not try to be redundant. So let me first start off with the archaeological assessment. Your trenching methodology was you selected 3 trenches for 97 acres. What was the rationale for 3 trenches over the entire parcel?
In my discussions with Susan Lebo, who was okay with the field assessment portion, We talked about doing the 3 trenches because the other areas, the solar farm was already there. The cattle, I showed them pictures of how wide open it was and there was nothing on the ground. And I also showed them where the goat farm was at. And so where I chose to put the trenches was the least impacted by all of those areas, and were potentially where I thought, if anything, maybe we'd find something there. So that is how the selection was made.
Let me ask you, because quite frankly, I thought 3 trenches were inadequate for 97 acres. But let me ask you this. What was the land prior to the sugar plantations? What was the land used during pre-contact?
Well, we don't know exactly. We can only hypothetically understand that because there was no written records. So I would go back to any testimony I see, again, what I see in the land records. So we have a lot of Kula lands they talk about surrounding the area, which are pasture lands. And so if that's true, and there could potentially have been a hayout at the school, at the middle school, then that area might have not had anything around it. So it had a clear view plane on it. Adjacent to where those Kula lands and then the taro farming area might be, you might have, and there's nothing that I can find that shows any other Kuleana or even unclaimed that was not awarded, but maybe on the, I don't want to say it's not on the floodplain of the stream, but a little bit higher up, you might have found a house site in there, that kind of thing, that they could be easily to attend their taro patch, which is down in this sort of perennial stream area, and actually more probably in the Beth Midler piece where it's a little flatter.
Okay, because I'll be honest, I found your archaeological assessment to be very difficult to follow. The maps were not very clear. I couldn't tell where, like, for example, LCAs were in relationship to the subject property. I couldn't tell where the historic properties had been previously identified were in relationship to the
Commissioner Chang, sorry, is there a question?
Yes, that it was very difficult. So I'm trying to understand that this was not, I had some problems understanding the rationale. So because you state in the reports that Kapa'a and Kealia suggesting that the 2 ahupua'a were politically significant in ancient times. So you made some speculation about that.
Correct.
So where there are heiaus located, that they could, because you don't know exactly where they are located, couldn't they be located within this project site?
They are not there now, or no remnants of them. Could they be there? Not in the project site, I believe.
And what is the basis for your conclusion that they could not be in the project site?
Per the walkthrough that I did. Now, if you're talking about prior to things out there, and we're talking about what I thought was there before, then they could be there, but due to historical activity, they were destroyed typically. Okay. And so they're not there now, and I see no remnants of that to indicate there's something there.
Okay, and that's going to be my next question. Isn't it true that we have found subsurface in cane fields, in agricultural fields, that we have actually found cultural resources, including burials, because those activities, they may have scoured the top, but over time, we could still find some subsurface remains. So the fact that you don't see anything surface doesn't necessarily mean there is nothing subsurface. Would you agree?
I would agree, correct, on that, yes.
Okay. And the fact that there, and your own report says Kapa'a and Kealia were very significant. Would you agree with that?
Well, I think all ahupuas are significant in their own right.
But where there is, when you say politically significant, that generally signifies that there were activities that if royalty or ali'i lived there or konehikis lived there, it was probably also habitated by others. Doesn't that make sense?
Yes, and it is crown land, so the Ali'i did take this land, absolutely.
Okay, and so generally, isn't it accepted that where people lived, we could find burials in the area?
It is possible.
Okay, so your conclusion that there are no burials is really based upon just the pedestrian walkthrough, the 3 trenches, and what you can see. But based upon the historic documentation that you provided, there is an indication that this area could have been habitated, and it could have actually been habitated by royalty, but nonetheless, it could have been habitated, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Let me go down to the cultural impact assessment. You indicated that this is marshlands of Kapa'a. Now, based upon your research, where are the marshlands in relationship to the project area?
So the marshlands, and they've referred to this in a lot of, I guess, historic maps, is it's adjacent to the parcel area per se. It's below the, I guess some of the area now has been indicated to be, from where listening to you guys and the testimony today, some of the, I would say some of the wetlands become part of that marshland. And then clearly below this project area is the bigger wetland that's there. That also was another grant to a Chinese gentleman.
Okay. So that's, so the fact that there were marshlands, and I think even your report says that they could have been evidence of fish ponds, is that correct?
I said they sometimes did that with the wetland. Yes, that they would put that in there. That's correct. I did say that. So
the fact that there are marshlands that could have been evidence of fish ponds, it does mean that that this area was used, may have been habitated, and it may have supported a vibrant community where people live. Would you agree with that?
It could have, yes.
Okay. So, and your conclusion that well, your statement that that some of these activities were outside the project area. You remember? Okay.
Yes.
But when we do cultural impact assessments, don't we look at the cultural landscapes? Don't we look at the Mauka-Makai connection? For example, salt gathering. You've got to walk through to go to. So while the activity may not have occurred within the project area, from a cultural impact assessment standpoint, it may have been used as a pathway for gathering.
Right. It could have been, I didn't find evidence to give me that, but also adjacent land, you're right, we didn't look at Beth Midler's property per se, right? And that's, I think there was a lot of things going on there.
Okay, so the conclusion that one, there's no trails, there's no burials, there's no, or even the limited plants, that really was based upon what you could see or what you couldn't see, and the people that you spoke to. Is that right?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. But let me ask you, you had indicated in your report, your CIA, you note under consultation that you had interviewed, I think it was 3 people, Albert, Stanley, and there was another person. It's Mr. Souza or another.
I think I mentioned Mr. Fukushima, Sanchez, Vasquez, Martins, and Les Milnes.
Okay, but yet today you provided us much greater information about others that you had spoken to, but they hadn't, they told you nothing was on there or they didn't follow up. Is any of that in the record?
No, it isn't. And that's where I started my discussion, and in general reference to when I was doing mine versus I gave the story when I was at the state, and people would tell me why they didn't want to come forward, not to me so much, but to other people even, that they didn't like these documents that would list that, oh, they sent me a letter and we didn't respond. Or they noted my name in something and I didn't say anything, or I didn't have it. So I had a sensitivity that I didn't want to put them in there because they didn't really want to be in the document.
But we have been, but for purposes of the Land Use Commission's constitutional obligation, we have an obligation to preserve and protect traditional customary practices. But to a large extent, that is based upon the information that the project proponent provides us. So and it's not you that makes a determination that there are no traditional customary practices. That really is the Land Use Commission, right? You would agree with that?
Oh, yeah, it's the agency's call, correct.
Right. And we can only make a call based upon the information that is in the record. So we've got documentation from 3 of your consultants. They're not Native Hawaiians. They're all related to the sugar plantation, but they don't. But you also talked about you had talked to others, but they were but you didn't. It wasn't included in your report.
Correct.
So you understand that for us, well, at least for me to fulfill my constitutional obligation, I can only evaluate it based upon what you submit to us, not what you tell us, but what is submitted in the record. So let me ask you this question. Did you see the final archaeological assessment and cultural impact assessment that was submitted in the final EIS?
I have not looked at it. I gave what was approved copies with the letter, and then I gave my documents at that time was to Peter Young. So that was who got them, and how they were putting it together. I did not see that.
Okay, but you understand that the project proponent is relying upon your information for us to make a conclusion.
Correct.
Okay, so it is, and based upon you've done this for a very long time. Sitting in our shoes, looking at the information that we've received, do you believe that your cultural impact assessment is adequate for the Land Use Commission to make a determination?
So I always know from, as you said, it's a huge burden to make this decision and call. And how Kauai happened was because of a land use decision, and it was about the salt. So I'm very familiar with almost all the cases because I either had to go inspect the areas for SHPT and follow up what was going on. So I know that, and I know I was in that position. It's a very heavy burden. And so I do appreciate, I do think we looked at everything. I do think that sometimes I said, if we found something or something new comes up, it's like an archaeological site. We mitigate if anything new. At that time, when I went out there, and granted, no one asked me to update this report, either one, right? Nobody asked me. If you notice, it's different names are on here. The project's names have changed. Would I add more information or give you maybe I would do that, but and if we want to look in the gray areas of traditional culture, that, that's what I was trying to say is great. If we find something new, I think we have to address that.
And but you would also, because I know you were opining about traditional customary practices that someone has to, I think you said 10 years. I think Mr. Ewan asked you if, and you might have even said, oh, well, if they came here and they just came here in 6 years, that's not, you would not consider that a traditional practice. Is that what you, is that your
Yeah,
testimony?
he asked me about if somebody had just showed up on the property and they had no connection, they had no cultural connection or lineal connection, but they started doing something that was more maybe a traditional activity. Would I consider that? I think that was a question.
But under the Supreme Court's decision in Pele Defense Fund, excuse me, PASH.
Oh, okay.
PASH?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And the Supreme Court specifically said the traditional customary practices does not have to be continuous. You never abandon that right. So even if someone isn't practicing it, but they can demonstrate that their ancestors use a particular pathway through this project area, that right continues. Would you agree?
That's correct. And I think PASH also said it doesn't have to be Native Hawaiians.
You're right. No blood quantum. They couldn't determine, right? They you know, the whole question about halals. So you're right. But they specifically said there is no, you don't abandon that right.
Correct.
So long as at some point in time, you can show that your family exercised those rights continue to exist today, even if they no longer occur on the property, right?
Correct.
And with respect to pig hunting, I believe the Supreme Court also said that the scope of Native Hawaiian rights are much broader than those enumerated in 7-1. So even the question of, you know, is pig hunting subsistence? Is it a traditional customary practices? I mean, I will tell you, I find it as a Hawaiian very difficult to judge the legitimacy of another Hawaiian who says this is what their practice is. So
correct.
Wouldn't you agree with that too? So
no, and I would agree with that. And I'm sure that they, you know, Joe was the example here, but in other places, people do go pig hunt. I know people do that and are not Hawaiian and pig hunt, right? So I think I was asked the question in general. It typically wasn't, and in situations we haven't determined that there's some gray area. And there was a recent case. Yeah.
And I believe that there have been academic papers written about whether pig hunting is a traditional customary practices, other than if you shoot it with a bow and arrow, or like you said, pigs were not, they were domesticated. But nonetheless, I mean, I think the Supreme Court has said that the definition of traditional customary practices is much broader than what we see in 7-1. So that really is dependent upon if your ancestor, did some activity on that piece of property. I think we give credence to that. We have to weigh that.
Right.
But your cultural impact assessment just makes very broad conclusions. And your recommendation is that no, I'm trying to find it right here, but you make a very broad conclusion that because you didn't find anything, none exists. And I get always troubled by that, because a conclusion is being drawn on a point in time based upon a limited number of people that we may have spoken to, that I find that sometimes the better course of action is to acknowledge that maybe we haven't heard, we don't see anything, or we haven't heard testimony, but that doesn't mean that something doesn't exist. And so for mitigation purposes, that the Land Use Commission has to consider, what about the public testimony about gathering, certain gathering of plants or Was there a historic trail system that went through here? And I'm having a real difficult time with your report finding factual information for us to draw the conclusion, because you made the conclusion. You see the dilemma that I'm kind of faced with. Let me see if I've got any more questions for you, okay?
Can I have a show of hands while Commissioner Chang is looking from commissioners, maybe your virtual hands, on who else has questions? Commissioner Okuda.
Okay. I do have a final question,
Okay.
Nancy.
Okay.
In your cultural impact assessment, because I actually found this to be extremely telling, and I appreciated that you included that in here. You talk about, in general, and I'm quoting from page 46, this is what's in the EIS, final EIS. In general, the community emphasized the importance of communicating with the ohana of Kapa'a regarding changes to the land. This includes asking permission of the ohana, including uhane, immortal spirits, for opening up the land for proposed new uses. It was stressed that this and other protocols are necessary to open the path for change, thus avoiding accidents and potential obstacles of a cultural nature. And then you conclude, in summary, there are no traditional resources or cultural practices associated with the Kapa'a Highlands project area. Do you know whether this developer asked permission of the ohana?
I do not, Don. And yes, correct. I don't know that. It's like going into somebody's house without knocking and, oh yeah, it's opening the door. That's how I wrote it that way. Correct.
And I appreciated that you acknowledge the cultural protocols of asking permission before entering. This developer is merely a guest.
Correct.
He is not from there. So, but
it was a different owner, just so you know, when I was here. I know it has changed and we don't control that, but.
Okay, but your own,
Words,
your own
no.
cultural protocols, there's no evidence that has been complied with, which probably could have avoided maybe some of this hurt feelings. But I do have trouble with your conclusion. In summary, there are no known traditional resources or cultural practices associated with Kapa'a Highlands project area, without any qualifications that you are aware of. I mean, but I think that was, I find it difficult when there's conclusory statements like that. So just to let you know that I appreciated, I know how long you've worked in this area, and I appreciate the cultural protocol, but I think, Mr. Chair, that is the only question. That's the questions I have in the interest of time.
I very much appreciate Commissioner Chang, you're trying to be mindful of our time. Commissioner Okuda has questions. I have a few questions. I want to make sure that the petitioner has a chance to redirect. Commissioner Okuda.
Chair, Commissioner Chang actually just asked the question I was about to ask, so I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioners, further questions for the witness? If not, I have a few questions, Ms. McMahon. On your direct testimony from Mr. Ewan, you made reference to the date of 1778 in the Hawaii State Constitution as a potential bracketing date for the exercise of traditional and customary practices. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But doesn't Article 12, Section 7 merely refer to a date from which Native Hawaiians must be descended, not the actual practice must be descended?
Yes, you're correct on that. And and then I clarified the other date I used too, but.
Thank you. You've made reference to Mr. Peter Young, a former consultant from the project, and correct me if I'm wrong, I understand that you have relied on his outreach activities in part to determine whether or not there were people who were exercising traditional and customary practices on this site. Is that correct?
So I got information from him on that, but I didn't rely on that was my only source, correct? He just happened to bring those up in the discussion at some. I don't think he talked with everybody about that, so.
It was not your only source. I'm not suggesting you said it was your only source of information, but you did rely on the fact that he had done outreach to see whether or not he had heard of the exercise of traditional and customary practices.
Yes.
Are you aware of Mr. Young having any qualifications in anthropology, archaeology, or other relevant areas that his inquiries on these matters would be informative?
I have no knowledge of that background other than his passion for Hawaiian history.
Thank you. Regarding heiau, are there multiple types of heiau that exist in Hawaii?
There are, yes, there are.
So they don't all physically look the same, correct?
Correct. There's various shapes and sizes. Kauai has quite a different number. There are different sizes. There's different types of heiaus and different things for different uses, correct?
Okay, so it's possible that, and is it true that some heiau are very minimally constructed, whereas others have extensive walls that are constructed?
That's correct.
Okay, so thank you. I want to go to the Kapa'akai analysis duties that we have.
Yes.
The intervener asked you a question about the potential off-site impacts of the proposed project. And at least what I heard in the intervener's question is, for instance, if, say, runoff from the property, even if it's planned to be controlled, is improperly controlled and there's runoff that smothers a reef. Is that something that should fall within, or let me ask, is that something that you considered in conducting your cultural impact assessment of off-site impacts from the project?
I did not look at that area. I looked at thinking, because I had already heard of some concerns from water issues and other things that that I would assume modernly we would have to have approvals and permits to get that taken care of so we don't have that kind of runoff. Okay. So therefore, the bigger picture in a project like that should not, with hopefully today's conditions and requirements, cause that kind of action.
But again,
I did not look at it. That is,
you did not look at it. And because there was public testimony regarding sewage spills in Wailua, including and the sewage collection area extends to Kapa'a, you didn't look at any potential impacts from sewer capacity systems on the cultural resources that exist in Wailua. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, sorry.
I believe you started to answer this. Did you look at Kuleana or other LCA awards that were applied for and not awarded in this area?
I usually do try that, and I tried to look for some and I couldn't find any, especially for this area, thinking that maybe there's even some up the river or the stream, the Hanui stream, or maybe below. I did not find any in the documents of unclaimed. There probably is for all of Kapa'a, but I did not look for the whole Kapa'a area. I just looked in this area.
Okay, thank you. I served for 3 years on the Oahu Island Burial Council as one of the 2 Konomoku representatives. So I want to get to the possible presence of burials. You referenced that there's no sandy soils in this area.
Correct.
And therefore you believe that there might not be burials.
Correct.
But isn't it true that most of our deep ground disturbing activities have been in the coastal areas where there are sandy soils?
That is correct. And it's usually when you do septic and leach fields and sewer or connections, because they're deeper, we find burials.
And I've asked other well-known cultural consultants this question when I was with OIBC. Is it possible that we think of burials existing in sandy areas mostly because that's where we've been looking rather than because that's where they are?
And it is,
Or-
and it is where most of the development is at. So we deal with it as sort of as it happens. Correct. You're
I
correct.
get, to phrase it slightly differently, do we have any evidence that shows that we don't have burials in these other areas? Any affirmative evidence, for instance, we've done lots of test trenching and never found anything?
So I know one in Kapa'a, way Malka, that is in obviously soil, and people have told me about it. It's on a private property today. I have been told about it. I've driven by it, but I've not actually physically looked to see how they've marked it. I think it's with some stones and some tea plants around it. So those are indicators too you would use to help you try to find something. But if somebody's abandoned it for years, some of those things don't exist.
So you're aware of at least one burial, being told of one burial in the Kauai area that's not in a sandy area. But my question is, do we have an evidentiary basis really to conclude that there's not extensive burials in non-sandy areas?
That's correct.
My last question is, since Hawaiian language is listed on your resume, is there a particular meaning to HoKua in the Hawaiian language?
I don't know where they got that from, and I did not give that to the consultants, and it threw me when they told me they were changing the project name to that. So I try, as I said at the very beginning of my testimony, I try to help people out when I do these to give them a broad list of the names and place names that I've used there, and then I try to show them if there's names that might be close by that might be more appropriate, and maybe if I can find on a map a name I see, because some of the plantation maps actually used the Hawaiian names instead of a field number. And yeah.
Would you say that it's, in your professional opinion, your experience, your extensive experience, it's would be considered generally respectful or disrespectful to make up a Hawaiian name for something?
It would be disrespectful.
Okay. I don't have anything further. Thank you so much.
Okay. Oh, so, Mr. Chair, I did want to tell you, I knew I remember. This is Ken Wood, who did the botanical studies. Yeah, thank you.
You did remember, as
I
promised.
do. I knew it would come to me after I left everybody. So sorry about that.
Commissioners, is there anything further? If not, it's your witness to redirect, Mr. Yuan.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. First, Ms. McMahon, can you clarify, did you ever keep human remains at your personal residence?
No, I did not. I had an office. So when I was relocated to Kauai, I worked out of Oahu and used to commute over. The grounds for relocation was based on the burial council chair, the burial council and self from Kauai and Niihau to ask that they wanted an archaeologist on Kauai after Hurricane Iniki. After Hurricane Iniki, because I was involved with the FEMA projects and some of the assessments, I actually got money for the state to get a container, because that's what the police were using for their evidence containers, because their buildings were no roofs and things like that. So following that, FEMA agreed, because we were having a number of burials that exposed on the shoreline. And so that's what we did. So I never once, well, one, I wasn't there at 91, but I got a container before I even moved to there. So we had a container in the Bayshore of the Forestry Bayshore for DLNR. And that is where they were at. So, and then I've always worked out of my house, and there was an issue that even everybody that I never got compensated for working out of my house for 18 years. And then I was asked to become the branch chief for archaeology.
I'm sorry, I'm a little lost in the response to the question.
He asked if I had burials in my house. I said no. So,
okay.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry about that.
Okay, you completed your archaeological assessment and your cultural assessment, I believe, in 2013, 2012, 2013, 2014, that area, when Shifty approved them.
Correct.
And since that time, and certainly since the start of this hearing, we've heard from public witnesses and others of the possible use of the petition area for gathering and other activities. Have you heard anything that would cause you to change your conclusions in your cultural assessment that there is no there's no traditional resources or cultural practices associated with the petition area?
So would I change my conclusion?
Yes, based on what
That one of the commissioners doesn't like. So yes, of course. Over that part. Based on what I got, I didn't get any information from it. And I never said people didn't talk to me. I referred to people in general about that I found from when I was oversighting it, not doing this kind of work, people didn't want to give information to people. There's people that come forward, I think, and this is the biggest role the commission has here. And I know this because I was on the other side. Right now, based on what I had, I couldn't find anything, but I think you got to be open-minded that maybe we just never reach everybody. And the fact that can a project still be feasible by still allowing this? And is there long-term, now I'm hearing from other commissioners, the long-term impact, but it goes back to ask permission and work it out. It goes back to getting access to people. So maybe I would change my to say that didn't find anything based on what I did. That is the honest truth. I didn't find anything. I don't think I missed a heiau in there. I really don't. But I am open-minded because I do agree heiaus come in different forms. We lost heiaus for a hurricane, and I still think that, and I fenced off that area. There's no rocks out there anymore. So I do think that's important. I think it's a sacred place. I think if somebody wants access to something and we can kind of look at it and see if that's really happening, then work this out together. If you want a project to move forward, you've got to be open-minded to work together. And yes, the Hawaiians were here first. And so I think we need to look at that and respect that. So I would only caveat, I didn't find anything. But instead of cutting it off and saying this is the end of the deal, I would open my testimony up to say the best deal is if somebody comes forward and we can look at what they're saying. I need the informants to come out there and show me things, and then we got to see what we can do with the project. It's like an archaeological site. If we find something, I think the county attorney asked this, in the middle of a project after we're going under, we kind of stop and redesign. And I think when you look at those kind of things and look at it from maybe it's not the Western perspective. So could I change my last paragraph? Yeah, maybe I'd add some stuff in there of how to figure this out if something comes up, and how to then come up with a mitigation to allow all to happen so that everybody still has their reasonable access and they're reasonably accounted for, their rights are accounted for. And then somehow when all that connects, the projects happen better.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Is there anything further, parties?
We have one recross question unless the other parties want to go.
Any recross from the county?
No, no, Chair, thank you.
Office planning?
Nothing from OP.
Intervene, go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. McMahon, did you ever ask the federal government to correct its report stating that human remains restored at your house or your house or house office?
I never saw that in the report. So it was in the, now it was in the, if it was in the office, that's a different story because that was part of the state office.
I'm sorry, I meant your home office.
There was nothing in my home office and I never saw that in the report.
Thank you.
Glad we made it through. I want to thank all the parties, the petitioner, the county, particularly our staff for having made it through today. Mr. Ewan, we're going to start tomorrow morning at 9. You'll have both your witnesses available?
Yes, we will.
Great. Okay. With
Sure.
that,
May I
Sorry.
ask, how long are we going to go on this matter tomorrow?
We have one other item on the agenda. I'd like to take it up no later than 2:30. So hopefully we will be at least done with the petitioner's witnesses by 2:30 tomorrow. And then we can take up the agendized discussion of legislative matters. Did I answer your question, Mr. Yee?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, is there anything further, commissioners, staff?
Yeah, Chair, can we all thank Jean McManus,
Yes,
court
please.
reporter? We really appreciate her work, and especially her speed in providing us transcripts, which especially in this case allows us to carefully review the testimony. So thank you very much to Ms. McManus.
Yes, thank you very much. And to the staff who also stayed beyond. We really appreciate it. With that, it's 4:57. We're going to recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.